driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go on a Sunday morning. Welcome in. Off to a bang-up start already. I'm pressing the wrong buttons all over the place. Season 3 Hall of Fames, and that's the reason why I am not. I'm Will Chambers. He's Chris Arnold. Welcome in on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Trevor, the creator, back in the Pimp Cup. It is great to be with you all once again. Last week was a little nuts, obviously, with all the snow and ice and all that, so a little bit better. Still chilly out there, but, buddy, we're waking up today, and we have...
By the way, it's 22 degrees this morning. If you haven't stepped outside, it's going to get up to 51 degrees today, and they said the rest of the week, it's going to be kind of nice.
Take your vitamin C. Mm-hmm. That's all I can say. Take your vitamin C. You can find us on Twitch if you want to watch us, and it's a bit early, and I'm on very, very little sleep. So if you want to watch us, I'm just going to warn you there. YouTube TV and 1053thefan.com. Yeah, I'm on about 3.5 hours. And it's not for the reasons that you may
the usual
think.
Reasons.
Yeah.
There's nothing to do Kentucky or Cincinnati or Chicago.
No, or I was not out partying all night. I wasn't out with Sean and crew yesterday.
You got some explaining to do.
I do. I was working last night. I got home to watch. Right when I got in, there was, the Australian Open was live, and Carlos Alcaraz has defeated Novak Djokovic, so he has the career Grand Slam. But
the youngest got to do that,
no doubt.
And by the way, he's really good friends with. This is rare. You would think this combination would not be friends. He and Jimmy Butler,
right,
from the NBA,
yeah.
They're tight friends.
Yeah. It's, I think, Wimbledon final with Jannik Sinner, where they were talking about that, and I was like, no kidding. Mm-hmm. That is wild. So I got home. I actually watched the first set, but, I left. I came back. There's been a lot that's gone on this year, or last year, I should say. So I was going to give an update as to what all has kind of transpired. So we're going to have a Tales from the Chambers today, right before we have a little crosstalk before we get out of here at 1 o'clock.
I have breaking news.
Oh.
For those who just woke up, and you should already be up, but sometimes people wake up a little bit later than others. Sunday, everybody does different things. It's February.
Right.
People don't know.
I know, man.
It's February 1st already. Time flies.
Is it me? Do you guys, Trevor, CA, to me, January feels like the longest month of the year. I don't know if that's just me. 877-881-1053. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. What up, everybody? Hit us up.
For me, it's the busiest month because my wife's got it made, the month of January. First of all, you got Christmas. A week after that, you got January 1st, New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, right? 10 days after that is our anniversary. The 21st is her birthday. Valentine's Day is the 14th. She is she's having the time of her life this year. Always.
Man,
January is a major celebration for her. Nonstop. And it, like I said, bleeds over from December all the way to February. And
which means it's also... a big one for you, and does make it, hence making it busier.
My birthday is, busy for me. Yeah. And by the way, I was in Houston yesterday afternoon, last night. My son Alex runs track for TCU at 800 meter. He did a personal record, so congratulations to him.
Which is awesome.
Houston was a lot warmer. It was like 45, 50 degrees mostly. Traffic was real bad as usual, but guess what? I went over to... legendary rapper Bun B, who's at UGK, Big Pimpin', down in PAT, Port Arthur, Texas. He's got a hamburger place called Trill Burgers. It is unbelievable. Went and checked out Trill Burgers. High marks. Give it a 10 out of 10.
Really?
Yes, seriously.
Where in Houston?
Right around the corner from U of H. That's where they had the track.
Okay.
University of Houston. It's off of...
Let me write that down.
Marshall and... I can't remember. GPS.
Okay, I like it.
Trill Brothers, check it out.
Novak Djokovic was like, right when I got in and watching that, first set, man, it looked good. And then all of a sudden, he couldn't get his first serve in, but there you have it. Now, where we wanted to start today is actually a big part of really the show. Mm-hmm. Well, in two ways, right? The Mavericks. We're going to be talking about the Mavericks, but
they were in Houston. I did not see the game because my wife and I, we were driving back from Houston. I had to do this show today.
And we're 1 week away from the Super Bowl. What number is it again?
I don't keep up with those numbers.
I don't either.
60.
Trevor, wait, ask the younger people.
Okay, say the question again. I missed it.
It's okay. What number Super Bowl are we?
It's always a Roman numeral.
60? I think we're on 60. I think that I was surprised.
Okay,
that
now
it was,
I feel dumb.
That it was 60 because I saw that. I was like, oh, wow, we're at 60. So I'm 90% sure.
We've talked about it before, about the Roman numerals. I was like, yeah. I mean, it was easy when it was X's and V's and I's. And then once we started getting like L's and stuff in there, I'm out. I don't know where we are. 60, I probably should have known. But we're 1 week away. Also means, of course, there's like 2 weeks out of the year where, in regards to this station, I have major FOMO. And Sean already gave it to me yesterday. I mean, I had a long day. I had to go into work at 1. I got there at 1:30, but Sean's like, hey, he's like, yeah, we're going to be bouncing around Bishop Arts. I'm like, man, I can't do it. I'm going to be at work. But Radio Row, they're going to be there all this week.
All week long.
That's right. G-Bag Nation will be there beginning tomorrow. And believe everybody else, all the other shows will be departing tomorrow.
Yeah, the rest of the shows will be departing tomorrow. They'll be on the air from Radio Row on Tuesday, Super Bowl week. G-Bag is coming back Friday, and the rest of the shows are coming back Friday after they get off the air, something like this. It's like they're all G-Bag is opening up. In fact, those guys are going to be headed to the airport right now if they're not already on airport property. Shout out to you guys. If anybody who works at the airport is listening and you see any of the G-Bag Nation heading out to San Fran, say what up, and we might have to get a phone call in. We might have to hear from somebody.
Now,
we do this all the time.
Right. We had I texted with Wolchuk. I don't know if they're all on the same flight because sometimes that's how they do it.
They're on the same flight.
They are? Okay, so they board at 11. So we're going to try to catch up with Zach right before that. But, they got to get fixated and get comfortable. If he can do it, he's going to do it. But we're going to play it a little bit by ear there.
I've been to and covered and been a part of Radio Row for a million years. I've done it so many times. I want to say 28 times, something like that. But my point I'm trying to make was the last time it was in San Francisco. Boy, it was fun. Major props to Tim Collins. He had an escape wagon to get us out of there to our airport or to the flight on time when we were leaving. I mean, to get out when it was end of the show for G-Bag. All the shows, everybody was leaving. He got this vehicle. It was like a James Bond chase scene all through the streets of San Francisco. So that was a lot of fun. And again, they're going to have all kinds of stories.
Oh, yeah. All the guests, all the stories, the hangover confessions. It's going to be terrific. But let us begin today with, on two fronts. One, Cooper Flagg. Damn.
Woo.
34 points. 34 points. So the youngest player to have, back-to-back double-doubles?
Only teenager in NBA history to have back-to-back 30-point double-doubles.
30-point double-doubles.
We're talking about rebounds or whatever. And he did it again against the Rockets down in Houston. He also, of course, scored 49 points, breaking Mark Aguirre's record on Mark Aguirre night on Thursday. Every time he does something, it's a historic NBA record. So even though they said going into the draft, he's a generational talent. And a lot of people say, yeah, right. I don't believe it. Let me see it. All I'm saying is you can look it up. If you can watch him, you can see it. He really is a generational talent and maybe superseding those expectations.
Now, the Mavs lose 111-107. These two terrific performances by Cooper Flagg have come in losses. But, as I came back, and you and I started doing shows together.
Back from your mini retirement,
my break.
Which I told you you were not going to be retired.
And, this is
July.
Kind of, it was really in the end of June, and then coming back, I believe it was right around in December. Yeah, that's right. Like a couple of weeks before Thanksgiving for one, and then we did Thanksgiving. And one of the things that you and I talked about that I was incredulous about as this season started was the negativity around Cooper Flagg. And I remember was it a mistake?
You mean before the season even started?
No, no.
Before the draft?
A month into the season.
Oh.
A month into the season, everybody was like, if you redrafted, would you have drafted, they shouldn't have drafted him. They should have gone somewhere else. And you and I were talking about, I'm like,
are you kidding me?
Everybody, have they lost their minds?
They're not paying attention.
What? It's a month in.
Those few knee-jerk reactions, and he was, by the way, Rookie of the Month for October and November and December, and you'll find out in January. He has never not been Rookie of the Month, for those who are overreacting
now
in negativity.
Post-game, because very controversial, obviously, just a 4-point loss for the Mavericks down in Houston.
By the
there
way,
was
their fourth straight loss, which ties their longest losing streak of the year. And these are all close games. The Mavericks lead the NBA in clutch games, which is games decided by 5 points with 5 minutes left.
Thank you for that little nugget.
Mm-hmm.
Cooper Flagg looked to be fouled. There was a lot of contact with the very close at the end of the game.
KD hit him.
And this was the very beginning of Jason Kidd crashing out. And this was what he believed was, he'll tell you about the officiating.
Now, does he make both? That's up to the player, but the referees did not do their job tonight. They were terrible.
Yeah, you have a situation like that where there's just calls you think aren't going your way. How do you kind of coach your team through that?
We fight. We're going to play, not complaining, but at some point, there's got to be a review. And so, I understand he drives the ball, he gets slapped. It's a foul. If it was the other way, it would be a foul. Right, so just being consistent, and tonight the referees were not consistent.
Okay,
he called him out by name.
Yes, he did.
Before that, too, you're like, whoa.
Let me explain Jake Kidd's demeanor. I've been knowing him his whole NBA player coaching career
since he started.
His demeanor as a coach is similar to Tom Landry's. He's very, very stoic.
Mm-hmm.
So for him to go off on the refs at a press conference, he was really upset. And this is like 2 games in a row where he has watched Cooper Flagg make an incredible play that could possibly win the game. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
On the game, the couple of nights before on Thursday night, Mark Aguirre game, the retirement ceremony, the Mavericks are going down the wire with Charlotte. Cooper Flagg hits a 3 to tie it up. His partner in crime from Duke makes a play against him. They steal the ball.
Con
Knippel is going for this game-winning layup with like 4 seconds to play, and Cooper Flagg blocked the shot. The ball got stuck on the rim, and the ref said he fouled him. Every angle they showed on the review, he did not foul him. It was a hell of a play by Cooper Flagg, which he does this all the time. It's not like he's unique. That's like the only time he's ever blocked a shot. He does this all the time. So I'm sure last night Jay Kidd had enough.
And look, I don't know about you. I feel like officiating has gotten so much worse in the course of the last, decade. But that was only the beginning. Then he was questioned about basically how he's, coached Cooper Flagg in his first season.
Using him as a point guard?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Coach, you get a lot of national criticism for playing Flagg at point guard. But over the last 2 games,
I don't give the criticism, that's your opinion. You guys write that. That's not that. I've done this. I played this game. I played it at a very high level, and I know what the fuck I'm doing. But I don't give a fuck what you guys write, because you guys have never played the game. And so I've built players, so I know what the fuck I'm doing. So to take criticism, it only makes me better. Because if I wasn't doing it right, you guys wouldn't be poking holes at what I've done. That's it. Thanks.
Coach.
Mic drop.
Whew. Okay. For me, I absolutely can't stand I played the game you didn't. I hate it. This circumstance, I'm 1,000% behind Jason Kidd. 1,000%. Because of what we were just talking about. The first month, Mavericks fans, everybody everywhere, talk show hosts all over the place, it's a horrible decision to play him at point guard. It's a bad draft pick. We should have redrafted and gone for somebody else. And I don't know if he listens or he doesn't or whatever, but he definitely knows what's being said about it. And now look at Cooper Flagg. If I'm Jason Kidd, I'm like, yeah, screw you guys. You guys don't know what the hell you're talking about. Look at what I've done. I couldn't be more behind Jason Kidd on this. And I'm always not behind somebody that says, well, I played the game, you didn't.
I always shake my head when people complain about watching Cooper Flagg when he was playing point guard for the Mavericks back in October, early November. The reason I laugh and shake my head is because they don't get it. Jason Kidd said at the press conference, my job is to make him uncomfortable, and therefore he'll be comfortable. He's got a high basketball IQ. I'm talking about Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
If Cooper Flagg could not handle doing all the different things, Jason Kidd is not going to limit this guy. So what he did was, I'm going to put him in these roles now. Therefore, later in the season, let's say somebody gets hurt. Let's say somebody gets into foul trouble. Cooper Flagg can handle that responsibility. Also, he'll know, because he's so smart, basketball-wise, Cooper Flagg at age 18, then 19 now. He's so smart, he will totally understand where people need to be. Because as a point guard, he would set him up. He already knows to a degree. But why would he limit the guy? And he said this at the press conference. This is why I just shake my head and say, they don't know anything about basketball, do not understand. When Jason Kidd said, I did this with Giannis, and he did. And to this day, Giannis can bring the ball down the court, set up the damn offense for the Bucks. He's a complete player. He's not just a tall player who can't dribble. I'm talking about Giannis, who was a 20-year-old when Jason Kidd was his coach at Milwaukee. He's got proven results. And so what it was it's just like in football. People don't like to watch on-the-job training.
Yeah.
They just don't. But guess what? And this goes back to the Cowboys. And I was saying this about the Cowboys. If you think you're going to go to the Super Bowl that same season, you cannot assume every draft pick is going to be great, hitting the ground running. Everyone doesn't have that IQ of their sport. Cooper Flagg does, but he had to get the reps.
Yeah.
And Jason Kidd said, let's do it now.
Let's make
early
him
in the season.
Right.
Before he's in a crunch situation where it's going to determine a playoff situation.
And guess what?
Or a big game against a big team.
And guess what he's doing now? He's got the ball in his hands in clutch moments. That's exactly why you did it.
Exactly.
Now, I said, look, I know what he's trying to do, but it's a tough watch. And I was like, I don't want to break him down so much to where his confidence is like totally shook. So in the moment, I was like, man, this might be tough. I don't know if it's the right thing, to do. But I will also say, well, I ain't Jason Kidd. I don't coach. I didn't play the game. Well, not at that level. So I'm
to
with
show you how Jason Kidd knew that Cooper Flagg could handle it and it would not mess up his confidence. Cooper Flagg was asked after the game last night, what did you think about Jason Kidd, your coach, backing you up and defending you and calling out the refs? And Cooper Flagg, who's so sharp and smart and wise for his age, said, it's trust. I trust him totally. He trusts me totally. We have a relationship based on trust. And that's what a lot of fans don't know and don't get. And that's why they're sitting at home watching it on TV, whether it's football, baseball, basketball, track, whatever it is, and saying, why is this guy...
He's.
But again, I don't have to let the squeaky wheels bother me like that, because I'm like, now they just don't get it.
Look, and this is just my opinion. I think that he is the perfect coach for this team. I think he is an incredible coach,
In fact,
and I
Rick
think
Carlisle picked him out to be the coach.
Yeah, I think that, and I know a lot of fans out there. Some are like texting, and now they don't like
one person over and over again.
I don't
Look
I
at
don't get it.
All
right, I'm not.
You triggered somebody.
Okay,
Don't let them trigger you.
Okay,
on 3 hours sleep.
What? Yeah. Don't come at me today, Seth Greenberg. You're getting yours next hour. The Super Bowl is 1 week away. We all had this, right? We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Jack, when you look back on 75 years...
Oh, I'm not looking back. I'm bringing back my Chicken Supreme. Comes in a combo and munchie meal. This fan favorite starts at just $5.49. And the munchie meal comes with a collectible jibby. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Full stacks, limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Good news. Frontier is joining Verizon, making it easier than ever to connect and save at home and on the go. And now, Frontier customers who switch to a Verizon mobile plan could get our best offer ever. 4 mobile lines for just $20 per line. And 4 powerful iPhone 17s with no trade-in required. Visit Verizon.com/Welcome Frontier to learn more. $20 per line after $40 monthly promo credit applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G or 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming and 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Jeff Cox here, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. If your home is over 8 years old, you might be due for an electrical inspection. If you're dealing with breakers tripping, dimming, or flickering lights, don't let these issues leave you in the dark. Save $75 on any plumbing, AC, heating, and electrical repair. $250 minimum service required. Call us today at 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
Dallas, are you ready for the next move? Welcome to Hampton House. This is where the nightlife lives. Great food, crafted cocktails, live DJs, and bottle service. All in one stylish spot made for letting go and celebrating big. From pre-game cocktails and bites to full-on party vibes, Hampton House Dallas is the place everyone's talking about. Make your reservation and plan your next night out at HamptonHouseDallas.com.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson with a Consumer Team Alert. Has your HVAC company told you need to replace your home's furnace? Well, pump on the brakes. Before you do anything, call the On-Time Experts to get a free second opinion. Their technicians will be thorough and transparent, so you can be confident you're making the right decision. Their technicians aren't allowed to sell new equipment, so you'll get all the facts you need to get your furnace back up and your home warm again. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. That's theontimeexperts.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
But it is time to get you over to Underdog Fantasy. We are making plays for the big game already. And of course, you know, when you use promo code TOLO, they are going to hook you up $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Sam Darnold, higher or lower than 228.5 pass yards. Drake May, higher or lower than 225.5 pass yards. Jackson Smith and Jigba, higher or lower than 93.5 receiving yards. You can make your plays on Underdog.
What are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use promo code TOLO to score $75 in bonus entries, fantasy bonus entries, when you play your first $5 on fantasy. That's promo code TOLO at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Got a Super Bowl uniform first in the Super Bowl 60. That coming up in just a moment, alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. I'm Will Chambers here with Trevor, the Creator, back in the cup on 105.3 The Fan. It's a great Sunday morning. Appreciate you hanging here with us. 1 week away from the big matchup next week, and of course, all of our guys will be on Radio Row coming up this week, and that starts tomorrow.
We got a Tolo from the 682 says, can I get a birthday shout out?
Hell yeah, Matt. 46
years old. Happy birthday, Matt. And by the way, shout out to all the Tolos. We always say this, we appreciate you letting us ride shotgun with you while you do what you do on a Sunday morning.
Welcome to the land of 46-year-olds.
877-881-1053. That's the Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. And let us know what you got going on a Sunday.
So this Super Bowl, Seattle will be wearing their, what do they call it, College Navy helmet, College Navy jersey, and College Navy pants. Well, the Patriots will be wearing a white helmet, white jersey, and white pants, making it the first Super Bowl to feature teams with monochromatic looks.
Solid colors.
I love it. I love that. That used to be the thing that they did only on Thursday nights. Thursday night football. I don't know if it was a thing with who had it before Prime. Who cares?
They just put it on.
But now the teams wear it. I'm here for it. Although I wish Patriots, they may not want to do this because they got thumped. But I'm such a fan of their 80s and before those uniforms. They're not going to wear that.
They're not going to wear it. No. By the way, this is going to come up again, and everybody, especially in College Station, is going to pay attention to this. Seattle's in the Super Bowl. They're big on the 12th man.
Yeah.
And everybody, if you don't know, Texas A&M started the 12th man thing because there's 11 guys on the field. 12th man is the crowd. It's the home field, the home team, rather. And so they're real big on the 12th man. For those who don't know and say, they stole it. No, they had to pay for it. A&M made them pay for the right to say 12th man. Look it up. It's a fact. A&M's got great lawyers down there. They say, slow down, Seattle. We've been here a lot longer than your franchise has been here, and that is our intellectual property. And so they claimed it.
I like it.
Just so people when you start hearing the 12th man stuff, you know, wait a minute, that's A&M.
Yeah.
A&M said, you know what? We will license it to you.
Man, that crowd, that's a loud. Both those places, they get loud.
Those places, they do get loud.
Man alive.
And they both can handle the snow. Even though San Francisco is not going to snow for the Super Bowl, but both of them can handle all kind of weather.
And, you never know, not snow or winter weather, although truly you never know. But, you could definitely get some
chilly
winds.
Mm-hmm.
You could get maybe some precipitation. We'll check the weather forecast. Might be one thing we ask Zach Wolchuk as if he gets through security in time.
Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. We got to take one more. Tolo texted in. This is perfect for you. Says, hey, CA and Will, I'm just prepping a big batch of chili with beans. Let the debate start right now. As you know, Texas is big chili country. They have a big chili cook-off. Most people in Texas prefer without the beans. Yeah. Well, you lived in Cincinnati or near it for a while. They actually put chili on the spaghetti.
It's basically, I think it's the most overblown thing ever, like the discussion around Cincinnati chili. Because I'm like, look, have you ever had a chili dog? Yeah, you've had Cincinnati chili. Now, the difference being in Cincinnati or Kentucky, where I'm from, is that the recipe, there's actually cinnamon in there. So it does have a little bit of a different flavor, but it's the same consistency. And we put it over spaghetti. then, either onions or beans or nothing, and then cheese. Shredded cheese on top. That's it. And everyone's like, oh, you put chili on spaghetti? Well, I'm like, really? We put it on a hot dog. It's the same damn thing. But, when I moved down here 12 years ago or so, I always thought it was I was like, wait a minute. That's the discussion? Beans or no beans? Like,
there are some people.
Why is that so definitive?
It's so crazy. And by the way, there are some people who go so far as that they don't even put chili on their crackers. They put the crackers to the side and they decide on it. I mean, it's a chili. Yeah. Eating chili and making some chili is an art.
Yeah, sometimes
it's
I'm in the mood for oyster crackers. Sometimes not. But, by the way, we also eat traditional chili, too. My sister Sarah's got a
in a bowl?
Bomb recipe. I mean, it's so good.
Okay, wait a minute. Chili as a topping needs no beans. Chili as a soup needs beans. That's from the 940. And 940. So you can have beans in chili, but it's chili with beans. Chili doesn't have to have beans in it. And it doesn't have beans in it when you first make it. You add beans.
The fact that this is a mere discussion point was what I thought was really funny my first few years down here. I'm like, really? We're talking about kidney beans? Is that what we're doing?
Whatever the kind of beans. It could be all kinds of beans. There's some beans.
But I do love some
ranch beans. There's all kinds of garbanzo.
Sure.
Ranch beans. They make them in Fort Worth. And by the way, my great-grandma, she had a brick of chili. You have to look it up. What's a brick of chili? It wasn't the best chili, but she put that brick of chili in a skillet, and it would melt and fry, and it was chili.
Damn, I'm hungry for chili now. I'm going to have to text Sarah maybe. Well, it's a little early. Not that early. She may be listening. Sarah, let's make some chili for tonight. Or send me the recipe.
Somebody says, it's funny. 817 says, chili without beans is taco meat. That's from David from Hazlitt.
I don't hate that either, to be perfectly honest. I mean, look, it's a great Super Bowl
I got a friend.
Party.
I got a friend who says the hair between on his chest, he calls that taco meat. It's like, no, man.
Yeah, that's... Boy, that brought it to a whole different level.
Someone, 601 says, I got to have onion in my chili.
I do too. Yeah. And then, by the way, you can also, so the recipe I was talking about with my sister, we've had that sometimes. We'll put it on spaghetti, and it's actually quite good. Try it with your Texas chili, with or without beans.
I think it's just wild. That's
cook
just
some
wild.
spaghetti and
wild.
check it out. Just check it out. And call me.
So let me tell you why this kind of devolved in this conversation. Because it's cold outside in cold weather. Chili is come on.
Nice gumbo the go-to.
Gumbo. Oh, somebody made me some gumbo last week. That was
who that?
Oh, so good.
Did you know you put potato salad or rice in your gumbo? Did you know that?
Well, what?
Potato salad or rice in your gumbo.
Yeah, I can't imagine potato salad
in your gumbo.
That's what I'm saying. Is that I have my buddies from Louisiana. He's always put rice in his gumbo. So that conversation
I
never
can see
happened.
rice, but potato salad.
But I have another buddy who is from Louisiana.
Yeah,
and he
rice,
said, "Y'all don't have potato salad." Whenever he made gumbo, and he's like, "Why don't you have potato salad?" And we're like, "What are you talking about?" And they got in a spat about it.
No, okay. Wait a minute.
That sounds like some swamp stuff.
Here's your gumbo.
Yeah.
All right, let me go get some potato salad, some mustard potato salad, and put that in your gumbo. Never heard of it until, again, it was probably last year. And I think that's wild. I haven't tried it, but...
Somebody get Brian Broaddus on the phone here.
Broaddus is at the airport. Broaddus, call us up. Because it's got to be from some small community on the outskirts of Louisiana, but on the outskirts of the bayou or something. Because potato salad?
Nacogdoches, somewhere up there.
No.
Metairie. I don't know. I'm willing to try. That I've never heard of before.
I've tried. That's what I'm saying.
Every time I've had gumbo, in New Orleans. I mean, I've had it with rice. There was sometimes without. I think it's delicious.
And 972 said, don't forget the Fritos and cheese on the chili.
Yeah, that is good.
And some sour cream.
972.
We'll do an
sour cream too,
actual preview. We'll do that around 11 o'clock today when you guys been on. it's been a discussion throughout the week. I don't know how strongly CA feels about the Bill Belichick snub by the Hall of Fame.
Oh, it is funny to me.
I do feel very strongly about it, and we'll have that for you at 11 o'clock today.
Real quick, 469 says, that brick of chili my grandma makes, he said, yep, that brick of chili, you had to drain the grease or have some cornbread in it to soak it up.
Oh, the cornbread you've got to do to soak
That's
that
right,
up.
cornbread and chili.
Yeah, the grease from the chili, that's too good. What is the difference between the Cowboys, outside the obvious, and the Patriots and the Seahawks? We'll explain that for you next year on The Fan.
Ready to slim, smooth, and tighten all at once? At Souza Clinic, discover our new all-in-one transformation package combining skin tightening, cellulite reduction, our all-natural weight loss program, and laser that targets stubborn visceral fat, that deep belly fat around your organs. No surgery, just real visible results. Normally valued at $1,900 a month. Now get the complete transformation for just $350 per month. Call Souza Clinic at 972-479-5187 for your free consultation today. Souza Clinic, weightlossfortexas.com.
In winter, you can't go to the ballpark and see a go-ahead home run, can't witness a filthy strikeout, or watch a Rangers walk-off. That's because there are only two seasons in the year, winter and baseball. So how do you win your winter? You get ready for baseball. 2026 Texas Rangers single-game tickets are now on sale. Get your tickets today at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has had one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. People come to D&M to escape negative equity, avoid wasting weekends at dealerships, and to get payments that actually make sense. With managers averaging 20 years and salespeople averaging 10, you're working with true experts who know how to save you money and protect you from depreciation. If your payment's too high, you're buried in negative equity, or you just want a smarter way to upgrade, call D&M now. Drive what you want and keep more money in your pocket.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's a new year. Ready for a fresh start or career reboot? At My Computer Career, prep for a more recession-resistant future in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, in months, not years, including AI. Whether you're starting out or switching careers, no prior training is needed. Attend school online from home or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu to take the free career evaluation today. mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Join the Cars for Kids 30th anniversary celebration. They're giving away one kid's ride-on car every day for a year. To enter, send a video of your child singing their jingle at carsforkids.org/30.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're dealing with a furnace breakdown, call the On-Time Experts. 7 days a week, they'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their technicians are here to fix your furnace and get you warm again, and not just try to sell you a new system you may not need. Set your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
If your country was louder in the 90s, you're going to feel right at home at Rodeo and Rye, right next door to Hurtado Barbecue at 213 East Front Street in Arlington. Rodeo and Rye is pouring Coors Banquet on tap, strong cocktails, and straight up good times. Happy hour runs Monday through Friday, 1 to 6 p.m. So block out, crack one, and stay a while. Rodeo and Rye, where the beer's cold, the country's loud, and the 90s never ended. RodeoandRye.com.
The Fan is proud to partner with the Nexo Dallas Open. Some of the highest-ranking tennis players in the world will face off at the Star in Frisco, February 7th through the 15th. For tickets, go to DallasOpen.com.
This segment of 105 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
We're going to give you two reasons, and both of them go up to the top of the Cowboys as to why they are not a participant in a week from today's big game in the Super Bowl. All coming up here in just a few seconds alongside the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. I'm Will Chambers with Trevor the Creator back in the Pimp Cup.
Let's wrap up this chili and barbecue discussion. And gumbo discussion. Tolos, appreciate y'all so much for all the content and all the comments, because this is greatness, especially on a cold Sunday morning. We hear you. We got a comment about the potato salad in gumbo, because Trevor said a friend of his in Louisiana said that's the only way they eat it, gumbo. 903 says, I own a barbecue company in East Texas, make a brisket gumbo, serve with our potato salad. I grew up in Krld, Louisiana, and everyone I knows eats gumbo with potato salad. And I looked up on the map. Krld is just north of Lafayette.
Okay.
And everybody know about Lafayette. Lafayette's just north of New Orleans. There you go.
If you're just waking up with us,
center of the state.
Carlos Alcaraz defeated Novak Djokovic in 4 sets in the final of the Australian Open after falling in the first set 6-2, in which Djokovic, I was like, is he really going to do this? And then in his second set, his serve started falling apart, and then it was just 3 straight for Alcaraz, who is now with 7 Grand Slam titles at the age of 22.
22?
22.
I thought he was older.
Me too. And like in tennis, I think it's different than any other sport, especially because usually when you got into your upper 20s, most, if not everybody, was pretty much done in the sport when I grew up in the 80s and the 90s. And now, obviously, athletes are, playing much longer. But he joins Mats Wilander and John McEnroe with the 7 Grand Slam titles.
Wilander.
Is it V?
Wilander.
Wilander.
I covered him in the tennis tournament.
Yeah, I remember. I always knew because it's spelled with a W, but I always remember it's a V. He is
well, don't feel bad.
Swedish.
He's Swedish. It's kind of like Dirk Nowitzki instead of Nowitzki, even though it can go either way. I had the greatest faux pas in golf sensation, Annika Sorenstam. First time I interviewed her for Channel 8 back in the day, she was not big time yet. She was going to play in the LPGA tournament here. She was a teenager. And I called her Annika. I said, Annika Sorenstam. And she goes, it's Annika. And I said, oh, that's okay. But we were recording it, thank God. I said, well, in my hood, you be Annika. She loved it. Had a good laugh.
Only 8 players are above Alcaraz in the Open era. Right above him, Jimmy Connors, Andre Agassi, and Yvonne Lendl with 8. Bjorn Borg with 11. Pete Sampras with 14. It's funny to think. It's not funny. He was the greatest of all time. Pete Sampras was, until we got to the trio. Yeah. Federer with 20. Nadal, 22. And I have to say at this point, the GOAT, Novak Djokovic with 24. And it looked early like he might get his 25th. Unbelievable. Congratulations to the 22-year-old Carlos Alcaraz.
Alcaraz.
Man.
Keep your eye on that guy named Sinner. Sinner's coming along.
Yannick is, well...
He's young. He's getting started.
Yannick, well, he and Alcaraz are like 1 and 2 in the world.
Wait a minute. You just did 6'7".
I did. Well, Sinner might be 6'7".
Anybody watching us on Twitch, you just saw, and YouTube, you saw Will do the 6'7". Like LaMelo Ball.
Somewhere my girlfriend is laughing.
He's a whore.
The G-Bag Nation, which has always been, that was the show that brought me to the Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Listening to you guys when I first moved down here, and I was hooked to the station after that.
Props to the general.
You guys, at that point, were in the 10 o'clock time slot, and it's nothing against Sean and RJ. It happened to be, I was, the bulk of my day was in the car between 10 and 2, so I got to listen most of the show at that point. And, or 3, I'm sorry, 10 to
3.
10 to 3.
Back to give you General Gavin Dawson vernacular, he would have said that was the alliteration or combination of Gavin Dawson, Lucius Alexander, Chris Arnold, Jeff Kavanaugh, and Mike Bassett.
Yeah.
Configuration, my bad. General, I know you're listening. You're on the way to the airport. Configuration was the word I was searching for.
And they were talking. This was something I actually prepped for last Sunday before the ice right over the top of everything surrounding everything around me in Frisco, so I didn't make it in because they were having a discussion, and I know, and Broadus knows John Schneider, obviously, with the general manager of the Seahawks, and just the amazing job that he has done there. And I texted with Wolchuk, and I was like, you know what? I was like, you guys, I'm gonna do what I do from time to time, and go in and look at all the different moves that they have made. So what is the difference between the Cowboys and the Seahawks and the Patriots?
You calm down. There are people trying to drive out here.
All right. Everybody, sit your coffee down.
The Cowboys and
for a moment.
The Cowboys have not been to the Super Bowl this century, Will.
That's right. When I teased this, I was like, outside of the obvious, right? Because I ain't Joe Schmo just trying to give you some, basic. Who is it? Who's our guy at WFAN and Mike Francesa? All right. I was like, I wanted to look at this.
Don't wake him up, slow
really.
down.
We all know the obvious things, and this is all going to come back to the front office of the Dallas Cowboys. But it really is truly amazing the type of job that John Schneider has done when you think about it. The first thing I think you have to get out of the way is Sam Darnold. Look, the Seahawks, I think they were pretty much, willing to bring back Geno Smith, and not for the price tag or, to that extent. I know that was definitely the case with Sam Darnold in Minnesota, right? Minnesota wanted to bring him back, but it was still going to be either a competition or it was going to be JJ's team, and he wasn't going to get the type of money that, was going to get, elsewhere. Not that it is a high dollar deal, which I'll get to here in a second. But they trade away Geno Smith. They signed Sam Darnold. Now, Geno Smith got a $40 million deal, or that's, his salary. They signed Sam Darnold. He's got a $13.9 million cap hit. Now, he's getting $35 million next year. That's peanuts.
Correct. For
a quarterback like this. And I think most of us, and I certainly am included in those being like, I don't know. Is he one of those guys that we have seen in the past that have, Case Keenum is a great example with Minnesota. Had a sensational season.
Took him to the NFC Championship game against Philadelphia.
It was incredible. And then you're like, but we haven't seen Case Keenum since, I don't think. Like, we need an APB out for him. Would it be the same way for Sam Darnold? particularly because the last 2 games we saw him in, he wasn't very good. The last game of the regular season against Detroit, he flat out looked bad.
Oblique.
It wasn't good.
Oblique.
And then
he's got an oblique.
Well, no, I meant last year with Minnesota.
Oh, okay, get it right.
So it was bad. Now, I will give him a little bit of grace against the Rams. His numbers were terrible, but he was just getting sacked all over the place. But the bottom line is, the last 2 games we saw with him there, it was like, okay, that's pretty much the Sam Darnold that we're used to.
Are you talking about the last 2 NFC Championship games?
No, the last 2 games of his career in Minnesota. Against the LA Rams in the playoffs, the wild card, and in the game in which decided home field in the NFC between the Vikings and the Lions, and it was bad. But they're like, no. They believed in him. Look where they are now. They got rid of DK Metcalf. Got rid of him. Everyone's like, are you crazy? They used part of the trade to move up in the second round to get Nick Emenwari, right, their safety. They went after and got Rashid Shaheed. Now, this is just the last 3 years. They also got linebacker Ernest Jones, defensive end Leonard Williams, who have been terrific for them on their defense. They signed Tank Lawrence. We talked about that, right?
Dallas Cowboy defensive end.
Drafted Devin Witherspoon, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Zach Charbonnet, Anthony Bradford in the 4th round. He's a 2-year starter at right guard. The defensive tackle, Byron Murphy from DeSoto.
By the way,
7 sacks this year.
By the way, you know Jackson's from Rockwell.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. He has done an amazing job. The trades, now, like I said, Geno Smith. They traded away DK Metcalf, which in return, in part, Nick Emenwari, Rashid Shaheed, Ernest Jones, Leonard Williams. Here are the Cowboys trades the last 3 years. Trey Lance, Noah Igbenogany. Thank you. I needed that. 3.5 hours sleep, guys.
From Miami.
3.5 hours sleep. Andrew Booth Jr. Where is he? Jonathan Mingo, Kyer Elam, Joe Milton, Kenneth Murray. Now, they also did draft.
Wait. In defense of the Cowboys, at the end of the day, they are a draft and development team. Just always know that. They draft and develop.
No, I mentioned that. Very nice. This has been, like I said, the last 3 years. Now, in the last year, because they've screwed it up so badly, they had to get more desperate. They went and they got Pickens, Kenny Clark, Logan Wilson, Quinnen Williams this year. Okay.
Are you saying they finally decided to try something because they were desperate?
Yeah. I mean,
what if they were desperate every year? Wouldn't that be nice?
I'm not going to go
Instead
through.
of being comfortable.
I'm not going through all their, free agent signings. We know most of them. The top AV guys at like approximate value, if you look on Pro Football Reference, whatever, it's like we're talking Javonte Williams, which, look, 1,200 rushing yards. He had a great year last year. But when you look at who they have signed, Sam Darnold and DeMarcus Lawrence on one side, Javonte Williams on the other, what are we doing here? The draft, 25 players drafted, 88 started games by those players. 25 players drafted, 88 started games total. 23 players drafted in the last 3 years by Seattle, 128 games started. The front office is not doing a good job for the Dallas Cowboys. That's one. That's just Seattle. New England, well, what have they done? Well, they've been mostly drafting and developing, but also they made the biggest difference for their team going into this year was hiring the head coach that I was pounding the table on to go get. Now, would the Cowboys have got him? Probably not. He was probably going to go to New England.
Family.
They didn't even talk to him.
Nope.
They didn't even bring in Ben Johnson.
Nope.
Because guess what? This front office and Jerry Jones is absolutely not going to bring in a big personality like that. They're going to go get, and Shoddy's awesome. And I think Shoddy had a really good year. But Mike Vrabel is a no-nonsense, tough guy that is not going to put up with crap. Some of these other guys, Ben Johnson, some of the other ones, these are strong personalities. The Cowboys ain't doing that. And those two reasons are the reasons why the Cowboys haven't sniffed an NFC championship game in the better part of 3 decades, and you got these two teams in the Super Bowl, if I could put it any more plainly. And shout out to John Schneider. Absolutely outstanding job, what he has done in Seattle. He's got to be one of the best GMs, if not the best GM in the NFL. There you are. Let's get back to the NBA as we head into hour number 2. Trade deadline
Friday, I think.
Friday? Okay. Anyway, we're close. It's this week. Moves are going to be made. Are the Mavericks a part of any of this? And Giannis, where does he land? All as we open up hour 2 on this Sunday morning here on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan."
Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 2 on this Sunday morning. Appreciate you hanging with us. That man is planting a flag. He's in 3 Hall of Fames. Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
I'm Will Chambers. Trevor, the creator, is back in the Pim Cup, and we appreciate all you hanging with us on this very chilly Sunday morning. But I guess, didn't you say earlier it's supposed to get up in the 50s today?
Yes, 51.
Let me tell you, I'm going to give you all some advice. I need you to stop right now and seriously listen. If you have a pen or a pencil and a piece of paper, or just pull out your phone
You're asking for a lot.
this down. I say is, take your vitamin C. But this is going to save you from so many colds.
Mm-hmm.
Ester C. Ester C. ESTER-C. It's just like a vitamin C supplement you get at any one of your pharmacies, and here's why it's different.
Her name is Esther.
That's right. When, vitamin C
I'm very familiar with her work.
Yes.
She's a great vitamin.
It probably makes a great chili. I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
I'm guessing. Might put potato salad in her gumbo.
I know.
We didn't ask about this, but I bet this has to be. It's got to be the mustard. They're not doing mayo potato salad and gumbo.
And that's what I'm wondering again. Because there's a billion different types of potato salad out there.
Okay.
So my assumption would be a mustard potato salad. That would be my assumption.
All right,
I bet it's not Karen's.
You Tolos that weighed in with that earlier, that were informing us, educating us on all that. 877-881-1053 on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. Now, vitamin C is great for your immune system, right? But when you take vitamin C, like if you're starting to get sick and you take 1,000 milligrams, 2,000 milligrams, your body takes in all that it needs to boost your immune system, and then it flushes the rest out. What Ester C is nothing more than a time-released vitamin C. So you're constantly getting it over 24 hours instead of it being basically out of your system within a couple of hours. I have fought off so much sickness because of Ester C. Thank me later.
Not to be confused with ecstasy.
I don't care if
Seth.
I don't care if Seth Greenberg takes any vitamin C. I am going to absolutely I'm going to trash him coming up later on this hour, about 20 or so minutes from now. God, did he tick me off yesterday? Oh, I'm gonna be okay.
Say woosah.
NBA trade deadline is coming up.
By the way,
this week,
Aunt Esther is Fred Sanford's antagonist. Sanford.
Oh, yeah.
You old. She'd always wind up on him.
So good.
You old beady-eyed fool.
Before we get into the trade stuff, and there was a trade that happened last night.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, Shams Charania is reporting it. They become official on Thursday at 2 p.m. That's when all the paperwork gets done.
Before we get to you what that trade was, I thought it was interesting. Saturday, the league announcing that Paul George was suspended 25 games.
Yes. Speaking of vitamins and supplements, Paul George was suspended for breaking or violating the NBA's anti-drug policy. And Paul George, he jumped on this immediately and said, "This is all my fault. I apologize to 76ers. This was due to me taking a substance for mental wellness." Because he's been fighting it. I don't know if you guys were paying attention to during the pandemic when they had the bubble down there in Florida. He was down there and he went through some mental wellness episodes. He really did. And so that kind of opened the door for people to understand how athletes are human beings too, and they're not just robots, and they miss their families, or they can go through things as well. So he's been, quote unquote, battling this situation with his mental wellness for a few years now. And he said he took something that was not on the list, and he apologizes because after he took it, he realized, oh my God, what did I just take? And so it's not like, he took some steroids or something to overcome an injury.
Now, my question being is that what in the world could possibly warrant a suspension? What mental health medication?
What supplement
would be banned by the NBA?
I don't know.
I don't either, because
it's probably something that's banned by the Olympics too.
Well,
they ban
and horse
everything.
racing.
And horse racing.
Yeah, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I was just kind of like,
he owned it.
I mean, he did, but I'm still ultimately curious. Like, could they possibly be like, no, you can't take that? Like, what?
I'm sure it will come out because it always does.
It was odd. I thought the situation, not what it is, him taking something, that's not odd. Just to me, whatever it was, that it could possibly be like NBA can't take that.
It was ecstasy. Just kidding. Who knows?
Yeah, so trade in the NBA.
Yeah, Shams Charania was reporting last night.
Oh, here it is. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Cleveland Cavaliers are trading DeAndre Hunter to the Sacramento Kings for Dennis Schroeder. No, Germany's Dennis Schroeder, who was getting into
I was
Luka.
Literally just going to go there.
He's getting into it with Luka in the hallway.
German zone.
Yeah. Keon Ellis. Sources tell ESPN the 3-team deal includes the Chicago Bulls acquiring Kings forward Dario Saric and 2 future second-round picks. So it's a 3-team deal. And it's not official until they say it is. But Shams Charania, breaking news.
So Kevin Pelton of ESPN grading it. Grade for Cleveland, it's a B+. Getting Schroeder and Ellis. Grade for Sacramento, C. Getting DeAndre Hunter and the Bulls with the 2 future second-round picks and Sarch. They get an A. So there you go on that.
So the Bulls got an A out of this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Congratulations. Giannis is going to be the one that is talked about the most, right? But, where do the Mavericks fit in? We've been talking about this for weeks. The whole situation, I couldn't believe in any way that Anthony Davis was going to get traded. I just couldn't. I'm like, what team is going to give up assets for him and the money with the injury history? And he's injured now. It's not like he has the history, but he's playing now, and he could really help a team, make a push. He's not playing now. I never saw it, but what could the Mavericks possibly do, what they will do? We'll obviously see this week.
This is what I've learned over the last year, and I've said it on the air. Team building is a sport, and speculation is a sport. And part of team building is trade speculation, draft speculation. That's why people love mock drafts. It's speculation. The one thing it's hard to predict in the NBA is superstars moving. And the reason why, it usually takes a third team to get involved. It just does. And I don't knock anybody for speculating. I don't knock anybody because fans love to team build. Like I say, what if we were able to get this? But it's more complicated than throwing it into the ESPN trade machine and just matching up the salaries. Mm-hmm. And by the way, one of the difficulties with trading superstars is their agents usually want some kind of contract extension wherever they go. Like a year ago, Jimmy Butler traded. You could have told me Jimmy Butler wasn't going to Phoenix because he demanded out, and that's where he wanted to go. Mm-hmm. Phoenix could not get the third team involved or whatever it took to make it happen because they wanted him too. They couldn't get it done, but the trade was already moving along, and so he winds up with Golden State. He's hurt right now, but that just shows you sometimes as you speculate, you don't know what's going to happen until it does, until it's all in place. So, just always, if you're trying to think about these scenarios, always look at, does said player want an extension? Or does the player you're coveting, I'm talking about all these fans and media people who speculate, does the player you're coveting, does his salary mess up the second apron? Does it turn your team upside down? That's why I've looked at it like this. It's not even about players being traded. It's about contracts being traded.
Yeah.
Does the contract fit on your team? And because a lot of people highly value first-round picks, that's another thing. You can't say, oh, so-and-so is worth these many picks. When Trae Young got traded to Washington, there was not an abundance of first-round picks involved in that deal. That's because, again, we're talking about it's more complicated. And I only say this because the player that got traded to Orlando from Memphis, he went to TCU. He is a guard, and everybody knows what I'm talking about. He goes to Orlando. I think they gave up 4 first-round picks. And it's like, whoa! And he's a good player. He's not an all-star. And again, he played at TCU, and I was like, man, I'm keeping up with him and Tyrese Maxey, and these guys are going to ball somewhere. I hope the Mavericks get him. Mavericks didn't get either one of them. But you know what I'm talking about. He gets 4 first-round picks, and Trae Young, who is an all-star, does not. I'm just saying.
I don't look. With the way that they have aprons and contracts and teams that are picking up this and that, it's so confusing and so much minutia in it that over the years, I just don't even get. I don't get in the weeds with it. I really don't.
Yeah,
I'm like, look, if I were part of the G-Bag Nation or Sean and RJ or something like this, where I'm doing this Monday through Friday, I would do it. No, I can't. My brain, I got too much going on. The NBA, and I think how they do it is actually, in a lot of ways, it's really good because of the reasons why they do certain things and how you can keep a player. They can get more money by staying, so there's not as much moving.
Real quick,
salary cap and not salary cap, that kind of thing. I think they structure it okay, but it's just so damn confusing.
Real quick, thank you, 903. The name I'm thinking about is Desmond Bane. That Desmond Bane goes to Orlando for first-round picks. It's like, what? And Desmond Bane is good. He's a good guard, but it's not like he's an all-star, a perennial all-star, all-pro. It's just what fits for these different teams. And again, mind you, because for a superstar, you generally have to get a third team involved. Like even last year at this time, on this day last year, Luka Doncic was traded to the Lakers for Anthony Davis, Max Christie. And I think it was a first-round pick that was contingent or something in 2029. Point I'm trying to make is, it took a third team. There's so many people saying, it didn't take a third team. It was the Lakers. No, Utah had to add 3 second-round picks. Danny Ainge didn't even know what the picks were for. He didn't even know anything about them.
Right. If that does not paint the picture that I literally just said, like, I'm confused myself, and it's like, I'm not even trying to
follow. So just know, Thursday, 2 in the afternoon, Dallas-Fort Worth time, is going to be interesting to see who's where or who's not going anywhere at all because the teams couldn't match it all up.
I thought the general made a very interesting point this past week in regards to Giannis and where he may go, but really about his outlook moving forward. Now, you can't compare him injury-wise to Anthony Davis, right? That'd be crazy. But he has had a number of injuries. Hasn't kept him out a great period of time, but they have been there. And now you've got this, calf and all that stuff. Could he be creeping into that area where he is going to be more injury prone moving forward? And that being said, well, the teams that, have been talked about, with Giannis, I know at one point like Houston and San Antonio, and I believe it was Tim McMahon. Yes, Spurs not a landing spot for Giannis. I've been told by folks from the Spurs, we're not a home for Giannis. And I think that is absolutely the right thing to do right now. Giannis is a great player and is going to be an incredible asset for a team. But if you're as young as the Spurs are right now, don't give up too much for a guy that may or may not be enough on his own. And especially if he's injured. With where you're at right now is in such a good spot. And are you Oklahoma City right now? No, but you might be close.
You can see it in the distance.
Yeah, it's right there. And then I kind of thought the same thing for Houston, but the difference with Houston is that they already kind of went in that direction. I mean, they did go out and get Durant. I'm like, all right, I could see it a little bit more there. But I'd be a little bit careful if I was a younger, up-and-coming team like San Antonio. I agree with the direction that they're going and not going after him despite the greatness of the Greek Freak.
I'm going to say this. It's really hard to tell if players getting reoccurring injuries is something that's going to happen because of the way the game has changed. And I'm not talking about jacking up threes. I'm talking about they play a fast pace this day and age compared to 20 years ago, up and down the court, trying to build teams with defense especially. So a lot of things are contested. There's a lot of course, we already know guys have bigger, stronger bodies. They're more physically in shape than they were years ago in 20th century. But the point I'm trying to make, I've been looking at all of these injuries just this season alone to all kinds of all-stars or all-pros. And I'm like, they're just getting hurt, like they're dropping like flies. And there's like contingents on how you could be the MVP of the league, how many games you play, how many defensive player of the year, all these little categories that, you might have clauses in your contracts you can reach if you stay healthy. Well, it's not even just the back-to-backs. It's the how many games they're playing the first part of the season as opposed to the last part of the season. And I'm like, watching all of these big names get hurt. Jimmy Butler's hurt. Nobody saw that coming. I could go down the list. Who's healthy right now? You can look at the injury list on all these different teams around the league, and it's just star after star after star after star. And I'm like, that's playing into what happens on the trade deadline as well. You just have no idea if this is going to be a recurring thing. And it has nothing to do with their age. It has to do with what position they play, the style they play. Do they give up their body? Do they step on a foot and sprain an ankle? Is it because, you know what I mean? All these little things you don't even think about. So and that reminds me real quick. Last night the Mavericks lost to the Rockets. In that game, we talked about Cooper Flag scoring 34 points, looking like a great, back-to-back first teenager to have 2 30-point double-doubles in NBA history. Lost the game, close game. Also in that game, P.J. Washington's hurt. He has a concussion or something, and one other player got hurt as well. It's like, wait a minute. They keep getting everybody. Oh, B. Will, the guard. He got some kind of a leg injury, and I was like, oh, boy. So just be aware. It's happening all over the league, and this is also going to impact things come this trade deadline Thursday.
And Jason Kidd crashing out, in my opinion, in the best way possible. I loved what he had to say last night, and we'll get more into that coming up at 11:20 next hour. Zach Wolchuk will be joining us at 11:40 from...
from the airport?
Yeah, either Love or DFW.
I thought they're leaving at 11.
10:40 he'll join us.
10:40.
He's boarding his flight at 11, so he'll join us.
Woohoo! Wole.
But an example yesterday of something that annoys me, and not just for the obvious reason, but I wish more people on a set for TV would call out people that say things ridiculous for their own personal reasons. We'll talk about that next here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Mag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan. And our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Tolos, they're gearing up for another trip to Radio Row for the big game. Thanks to our presenting sponsor, Stella Artois. The beer with a taste worth more. For moments worth more.
Always enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Stella Artois Beer. St. Louis, Missouri. Message intended for 21 plus.
At Berkey's, we're celebrating 50 years of service for the Metroplex. Looking for a great deal on a new air conditioning system? Call Berkey's to get up to $4,000 off select Lennox HVAC systems with combined discounts. And 0% financing for 12 months with approved credit. That's up to $4,000 off per system and 0% financing for 12 months. Just call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
I
was going to pay the IRS eventually, but we had to have enough to live on. Now, the IRS threatens my paycheck and my bank accounts. These are things we commonly hear from our clients. Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Jamie Flores at the law offices of Namath and Flores, formerly known as the law offices of Nick Namath. If you're facing IRS wage levies, bank levies, tax liens, or unfiled returns, call the Texas Tax Attorneys at 972-484-0829 or visit myiRSteam.com with offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
Whether it's lunch, happy hour, dinner, or brunch, the Hampton Social has exactly what your taste buds are asking for. Fresh seafood, coastal-inspired favorites, and cocktails that taste like vacation. Round up your crew and experience Dallas's newest dining destination, the Hampton Social. Now open at 1520 Main Street in Dallas, between the Jewel and Magnolia Hotels. Visit thehamptonsocial.com. That's thehamptonsocial.com.
What are the most common calls you guys get for someone who's like, oh, I wonder if I should call the Frankels for this?
The bottom line is if you're in a car wreck and it's not your fault, you may not need us, but the call and the consultation are free. So what can it hurt? I was in a car wreck. I went to the emergency room. I don't have health insurance. Now I've got a $20,000 bill. What do? I missed a week of work. I got hit by an uninsured driver. How do I deal with that? Make us your first call.
214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CASH to borrow up to $10,000.
Imagine there was more of you. A you to handle schedules and time cards. A you to make sure all the right new hire forms are completed. When you partner with Paychex, we become an extension of your team. From easy online payroll and benefits to expert HR advice, we give you more of you. New customers book a meeting with Paychex and get a $50 gift card. Visit paychex.com/you.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The state of Texas is absolutely killing it in the transfer portal, and a shocking. What's up with the? One shocker, great program is not exactly killing it. We got in the studio here, Will Chambers, Chris Arnold, Trevor the Creator here, Sunday morning on 105.3 The Fan. We got clocks in here now. Amazing.
God. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Gavin.
So, you get one thing, but another thing is taken away. If you're watching us on YouTube, Twitch, or 1053thefan.com, this microphone is like, it's flipping around. I had to almost hold it to keep it in place.
Fred Thursday night undid it and then tried to redo it so that way it would tighten back up, and it's already loosened up. And
it's a helicopter.
Yeah, it's rough.
There's still fresh paint in this studio.
I always know who sits over there and messes with that microphone. There's a certain number of talk show hosts that use that mic, and they're the main ones that want to grab it and twirl it around, wave it over the head like a helicopter. North Carolina. That's a song. That's why I threw in North Carolina. Those that know, they know.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Okay. So I was looking on ESPN, and they had ranking the best players in the college football transfer portal as we hit some college sports here before getting to our good friend Zach Wolchuk, live from the airport, coming up at 10:40.
Nice.
And I was like, okay, I want to see what the, Texas teams, and I know they're killing it. By the way, the U, they're killing it. Penn State did pretty well. But let's take a look at how many are in here. Texas Tech, they only have 4 in the top 100, but they got 2 in the top 10 and 3 in the top 20. I'd say that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'd all agree that that's pretty fair. University of Texas has 6. 2 in the top 20, 4 in the top 30. Texas.
Well, they got the biggest war chest. That's how it happens.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's very true.
It's just the fact.
But there's
nowadays.
other ones that, like.
How do you encourage somebody to walk into the portal? You say, you see this smell that smells like leather? No, that's not a football. It's a wallet. We got a lot of money down here.
Oh, man.
That's what they do.
Speaking of money.
And by the way, the number 2 school with the second largest war chest, gig 'em, those A&M Aggies.
That's where I was going.
Okay, there it is.
They got 4. Now, only 1 in the top 25. In fact, 1 in the top 50. And I'll say, this also is, you look at these rankings. I've said this before. And Baylor, they have the 1, and they have the 31st ranked player in the transfer portal, and it's DJ Lagway. Now, a lot of you out there may be rolling your eyes and be like, Will, you are so in love with DJ Lagway, and you are correct. I am. I think he could be sensational, and maybe I could be wrong. I've been wrong on players, on quarterbacks in the past. Maybe I am wrong here. I love the player. I really do. And you got Brandon Sorsby was number 1. Sam Levitt was number 2. I thought that was interesting. I was like, I'd rather have Levitt than Sorsby, but whatever. So you trust the rankings, for being what they are. But yeah, so you had Tech with 4.
And Tech's got money too.
Yeah, Texas University
what up, Cody?
has 6. A&M with 4. Ohio State, arguably the last 5 years, probably the best program in college football.
Mm-hmm. Talent-wise.
They've got 2. 2. I thought that was interesting.
You know what? I'm gonna. My theory is this. This is off the top of my head. Sometimes talented players don't want to go where all of the talent is because they want to play. So if Ohio State is deep already, well, why would you go there if you want to try to play?
Yeah,
I mean, you might be a competitive person, but at the same time, if Ohio State says, we don't have to give you $1 million, we'll give you $500,000, we're already good and you got a chance to win the national championship, son.
Yeah.
Well, I want to play. I'll take $1 million from somewhere else where I can play, and then you'll hate the fact that you missed me.
You're absolutely right. But that's I think in this day and age, you absolutely have to be a part of this in the transfer portal. And if you're only getting 2 in the top 100, that's
going to bite you.
Yeah, that's going to bite you, in my opinion.
You're right. And by the way, Indiana, which won the national championship, they did a nice heist. Props again for them for stealing a low-key, very talented guy. The quarterback from TCU, Josh Hoover, he's going to be following Mendoza's footsteps, and he's going to be fine. He's going to be just fine up there.
That he will. Now, that's just big there. I was looking through, like, Miami's got a bunch of. Miami and LSU were littered all over the top.
Oh, yeah. They made
top
a statement
20.
again.
Yeah, they
By the way,
did.
254 says Tarleton and Stephenville has the top transfer class in FCS this year. So congratulations to them. That's in the state of Texas. Oh, and another quick one. The 830, the song I was referencing is from rapper Petey Pablo from back in the day. We're talking about the microphone swinging like a helicopter.
Yeah.
And we got another Tolo said, RJ did something that made Sean's mic fall over to the left. Had a joke or something like that.
Nice.
But I'm telling you, it's not just that show. All the different show hosts who use that mic, I see them they don't just stand up or sit next to it. They just grab it and turn it and pull it around. And don't mark that.
There, I was waiting.
All of y'all were pausing for some reason. I'm looking at y'all in the eyes.
Man,
Trevor over there. You better not.
Is anybody else like their Twitter acting up, or is that just me?
877-881-1053.
All right, let's see.
Will is having Twitter problems. Let us know if you're having the same.
I hate this, and you're gonna be like, okay, this is gonna be a little bit about Kentucky, but this is also going to be, if you are a fan, Kevin Hagelin, Duke. Now, nobody says this about Duke because they really do win pretty much every year. But if you're a fan of one of the top programs, top teams in your respect, if you're a New England Patriots fan, if you're, depending on whom, is riding high in whatever sport, that people talk about your fans' expectations. I absolutely hate it when people do this. And I've heard it before in the past, and then Seth Greenberg pissed me off so much yesterday.
Tell everybody who Seth Greenberg is who don't know.
Seth Greenberg, who was on the set of College Game Day.
Mm-hmm, check.
He, with Billis.
What's his credibility?
Well, he was a former coach, and, he's been a part of ESPN for the last, 20 years on college basketball.
So he's the college basketball expert. Wink, wink, nod, nod.
And Kansas and BYU, what a game. They're at Fog Allen, for College Game Day, but they're also previewing another one of their, two big games yesterday. One was BYU, Kansas, and the other one was Arkansas, Kentucky. And Seth Greenberg is good friends with John Calipari.
Coach Cal, now at Arkansas, formerly at Kentucky, formerly at Memphis.
For years, he has always been in the pocket of John Calipari, so to speak. And so when he talks about, and I wish that when you have commentators that are clearly biased because for personal reasons, like, your friend John Calipari, and they say what he said yesterday, which was, quote, Kentucky fans are absolutely unrealistic. They think they're supposed to win every single game. And you're like, well, first off, it's just not true. By any objective standard, Kentucky's been disappointing. This was the whole subject line with, Jay Billis. And this is where Greenberg comes in. I think there's a bigger issue. Kentucky fans are absolutely unrealistic. They think they're supposed to win every single game in the world of college sports, and he goes into all that. Yeah, we understand that. Kevin Hagelin, a Duke fan, understands that. John Machota, the same way. All the people that I talk to that are fans of big programs, we all get it. But when you are the most winningest program of all time, going to a Final Four once a decade is not an unrealistic expectation. And yeah, we think, we don't think we're going to win every game. We think we should be in the conversation every single, game, every year, and all of that. And we have a passionate fan base, just like they do pretty much anywhere, but on a bigger scale than most, but like a lot of others. And that's what really pisses me off, that how does nobody else on the set go, especially Billis, because Billis a lot of times will fight back. And he'll say, well, I don't think they're unrealistic. Like, the bar is nobody thinks, no Kentucky fan I have ever talked to outside of the 2015 season thought we were going to go undefeated. It pisses me off so much because they're like, no, we expect to be one of the top programs every year. That is not That's not unrealistic. It's just not.
Considering your legacy.
Right.
See, that's the difference.
This is the winningest program in the history of college basketball.
I'm going to give
This isn't DePaul.
I'm going to give you one comp where he really got it wrong. The school he should be looking at, that their fans are out of control if they lose one game or if they win a game and it's too close. Alabama football. That's why Nick Saban left. He said they can't control it. They can't handle it. They cannot handle. He said it's never enough.
Yeah,
but they're used to it.
That's what I was just going to say.
Because they won all those championships, and they're like, but they don't realize how hard it is to do. And Nick Saban said, you know what? Now they got this portal. Now they got the NIL. I've done enough. Because guess what?
And thanks to Paul
If I lose one game, it's over. They can't handle it.
And thanks to Paul Feinbaum and his radio show and his callers being played on, shows like Get Up and stuff like that, and it always is Alabama. I will side with you on that, although I do want to support, the college football, college basketball fan in this and being like, they're not unrealistic expectations. They've looked like trash. They've been arrogant. They have been lazy. They look stupid out there. They looked poorly coached. Now, they played a great game yesterday, from what I understand. I'll watch it later today as I was unable to watch it. But seriously, I wish more people got called out. Like I was talking about a couple weeks ago with those stooges, they're, rules analysts that they have on anytime that there's a replay in a game. Like they go to Gene's territory or whatever, and 95% of the time they side with the officiating crew. And you're like, good God, can we get anybody objective in there? I think Blandino is pretty objective. He's the most objective. Pereira is kind of there too, but like everybody else, the one on Monday night, or the college guy for ESPN is awful. He is awful.
What they should do is say what the correct call should be, but they should also say, since they're former refs, this is what the refs are thinking. Then you would know that, they're thinking one thing. It's kind of like your heart in your brain when they say, who do you think is going to win the Super Bowl, Bill, or, Will? Oh, I think it's going to, but my heart wants it to be.
Right.
So he could say, the refs probably are thinking this, but this is what it really is.
Yeah. But ultimately, when they decide, like, no, this was the right call, or it should be this, call them out for what they got wrong. My God.
We got a Tolo calling you out.
Okay, we'll get to that.
It's not harsh, though. It's real brief.
Well, okay.
He says, this is funny, Will Chambers complained about biased media. He's got to listen to himself talk about Kentucky sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I have always been very clear that I have a certain bias, and I feel attacked when I'm being told I'm unrealistic, because I am anything but unrealistic when it comes to the teams that I cheer for. Bottom line, end of conversation. Zach Wolchuk, who is with me and like me in that sense with the Cowboys, joins us next.
Good news. Frontier is joining Verizon, making it easier than ever to connect and save at home and on the go. And now, Frontier customers who switch to a Verizon mobile plan could get our best offer ever. 4 mobile lines for just $20 per line, and 4 powerful iPhone 17s with no trade-in required. Visit Verizon.com/Welcome Frontier to learn more. $20 per line after $40 monthly promo credit applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G or 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming and 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. It's that time of year. Cold temps can blow in anytime. And if you're dealing with a furnace issue or a breakdown, I recommend you call the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their number one goal is to get you up and running and warm again and help you avoid a future breakdown. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. Theontimeexperts.com, the choice of the Consumer Team.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has had one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. People come to D&M to escape negative equity, avoid wasting weekends at dealerships, and get payments that actually make sense. With managers averaging 20 years and salespeople averaging 10, you're working with true experts who know how to save you money and protect you from depreciation. If your payment's too high, you're buried in negative equity, or you just want a smarter way to upgrade, call D&M. Drive what you want and keep more money in your pocket.
Hi, my name is Jim, and I have low C. There, I said it. I started losing energy and becoming moody. Next, it was my marriage. With my low C, I just couldn't turn up the heat in the bedroom anymore. You see, low C is low comfort, and it's caused by worn-out heating and air conditioning systems. That's when a friend told me about the comfort maintenance program from Reliant Air Conditioning. I had an honest conversation with my service tech, and it turns out all I needed was a Freon supplement and new filters. Now, my C level is back to normal.
In a clinical study, Reliant Air Conditioning restored C levels back to normal in under 2 hours. Discontinue your low C treatment if your home is so comfortable that in-laws demonstrate tendencies to stay on a permanent basis. Common side effects include extreme comfort, reduced energy loss, and a very satisfied wife. To get your comfort level checked, call Reliant Air Conditioning at 877-YOUR-HERO. That's 877-YOUR-HERO. Or go to ReliantAirConditioning.com. Get your comfort checked and turn the heat back up.
Hey y'all, this is Post Malone. Back in '86, Stevie Ray Vaughan inspired Texans to take pride in ending roadside litter. That spirit lives on. Let's keep it going and do our part to keep Texas looking its best. I'm proud to take part in keeping Texas roads free from trash, because Don't Mess with Texas stands for one thing: keeping our state litter free. Let's keep it up.
Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Jack, when you look back on 75 years...
Oh, I'm not looking back. I'm bringing back my Chicken Supreme. Comes in a combo and munchie meal. This fan favorite starts at just $5.49. And the munchie meal comes with a collectible jibby. Welcome to Jack in the Box. Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
You can feel the buzz, can't you? Oh, it feels good, doesn't it? And it's all about the Cowboys offseason. So we're heading to San Francisco to dive into the hive of insider news. Come along for the ride, Tolos, as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans, Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the on-time experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
I have successfully calmed down a little bit. CA, it's why he's a good friend and a great partner over here. He's got me off the ledge. I feel okay about it. Alongside that man in 3 Hall of Fames, Chris Arnold. I'm Will Chambers with Trevor the Creator back in the Pimp Cup. We appreciate you hanging with us on a Sunday morning ahead of Super Bowl week, and our coverage, 105.3 The Fan's coverage of Radio Row and Super Bowl week, brought to you by Stella Artois, and we head out to the D&M Leasing Hotline, and our good friend on loan from the G-Bag Nation, Zach Wolchuk, joining us live from the airport. You at Love or DFW, bub?
We were at DFW, taking off from DFW, my man.
Well, I was with you.
Currently, I'm posted up by myself. Eric and Brian I can see down at gate C-17 right now, but I sauntered over to the Papados bar, Will, and just polished off a nice double ranch water right before we got on.
That's my boy right there.
We just want to know who's supposed to be on this flight with you guys.
So it's just going to be us today. So it's just Dawson, Brian, Eric, and myself. And yesterday we had the boss men fly out, and then the rest of everybody will be joining us tomorrow night. So Sean, RJ, Bobby, and I believe KNC will be flying out tomorrow after their show. So we'll be the only show at Radio Row tomorrow, and then we fly back Thursday night. So Friday we'll be back in Dallas. So a little bit different this year compared to previous years.
Real quick. So you haven't seen Dawson at the airport yet, huh?
No, I haven't, but I've also been kind of trying to take in some alone time. That's something that I've learned now, having two little girls.
Yeah.
I get it. That does not happen often. So I've kind of enjoyed just being by myself here for about 30 minutes.
Okay, CA and I were just talking about this during the break, about fan bases, because I just went off on a rant. Seth Greenberg yesterday on College Game Day was talking about, because Kentucky's had some really disappointing losses this year, and they've looked really messy, and he just went off on the fans and said that there's a bigger problem here, and that the Kentucky fan base is completely unrealistic, and my argument was, like, no, we're not. We're the most winningest program in college basketball history. Going to a Final Four once a decade is not unrealistic. And I said, there's no better person to talk to than Zach Wolchuk, who has loved the Dallas Cowboys his entire life and hasn't seen an NFC Championship game appearance in 25 years. And people talk nationally about the Cowboys fans and their expectations. And I'm like, it's kind of the same thing. I mean, we've had more success, but to call us unrealistic, I think is absurd.
I'm with you, man. I mean, Cowboy fans were considered entitled for a long time, and I get it. For winning 3 Super Bowls in the 90s, I'm sure everybody that was, in their prime, you can speak to that. That was an amazing time. It felt like it was never going to stop. But you're now, you're seeing the clips that get posted on social media of the last time the Cowboys were playing in Super Bowls and in the conference championship games, and it's like, man, we've got like a generation of kids now that have not seen anywhere close to that. So it's now reversed. It's like the Cowboys are the butt of the joke. Like, I took a shot at WIP and Filthy because I think we can make fun of RJ chopping fat takes. Screw them. You're not going to dunk on our guy, right? That's our family member. But I'm like, why don't you guys focus on hiring an offensive coordinator instead of worrying about what we're doing? And their response, a lot of their fans was like, oh, man, Zach, I guess it must be nice that you don't have to worry about working the second round of the playoffs ever. I'm like, hey, now, all right, it's the third round of the playoffs that I don't have to worry about working. But, no, I think Cowboy fans now are, I don't know how you could call any Cowboy fan entitled. It's ridiculous. It's just become, it's not as bad as the Browns. It's not as bad as the Jets, even though the Jets have been to 2 AFC championship games since the last time the Cowboys were in one. But it's just, it's been a beatdown and it's been heartbreak. And if you're 30 years old, you have not seen any real success that the Cowboys have ever had. So I'm with you, Will. A take like that really pisses me off.
It's absolutely amazing. The Cowboys have not been to an NFC Championship game this century, and you're going to be out there at Radio Row. I'm going to sound like the old man on the yard, Willie Bully. I remember Radio Row when the Cowboys were actually in the game.
What are you looking forward to most? I'm like, what do you guys? I want to know the plans for the whole week, because when we hang out, we talk that I've got major FOMO twice a year with you guys, and it is when you go out to Oxnard, and then when you go to Radio Row, I'm like, what am I missing out on this week?
I know. I wish you guys could be coming out. I mean, it's going to be a lot of. You never really know. It's not planned. Us, we don't really go out and have a planned itinerary. I think Tuesday night is the media party, which is actually going to be EA Sports. So I'm really pumped about that. So that's going to be awesome. Wednesday night, I think we're trying to put together our little team dinner. Usually, Sean will decide the place. Now, he's got recommendations supposedly from a buddy of RJ's. So we'll see how that goes. I'm just going to, rock with it, and I'm not going to push back.
There's so many great places to eat out there.
Yeah, you can't lose in San Francisco. I'll give you a tip. Hopefully, Tolo, who's listening right now, won't just give it all away. There's an Italian restaurant in San Francisco in the North End called North Shore. That's Jerry Jones' favorite Italian restaurant. It's one of mine, too. It's really good Italian food. Put that on your list, see if you can get there before the weekend.
Okay, Eric and I might have to hit that tonight. Then our plan was to hit up Mission Street, which supposedly has legendary San Francisco burritos and tacos.
Yes.
So when we land today, we'll probably, go get set up at the hotel, and then Eric and I might go party over there. And then you just never know, where you could end up. But we got a lot of great guests this week. Like, we'll talk to Darren Woodson. Hopefully he's getting into the Hall of Fame. If he's not, we riot. We're actually getting Bo Jackson.
Nice.
The only show that he's going to have Bo Jackson on that's not, your big-time Rich Eisens and company. So when it comes to, local markets, we're the only show that's going to get Bo Jackson on. That's going to be absolutely epic. And then I believe we will also be getting Landon Donovan on. Casey
Look out.
Kessler, who
Soccer.
is the men's national team goaltender. Yes, we get you set for the World Cup. We'll have Terrell Davis, Super Bowl MVP, joining us, and Jay Glazer.
Get your popcorn.
And Jay Glazer,
love Jay,
big time buddies with the Jones family. I'm sure he's going to be able to give us a lot of good Cowboys nuggets.
Yeah, Jay is such a great dude. Wait, all right. So you said the media night was at Zach Wolchuk joining us here. You may recognize his voice from the G-Bag Nation. Did you say it was at EA Sports?
Yeah.
What is that?
So I guess it's their headquarters. I don't really know what to expect here, but it is EA, and it stands for, it's like something arts. I don't remember what the E part stands for, but that's where they're hosting the media party this year. And every year, the media party, they try to do it where they're really embracing local restaurants and sometimes local music and flair. So we're excited to check it out. And last year in New Orleans was epic. I think Las Vegas, they actually had it where they do the Formula One races. So that was pretty dope. We got to be at the paddocks where, Lewis Hamilton and George Russell and Max Verstappen and everybody was for their races there. But this will be an experience. I'm just hoping they got mad so I can kick Eric's ass.
Yeah. Well, all right. So, San Francisco 49ers, you're going to San Francisco, but, the stadium, the game is being played in Santa Clara. Where are you guys? Are you guys staying in San Francisco or are you staying close? Because Santa Clara is, what? How far away is that? And that's
it's like going to Arlington.
Okay.
It really is like Dallas to Arlington.
It's annoying because the media night. So we usually fly in Monday night after our show. So we're now going to be there for Monday. And I know Eric and I were hoping we could go to media night and maybe ask some crazy, ridiculous questions. We've got Christian Gonzalez of The Colony, Jackson Smith and Jigba of Rockwall. Craig Woodson, I believe, is South Grand Prairie. We got a lot of
Lawrence.
players. Milton Williams playing in this game. Yeah, Tank Lawrence, of course, who was one of our G-Bag weekly guests. So we've got some guys that we'd like to go out and talk to. Problem is, it's in freaking San Jose, CA.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord. Really?
Oh my God.
Yeah, so we're going to be at Radio Row in San Francisco. The media night deal is in San Jose, and the actual game's in Santa Clara. So this whole thing is spread out all over the darn place. I don't know if we're going to be able to make it over there.
Yeah, it's the Northern California Super Bowl. Not San Francisco. It's Northern California.
What are your initial thoughts on the game? Because I know we're going to talk about it a little bit later that, Seattle has looked so good, but there are some elements to this where I was saying in pre-show with Seattle, I was like, I might actually pick New England for two specific reasons. What are your initial thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think Seattle's just way better. I really think Seattle is defensively is going to cause a lot of problems. Mac Jones and New England haven't really done much offensively at all. But, I'm worried a little bit when it comes to could this thing end up being a blowout. Now, New England's defense is awesome. So Sam Darnold, big stage like this, so far Sam Darnold's checked every box. As soon as I start doubting Seattle, he gives me the bird and says, watch this. So I do think Seattle wins this game, but plus 4.5 might be a good bet there. Maybe New England can keep this thing close. Because one thing about the Patriots is they usually play really fun Super Bowls.
Gentlemen, real quick, Total from the 214 says, 903 says, hey, everybody, EA Sports stands for Electronic Arts.
Well, he knows that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, he knows that. We just didn't know what's going on in what it entails.
The facility. Yeah, exactly.
Playing like Madden, all the late games.
It could be anything.
Oh yeah, I've been actually playing Road to the Masters again while we've been snowed in and all that. It's tasty. It's good stuff. Hey, drive fast, take chances. Drink way too much, and give us some good hangover confessionals.
Go down to the piers. Go to Alcatraz if you get a chance.
Alcatraz, man, I didn't even think about that. That could be a blast.
I went out there. It's a hidden secret. It's a real cool spot.
Yeah,
right.
You don't ever want to be.
I appreciate you, boys.
You don't ever want to be stuck
man.
there.
Look out for Ed Harris, though, if you're there. See you, buddy. That's Zach Wolchuk. Have fun, bud.
Thanks, Woody.
Travel safe. On loan for the G-Bag Nation. God, I hate missing stuff. Now that, you kind of get, but like I said, Sean texted me yesterday. I was like, damn it, I hate missing out on the outings that we have together because we have so much fun. Mm-hmm. They're going to have a blast. And again, 105.3 The Fan's coverage of Super Bowl week brought to you by Stella Artois. Keep it right here. G-Bag will be live from Radio Row starting tomorrow. We will be live in Hour 3 in a matter of moments where we talk about one of the more ridiculous things that I have ever seen in sports, and how one of the biggest head coach hirings may turn out to be the wrong move. We'll have that next for you here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
In winter, you can't go to the ballpark and see a go-ahead home run. Can't witness a filthy strikeout or watch a Rangers walk-off. That's because there are only 2 seasons in the year: winter and baseball. So how do you win your winter? You get ready for baseball. 2026 Texas Rangers single game tickets are now on sale. Get your tickets today at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
105.3 The Fan's Radio Row is proudly sponsored by Wild Fork Foods. Elevate your big game watch party today with the wildest selection of high-quality meats and seafood, from sizzling steaks to savory wings. Build a legendary feast that scores points with every hungry fan.
Imagine there was more of you. A you working on custom retirement plans, while another you preps for open enrollment. When you partner with Paychex, we become an extension of your team. From AI-powered intelligent HCM to HR advisory and employee solutions, we give you more of you. New customers book a meeting with Paychex and get a $50 gift card. Visit paychex.com/you.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The Colonel made his $10 Tuesday bucket so full with 8 pieces of juicy, crispy chicken or tenders that it might just last you till Wednesday, if you've got that kind of self-control. I mean, some people want leftovers. Others are more into right nowers. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. $10, 8 pieces, one big deal with KFC $10 Tuesdays.
Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
But it is time to get you over to Underdog Fantasy. We are making plays for the big game already. And of course, you know, when you use promo code TOLO, they are going to hook you up $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Sam Darnold, higher or lower than 228.5 pass yards. Drake May, higher or lower than 225.5 pass yards. Jackson Smith and Jigba, higher or lower than 93.5 receiving yards. You can make your plays on Underdog.
What are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use promo code TOLO to score $75 in bonus entries, fantasy bonus entries, when you play your first $5 on fantasy. That's promo code TOLO at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
All right, it's hour 3 on this Sunday morning. Great to have you with us. Hopefully it's getting warmer. Thank you, CA. He's Chris Arnold. He's in 3 Hall of Flames. Hall of Fames. Not flaming out. I might. 3.5 hours sleep. It might be. That. It is what it is.
The 3.5 hours sleep. You explain it later.
Worked until about 2 after 2 last night.
Okay.
So
I want to hear details in about an hour.
We'll do that. We'll have Tales from the Chambers coming for you about 12:20. We'll have a CA Stories Confidential at 11:40. Mm-hmm. I think it's getting a little warmer out there. It's supposed to get in the 50s. Chilly morning.
Oh, yeah, it was
still chilly now. But it'll get there. It'll get up there.
51 today.
It'll get up there. More on the Mavericks. You'll hear again from Jason Kidd, who just, you don't see him get too emotional. He certainly did.
Very even-tempered. Like I said, he's kind of stoic, like Tom Landry. He's not Tom Landry, but he's very stoic. And I've always described this to listeners and Tolos and Maverick fans who say, Jason Kidd just stands there. I said, it's a coaching style. Doesn't mean he doesn't know how to coach. He just stands there. I said, that's what Tom Landry used to do. And when Tom Landry got fired and they brought in Jimmy Johnson, he's crazy. He's smacking his lips and clapping his hands. He's a college coach. He doesn't know what he's doing. He wins a couple of Super Bowls. And, we need another Jimmy. It's just styles. So for Jason Kidd to be animated at a press conference last night, well, you got the audio?
There you go. And a little bit, too, on the amazing Cooper Flagg, who, by the way, has gotten so big, he even made it to SNL last night.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Can't wait.
We got some audio for you coming up at 11:20. Speaking of coaches, I'd like to talk a little coaching. Now, the news this week, and this has been fleshed out all over the place, but I'm going to fire off some opinions here because I've gotten fired up a couple different times here today, and I was already fired up about it. It's not just the 3.5 hours sleep, but that's just adding a little, flavoring, I think, to it. With Bill Belichick being snubbed as not a first ballot Hall of Famer. And I'm not, angry and all fired up to, bang the drum for Bill Belichick. This is the type of stuff that's really annoys me. Mm-hmm. And it annoys me because all it is people putting in their own agenda into something that is much bigger than they are.
Preach.
And I know people that are, you and I both do, that are big in the Hall of Fame, Pro Football Hall of Fame, that are, have been writers and, vote on the Hall of Fame. Now, I have no idea, and maybe you do, I don't know if Shireen or if Goose had tweeted out. I doubt they did because they are, professional, and you're not supposed to be releasing all this stuff before it's announced who's going into the Hall of Fame, how you voted or didn't vote. And a lot of people did that once the news broke that Bill Belichick did not get in. What pisses me off is that it completely illegitimizes the Hall of Fame. Not just the voting for the Hall of Fame, but the Hall of Fame in general. The NFL for as much as we can complain about how many get in and how few it is because of certain guys, certain people that have been, in and around the league that deserve to get in that haven't yet got in, that hopefully do. Darren Woodson, is an obvious one. I talked with Goose many years ago
Goose
about
Goslin, for those who don't know.
I'm sorry, Rick Goslin.
Long time, legendary NFL writer.
And, was a pivotal part of getting Drew Pearson in, I believe, about Kenny Anderson. That I was just really surprised that he was a quarterback before Boomer Esiason for the Bengals in the 80s.
Super Bowl.
And won an MVP. Led the league in a couple of different anyway, Hall of Fame quarterback, I thought. And I was just asking him, I was like, do you ever think he's getting in? He's like, oh yeah, he's at some point he'll get in. We'll see if he does this time around. We have a lot of that, but you never thought it illegitimized the actual Hall of Fame. T.O. not getting in first ballot, Chris Carter and all that stuff. I thought, man, that's ridiculous, but it was the wide receiver thing, it was kind of odd. Woodson's going through that with the safety thing, with position. I don't like it. I think it's, I don't want to call it silly. I can see a little bit why. I just obviously very much disagree with it. But for the love of God, if anybody deserves to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, there's nobody prior to this week that you could talk to that said, who's the greatest NFL coach of all time? There's not a soul you could talk to that would not have said Bill Belichick, right? Nobody. That's ridiculous.
See, you're pointing the finger in the right direction, because we know, even though some of them say, well, it might have been because the system changed and only after 1 year can a coach go in. It used to be 5 years.
Right.
They do the technicalities. We know what this is all about. It's these particular group of writers, some of them decided to be like baseball writers.
Right.
And
thank you.
And they decided that Bill Belichick had the cream in the clear. He was Barry Bonds or Roger Clemens.
Right, which is absolutely absurd.
The whole point is Spygate and Deflategate did happen.
Yeah.
And you can talk about that at length, and it should go on his biography. I'm talking about. But as far as does he deserve to be in the Hall of Fame on the first ballot? Unfortunately, yes. I say unfortunately because he won all those 6 Super Bowls. You can say, what a jerk. He always had a hoodie on. And he's miserable. That's probably part of it, too, because while
I think that's a bigger part of it. They're using Spygate, Deflategate as part of, reasoning.
Oh, yeah. Again, unfortunately, because votes are people, and people have, it's kind of like referees. They're human beings. They're not robots. Unless you just have the analytics alone go in and, this is what the numbers say, and it has to be what it is because this is what the numbers say. That's the only way you're going to get it, because there's always going to be some bias. Like with T.O. T.O.'s personality probably caused him not to be first ballot, because he had the numbers. Right. And then he acted even crazier by having his own private ceremony away from Canton. That was nuts. It was a sideshow.
Totally.
Unfortunately, it's like, dude, you're not doing yourself any other favors. At the same time, back to Belichick. All those things that happen. Ernie Adams, look it up, Google it up.
Right.
He doesn't win those Super Bowls without Ernie Adams' help. Okay? But at the same time, when you go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and does he deserve to be in the first ballot? If you look at what he accomplished, that says first ballot. I'm saying just like Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens, they should be in the Baseball Hall of Fame already. But they all know they were doing. He was never found guilty, but guess what? It all added up to the clear and the cream. And then Roger Clemens never said nothing about nothing. But you knew in that era, I think he may have failed a test. A-Rod, the stats just show it. He may have, who knows how many times he did steroids or not. It was a steroid era. The whole point I'm trying to make is the Hall of Fame is supposed to be clean. It's supposed to be what you accomplish on the field, on the court,
and look,
on the diamond.
If you want to go,
on the ice.
Spygate, I'll just I'll refer you to Jimmy Johnson. And if you didn't hear what he had to say this week, I just let Jimmy make that argument for me. Deflategate, I will say, and I said it at the time, I've said it ever since, is the absolute dumbest sports controversy I've ever seen in my life. I couldn't even believe it. And that wasn't even Bill. That's like Tom Brady and the equipment guy. Mm-hmm. Did Bill know about it?
Yes.
Maybe. Don't even care.
He does. He cares about. See, his whole personality. He knows every detail, how the wind is blowing.
Yeah.
All of his players say these things. There's nothing that gets past him. He's one of these control freaks.
Maybe.
It would be different if he was Wade Phillips, where he's like, I'll let these guys handle what they handle. He is and was a control freak until he got to North Carolina, where he's not a control freak.
Yeah, but maybe.
But my whole point I'm trying to make is,
he may not have known at all.
No, you have to assume that he does because that was his heart.
Well, I don't even care. I don't want to talk about Deflategate.
The whole point
the Deflategate's so stupid. I can't even. It makes me mad talking
about it. Which is a fact. And you got fined, the biggest fine a coach has ever been fined in NFL history, $500,000, which is a lot of money back in those days, which is only like 15 years ago. With that being said, I'm still saying, with all that evidence and all those facts, he still should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. That's part of his story.
Yeah.
And when the book is written and the movie comes out, it better be included.
I mean, look, Jimmy Johnson said himself that everybody tried to do it. So,
but guess what? They tried to, but they didn't get away with it. He took it to the next level, and there's a difference.
Whatever. I honestly,
it's kind of like the Houston Astros.
I don't even care.
Okay, I care because the Houston Astros stole the World Series.
Well, that's totally different.
No, it's not totally different. It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
Why it's not?
Because
Explain yourself.
They videotaped practice.
No, they were doing signals in a game. And trash can. They were doing all kinds of things.
The Patriots weren't. You're talking about the Astros. That's where it's different. The Astros were doing it during games.
During games, the Patriots were stealing signals from the coaches on the sidelines because they were videotaping their mouth movements. That's why to this day they have microphones and they put their hands or their play sheets in front of their mouth because Belichick and the Patriots are doing that.
No, they
Look
did
it
not.
up. I have a friend that wrote a book about the whole thing, all the dirty details.
Okay, whatever. I don't care about it.
I know you don't care.
It doesn't.
We're both saying the same thing.
It's
though,
apples to oranges.
He's first ballot Hall of Famer. He should be, but don't forget those things didn't happen. They did.
Yeah, but I still think that they're irrelevant. They're totally irrelevant. The other argument that I hear is, well, once Tom Brady left, he didn't win, so it's like a Tom Brady thing. And I'm like, really? I go, so, okay, how many championships did Bill Walsh win without Joe Montana? How many did Landry win without Staubach? How many did Chuck Noll win without Terry Bradshaw? And by the way, all those Patriot teams that won the Super Bowl, they had a top 10 defense. And that wasn't Brady. Like, I don't get all these things that all of a sudden in the last week I'm hearing about, like Belichick and how this and that. Now, Belichick, it was a train wreck at the end, and his personnel decisions, and then not just personnel with the players, but with the coaches was wildly bizarre. And totally agree with him being fired and all that. But my goodness, and this whole thing, another thing I would hear is about, outside of Tom Brady was a failed head coach. Like he failed in Cleveland. I'm like, I don't know. Because after Marty Schottenheimer left Cleveland, or was fired, I think he was fired, they had a coach for 2 years named Bud Carson. You can Google him. They went 3-13. I think he got fired during the season. Bill comes in the next year. They go 6-10. Next year, 7-9. Next year, 7-9. The third year, and his fourth year, they go 11-5 and win a playoff game with Vinny Testaverde over Bill Parcells and Drew Bledsoe, who, by the way, led the NFL in passing that year. Now, the following year, they did go 5-11, but that's the year that Cleveland moved to Baltimore. And I think at that point that Art Modell was moving in a different direction. But look at him like he was like a complete failure. I'm like, how many playoff games have been won in Cleveland since Marty Schottenheimer? Maybe 0 or 1. And that was in the 80s. And Bill Belichick won one in like 93. I'm like, I find it to be so stupid. I can't. I'm like, this is totally nothing more than people's agendas going into deciding things that are a much bigger entity, a much they're bigger than they are, and they're using it as a gatekeeper, and it just drives me nuts.
This is why people love sports. Everybody has an opinion. Your opinion is valid to you and people who like that same opinion. There are other people who have opinions that are not even mine.
But if you're voting for the Hall of Fame, you're not supposed to be that way.
Well, that's where you and I agree. I've been saying it all along. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but the story cannot be told without including those things.
No, absolutely should be. But the reason that in no way whatsoever using that, it's one thing like the steroid guys in baseball.
That's why I use that comparison.
And I
said it's no different than the baseball. And I don't like the fact that Barry Bonds, who was great Hall of Famer before he did that.
Yeah.
And in my mind, Belichick was a great coach before he did the Spygate.
Well, look, to me, Barry Bonds was going up against some pitchers that were using steroids too. So I'm like,
And I mentioned Roger Clemens. Again, that's
the only one to me is the full stop, can't do it is as far as being, suspended from the game or kicked out of the game is when you are forcing the outcome of a game outside of the play on the field.
That's what happened with the Astros.
Well, right, yeah.
But that's why I'm saying
I meant more on and I use Pete Rose a little bit because I guess it's he has always said that when he bet on the Reds to win, but you can't take that because maybe he uses a pitcher differently for the next, all that kind of stuff. But he didn't throw a game. Right now, we're hearing about all these kids in basketball that are throwing games or did so in the past in college. That is that is the one thing to me that is the cardinal sin in sports. But deflating a football, God.
Well, let me say this about footballs. I watched the Cowboys lose to the Seattle Seahawks, who are in the Super Bowl right now, because the Seattle crew on the side switched the game ball to a brand new ball that had not been used. They gave it to the center to snap it to Tony Romo, who was the holder for the field goal. They would have won the game. And he mishandled it because I was there. It was sprinkling, it was raining, it was misty, and it was slick. He was used to the ball he had been using. And that's why they banned giving a new football and wasn't a ball that was already roughed up and looked over by the officials. There's a reason they do those things. Those little things make differences. And that cost the Cowboys that victory. I'm not saying they were going to go anywhere, but it changed the whole and it changed a part of Tony Romo's legacy because there's a lot of people that consider he chokes at the end because of that play. It started right there, and it didn't.
It did change
the narrative
for Tony Romo.
I'm just saying, that was a football that wasn't proper.
Yeah. Oh,
we go on and on.
I know. Cooper Flagg, he's gotten big. He's huge.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
And he even made it to SNL, and we'll have that for you next year on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard helps you sell for more with repairs that attract the right buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Tired of GLP-1 side effects, endless diets, or surgery risks? DFW needs Limb Sculpt, the all-in-one transformation at Soza Clinic. Lose up to 20 pounds a month naturally. No whey in food, no forced workouts. Plus, our visceral fat targeting laser blasts deep belly fat. Plus, advanced radio frequency for skin tightening and cellulite smashing. Normally $350 to $850 each per month. Soza bundles all three for just $350 per month. Call Soza Clinic today for your free consultation. 972-479-5187 or weightlossfortexas.com.
Can the IRS really wipe out your bank account? You bet they can. I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath, and I've been helping taxpayers for over 25 years. Schedule your free consultation at our Dallas, Fort Worth, or Frisco office, 972-484-0TAX, or go to myiRSteam.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CASH to borrow up to $10,000.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
It's Hurtado, the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers, your go-to for the best Q around. Locations in Arlington, Fort Worth, Mansfield, and Dallas. 2 locations inside the globe, and now the Fort Worth location is serving and catering breakfast daily from 7 to 10:30 a.m. Pick up Brandon Hurtado's new book, Barbacoa, your go-to for everything Tex-Mex barbecue, now available at Buc-ee's and Amazon for all your catering needs or private events. Visit HurtadoBBQ.com. That's HurtadoBBQ.com. Tell them Sean for the Fan sent you.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and top users make $200 to $300 per month.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WHEEL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WHEEL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WHEEL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Welcome back in on a Sunday morning. Cooper Flagg is gone mainstream. SNL getting a piece of Cooper Flagg. Gotta love to see it. Alongside the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. I'm Will Chambers with Trevor the Creator back in the cup. We were just having a heated discussion. A nice debate. This is the second show in a row for me. I don't know if we're going to make G-Bag.
Oh, when you had Fred, but Fred and you had complete difference of opinions. We were just covering all the bases on the Belichick thing.
So because I was looking up, because I was basically going off memory on Spygate, and I remembered how it had come through on the walkthrough before the Super Bowl, but it came out years later that they may or may not have, videotaped the Rams' private walkthrough. But then there was also Eric Mangini, former assistant that was the Jets head coach, that said they're videotaping because he pretty much knew during games. During games. And then Bill said, Bill's response to it was, I was aware that, we could, do that just as long as we didn't do it, in the same game. So that was my memory of it. But that was definitely, it was all a part of it. Man, I just reading through it again, man, that was a saga. The Boston Herald with their reporting and then having to issue an apology. That was a whole thing. Bill Belichick getting his ass in the Hall of Fame. Cooper Flagg may be well on his way. This kid has gotten, man, is he good. His last two games have been so good. They've been in losses that he made it to Weekend Update last night on SNL.
Cooper Flagg of the Dallas Mavericks has set a new NBA record for scoring the most points by a teenager in a game. Not a great start to Black History Month.
That's Michael Che.
That's Michael Che.
He takes the black angle first. It's too fun. That's his bit. That shows you how big Cooper Flagg really is. And I can't even say this enough. It was one thing that people were saying he's a generational talent going into the draft. Oh, he's going to be so good. And there's a lot of people where the arms fell, well, he might not be that good. He's going to be the best one since LeBron. Oh, he's not going to be that good. Every time you look up, he's breaking a record. He's setting a record. And he plays offense, defense. He does it all. Block shots, rebounds, assists, scores.
We talked a little bit about it earlier. I left in June, came back right around, November-ish. And we had Bobby Carell on, formerly of Mavs.com,
right,
now All Sports Dallas, covering the Mavericks, our good friend. And, this was not long, obviously into the season. But one of the things that I want to talk about, and we talked about together, was I couldn't believe the reaction around Cooper Flagg a month into his rookie season.
Amongst some fans.
Yes, but media too. There were some here at this station that said...
Some people.
That said...
It wasn't universal.
It was not, but it was definitely out there that it was a mistake pick, that if you did the redraft, they would draft somebody else. And I was just like, and Bobby came on, he's like, he was with us. He's like, man, it's a month into it. Now, look, it was really shaky. You're having a rookie who's not a traditional point guard playing the point. And it didn't look great. But we all kind of looked at it like, yeah, Jason Kidd is trying to make him uncomfortable.
He said it at the press conference. Jay Kidd said, I did this with Giannis. He has such a high basketball IQ, talking about Cooper Flagg. He can play any position, and I want him to be able to handle the ball in case we need it down the road. What he was doing was having him get reps for fans or media who didn't understand. It was watching on-the-job training. They're like, leave him in his small 4 or 5. These are the same people, by the way, who are also saying, oh, they're going to trade P.J. Washington because he plays the same position. P.J. ain't going to come off the bench. I said, y'all don't know. And again, Cooper Flagg has excelled at all these different things because he does have that high basketball IQ. He's always making 9 times out of 10 the correct play. 9 times out of 10, he knows exactly how to get to the basket. Adjust. This is a scouting friend of mine who doesn't work for the Mavericks, works for the Knicks, was telling me before the draft, even before the Mavericks even had the number 1 pick, he was saying the comp. Everybody kept saying the comp is Scottie Pippen, or the comp is, they would just name some different people. Comp. And he said, no, the comp is Kawhi Leonard. I said, what do you mean? He said, he's got this wingspan. He's only 6'8". He's got this wingspan that's over 7 foot, but he's got these big mitts. He was talking about his hand size are so large. He said, and he can get to the paint. He can guard the rim, and he can defend the perimeter. He's so versatile defensively and offensively. He's got a great 2-point game. He's got a floater that's great.
Yeah.
He can get to the basket. When the 3-point shot comes, just like Kawhi when he got to the Spurs, he's just going to be an amazing guy. And so that was what I was looking at. I said, okay, Kawhi Leonard. And this is one of the things I noticed. He gets to the paint. He can go left-handed, right-handed. He's a right-handed shooter. But he can go to left hand just as strong as not Kawhi Leonard, Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving's not left-handed either, but he does left-handed things. But he's taller than Kyrie Irving. Therefore, he can hesitate, and also his hands are so big, he doesn't have to bounce it one time like big guys or bigs. Bounce it one time to control it and then try to dunk. He holds it in his hand and waves it around like Michael Jordan. Now, I'm not saying he's Jordan. I'm just saying his hands are so damn big. And I'm like, that's why this kid is breaking every teenage record. He's only 19. Just turned 19 end of December. He became the first teenager, because he scored 34 last night in Houston against the Rockets. They lost by a few points. First teenager to score back-to-back 30-point double-doubles. He's already scored 81 points in 2 games, which nobody as a rookie has ever done. And so everybody that was afraid of either him being ruined or afraid of him not being that good, I'll wait while you eat your words.
Yeah. And coming out, and this is something we talked about with Bobby as well, was, where do you project him? And a lot of people had, high, teens point per game, 18, 19, maybe 20 points per game, maybe, 8 or 9 rebounds. And I'm like, I saw this guy as a 25 per game floor. I mean, not his rookie year, but 25 in, like, when he gets into his career, that he's going to be above 25 a game. And we're starting to see, what he can do. And you mentioned this earlier, too, on the fact that he had done this with Giannis, right? And how...
had him play point.
Yeah, because...
Point center.
And the reason why was that, he knew in crucial moments in big games that he's going to need him to handle the ball. Not necessarily playing point, but, be able to handle the ball in situations. And so... And Giannis became, excellent in those clutch moments. And that's what we're seeing now with Cooper Flagg, as evidenced last night. Now, the foul wasn't called, and Jason Kidd was not happy about that.
Let's say what happened. Cooper Flagg's going up for a layup between Kevin Durant and their center. I forget his name, Afrin. He's going up for a layup, and he gets fouled. He misses the layup, and the referee doesn't call anything. And Kidd was livid because this is the second game in a row Cooper Flagg could win the game for the Mavericks or make a big play at the end. The game on Thursday night where he scored 49 points, he literally got the ball, his old roommate from Duke knocked the ball out of his hands.
Con Knippel.
Yeah, Con Knippel. Knippel's going in for a layup to have the 2-point lead and win the game or whatever. And Cooper Flagg blocked the shot and blocked the ball. And you know how the ball gets stuck on the rim? Mm-hmm. That's what he did. And the ref said he fouled him. It was like every replay they showed, he did not foul him. So this is like 2 games in a row for Jason Kidd. It's like, you got to be kidding me.
And I hate that because, especially in the NBA, where like you have to like earn your way to get those calls. Like, is it a foul or not a foul? Like, what are we doing here? Now, Jason Kidd was questioned as well after the game about the criticism he received for playing Flagg at point guard, and Kidd's response was, we played it earlier, but the audio is not great. I hate it when they don't, instead of using a bleep, they just dead air it. It just sounds like crap, so we're not playing it. But anyway, he said, I don't give a bleep about the criticism. Criticism? That's your opinion. You guys write that bull crap. That's not, I've done this. I've played this game. I played it at a very high level. I know what the bleep I'm doing. I don't give a bleep what you guys write because you guys never played the game. And so I build players, so I know what the bleep I'm doing. So to take criticism, it only makes me better. And he, ends up dropping the mic and walking out of there. Now, 99 times out of 100, I am going to side against any player or former player that says you never played the game. I hate that. Here, he's absolutely right. Look at what I have done. Look at him this year. Look at what he has become. Like, you guys were killing me over in the beginning of the year playing him at point. And now he has the ball in clutch moments for exactly the reason why I did that in the beginning of the season.
Exactly.
Beginning and end of story.
It was on-the-job training, which a lot of people don't like to see, especially with the Dallas Cowboys. I'm bringing them up because we're a draft and develop team, and I've always said this. Then if you're going to play rookies, you got to expect them to make rookie mistakes. And a lot of people don't want to see rookies making mistakes. Well, you're watching Cooper Flagg play point guard as a rookie, but Jason Kidd knew what his IQ was. And he knew that down the road, he will know where everybody's supposed to be, how the point guard is thinking, which will help him be where he needs to be. And he could also initiate the offense if they had foul trouble or somebody got hurt. And all those things have turned out to be true. The number one thing about this is after that media session, Cooper Flagg was asked about Jason Kidd defending him. And he said, he trusts me. I trust him. Our relationship is based on trust. I appreciate that. I'm paraphrasing, but basically it's all about trust. And Jason Kidd gave him the ball as a rookie because he trusts him. The other thing, Jason, to proof of it all, it hasn't hurt his career. He's been Rookie of the Month every month of the year. He has never not been Rookie of the Month.
He's so good.
He's really good, and he's so versatile. See, that's the other thing about it.
When you watched him at Duke last year, dude, I mean, he was really good early in the year, but you could tell it was kind of a work in progress. And then by the end of the year, you're like, dude is practically unstoppable. Like, what are you going to do? And then he's going to develop a better three-point shot than he has now. And by the way, it's not awful.
Right. And by the way, the only thing I'm thinking when the refs didn't make those correct calls at the end, in my opinion, they're treating him like he's a rookie. Any other player, I cannot stand that either. It's almost like if a superstar falls down on the ground, he got fouled. It had to be a foul. He would not fall on the ground.
Right.
If a rookie makes a great play.
That's why they all flop now.
It drives me crazy. And there's a flop rule, and I know one thing. After the All-Star break, watch what happens. That stuff's going to go way down because they're going to discuss that stuff. I'm talking about with the refs letting these different players just flop. Not like, it's the craziest the way they do it, though.
It's awful.
But yeah, major props to Cooper Flagg. He is.
And Jay Kidd, I'm with you on
Jason
that.
Kidd, yeah.
I'm totally with you, Jay Kidd.
It was called for.
Good work, Coach. And great stuff from Michael Che on SNL.
That was funny.
Always great.
Out of nowhere.
CA Stories is coming up. Where are we going?
Let's talk about what happened Thursday night. A legend had his number put up in the rafters, and I have an idea of why it took so long. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Imagine there was more of you. A you to handle schedules and time cards. A you to make sure all the right new hire forms are completed. When you partner with Paychex, we become an extension of your team. From easy online payroll and benefits to expert HR advice, we give you more of you. New customers book a meeting with Paychex and get a $50 gift card. Visit paychex.com/you.
Trade screen time for family time. The Dallas Boat Show brings together more than 200 exhibitors and show-only deals all in one place. 2 weekends starting January 30th. Your next boat starts here. Get tickets and event details at DallasBoatExpo.com.
The rental team at ASCO is ready to help you find the right equipment to do the job. Choose from daily, weekly, or long-term rental options to fit your project's needs. Buy it, rent it, support it. We're on it at ASCO Equipment. Visit ASCOEQ.com for your next equipment rental.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on the RootMetrics Root Score Report 1H 2025. Results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days and in the name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson with a Consumer Team Alert. Has your HVAC company told you need to replace your home's furnace? Well, pump on the brakes. Before you do anything, call the On-Time Experts to get a free second opinion. Their technicians will be thorough and transparent, so you can be confident you're making the right decision. Their technicians aren't allowed to sell new equipment, so you'll get all the facts you need to get your furnace back up and your home warm again. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. That's theontimeexperts.com.
Hey, Forney, the winter storm may have delayed your H-E-B grand opening a few days to Wednesday, February 4th, but it's worth the wait. So join them on February 4th at 6 a.m. with fun freebies and tasty treats at your new Forney H-E-B located at US 80 and Gateway Boulevard. H-E-B, here everything's better.
Dallas, are you ready for the next move? Welcome to Hampton House. This is where the nightlife lives. Great food, crafted cocktails, live DJs, and bottle service. All in one stylish spot made for letting go and celebrating big. From pregame cocktails and bites to full-on party vibes, Hampton House Dallas is the place everyone's talking about. Make your reservation and plan your next night out at HamptonHouseDallas.com.
What are the most common calls you guys get for someone who's like, oh, I wonder if I should call the Frankels for this?
The bottom line is if you're in a car wreck and it's not your fault, you may not need us, but the call and the consultation are free. So what can it hurt? I was in a car wreck. I went to the emergency room. I don't have health insurance. Now I've got a $20,000 bill. What do? I missed a week of work. I got hit by an uninsured driver. How do I deal with that? Make us your first call.
214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. That's how simple it is on Prize Picks. All you're going to do, you're going to pick 2 to 6 player stat projections, and if you're right, you're going to watch the winnings roll on in. And with the new social feeds feature, you can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups from winners with a single click. I'm loving doing it with my role models group chat from my buddies in high school. You just copy lineups you like or use them as inspiration for your own picks. They got every other sport you can think of: college sports, hockey, basketball, MMA, boxing. Download the Prize Picks app today and use the promo code TOLO, T-O-L-O, to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TOLO to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
The Fan is proud to partner with the Nexo Dallas Open. Some of the highest-ranking tennis players in the world will face off at the Star in Frisco, February 7th through the 15th. For tickets, go to DallasOpen.com.
This segment of 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Despite a lot of heavy action so far leading up to the Super Bowl on the Seattle Seahawks at a 4.5-point favorite, that line has not moved at all. So
close to call.
What that's telling me, I'll have that for you as we preview Super Bowl 60. That all coming up at noon alongside Chris Arnold, the 3-time Hall of Famer. I'm Will Chambers with Trevor, their creator, back in the Pimp Cup. Appreciate you hanging with us on a Sunday morning. Now time for a little CA Stories Confidential.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, Trevor. Thanks to all the Tolos and listeners who allow me to share some of these stories and let me have a wonderful life and an interesting career over all these years covering sports and entertaining things in Dallas-Fort Worth since 1980, which coincides when the Dallas Mavericks were founded, when they were established. Yes, I was covering the Mavericks before they even had a draft pick, when they just had Norm Sanju and Don Carter, the co-founders of this team. So shout out to Norm Sanju, who had a bobblehead and a night of recognition on Wednesday night, Mavericks game. And then the night after that, it was Mark Aguirre's retirement jersey ceremony. Another shout out to not only the Dallas Mavericks organization, because they worked on this thing for almost a year. I mean, they've been working hard on making sure those two guys who laid the foundation for this franchise to get some accolades. I want to also shout out Dallas Mayor Eric Johnson, who gave Norm Sanju and Mark Aguirre keys to the city yesterday at a luncheon. So congratulations to them. Well deserved. So back 45 years ago, and I was shooting the breeze with Norm about all those things. 'Cause I used to just call up Norm and go by his office and do interviews with him before they even had a coach. And I was always asking him about different things, like who's going to be the coach? And when they first drafted Kiki Vandeweghe is one of my closest friends to this day, but he did not want to play for the Mavericks. He didn't have anything against the city of Dallas, but his father, who used to play for the Knicks back in the day, big-time dentist in Beverly Hills, he said, an expansion team will not go to the playoffs for 10 years. You will be struggling with an expansion team. And Kiki said, I demand a trade. They traded him to Denver for some picks, and one of those picks turned out to be Rolando Blackman. Let's fast forward to Thursday night. Mark Aguirre, who a lot of people say, wow, he should have been his jersey should have been retired a long time ago. Maybe so, but sometimes time just passes quickly. You're not really aware of things falling through the cracks. It's kind of like a Drew Pearson situation. Hopefully it's not the same way with Darren Woodson. Doesn't have to wait that long for his flowers. But with Mark Aguirre, I was so happy for him because Derek Harper said it best Thursday night at the ceremony, hosted by our buddy Mark Followell, right there on the floor. And by the way, all kinds of great former Maverick players and former staff there, including Sam Perkins, Dirk, who got a huge ovation, Rolando Blackman, Derek Harper. Harp spoke to the crowd as well. And Isaiah Thomas was also there. Isaiah Thomas, his teammate with the Detroit Pistons back in the day. And Derek Harper said it well at that ceremony. He said, Mark is probably one of the most misunderstood people I've ever known in my life. And he's a friend for life, but he's so misunderstood. Remember that, because I promise you I'm going to shed some light on that in just a second. But we have a clip. Mark thanks so many people. It was a halftime ceremony. The NBA let the Mavericks go long. It went longer than anybody expected, but it was worth it. A lot of tears were shed. All of his daughters were there. They had the banner was unveiled, and everybody goes crazy. Standing ovations all around. It was just outstanding. Isaiah Thomas spoke words. He thanked the city of Dallas and the Mavericks organization for letting Mark come to Detroit. I'm paraphrasing. He said, I would not have won a world championship without Mark Aguirre. Those two guys, if you don't know, grew up together in Chicago as kids. Here's what's wild. Like I said, I got these CA Stories Confidentials. There's a buddy of mine named Randy James. I used to play pickup basketball with him at the downtown YMCA. He told me, I have a friend. No, he said, my brother has wrote a script and he's trying to get this movie produced. And can you show this script to Mark Aguirre? And maybe we can get it to Isaiah Thomas because his mom is really into this thing. The name, and I still have that script, and this is before the movie was shot. The movie's called Hoop Dreams.
Oh, my.
I still have that original script.
Wow.
And like I said, Mark and Isaiah grew up together. Isaiah was a big star at Indiana in college. Mark was a big star at DePaul, which is in Chicago. Mark was the number one pick overall by the Dallas Mavericks. Mavericks never had a number one pick overall until this year with Cooper Flagg. This past May or June when they picked Cooper Flagg. First time since. So Mark's on the stage talking about how he put his heart into everything. Dick Motta told him you have to put your heart into this. And then he thanked the city of Dallas.
Much I can do for you. You had to come from the heart. And that's when I learned that, you know, he's giving his heart up. I have to give my heart up. Every day, every night, every time we hit the practice floor, I had to give my heart up. And that's the way you establish yourself as a franchise. In Dallas, I want to thank you for letting us represent you in the great NBA.
And the tears. He had lots of tears, and he and Isaiah Thomas had a tearful exchange, not only on the floor, but before that they had a press conference, and they talked about their history together. And even Rolando Blackman had to go up there and console Mark and Isaiah. And by the way, I got a whole bunch of Isaiah Thomas CA Story confidentials, too, from back when he was at Indiana.
I've heard them. They're good.
So, and I was we were kind of recalling some of those stories. Like, in fact, when they first went to the NBA Finals and Zeke played with a bad ankle the fourth quarter, and the Pistons almost beat the Lakers in Game 7. After that game, they go to Magic goes to their locker room. Magic Johnson goes to their locker room, gives them a bottle of champagne. After all this stuff is over with, I'm on this shuttle bus back to the hotel. Pistons were staying in the same hotel the media was in L.A. And I'm on the bus with only Bill Laimbeer and Isaiah Thomas. And they're sharing that bottle of champagne and plotting up how they're going to win the championship next year. They weren't throwing a pity party. They were saying, this is what we got to do. It's like the game was going to be next week. So we were recounting all that stories and stuff like that. And then to show you about Mark being misunderstood, and this is why I'm thinking why it took so long on his jersey being retired. When Mark was drafted, Mark is a quiet person overall. And, you know, it's almost like his demeanor looks fierce on the floor, not as much as Russell Westbrook, but kind of like that. And people don't really understand Russell Westbrook. They think he's mean or mad, or he's a really, really nice guy. Mark is too.
Dumars was like that too.
Joe Dumars?
Yeah.
Joe Dumars is a very close friend of mine, and he's now running the New Orleans Pelicans. But back to Mark Aguirre, I think back in those days, people wanted the best player on the team, the star of the team, to be like Roger Staubach. In other words, do all kind of like what Dirk does.
Mr. Everything.
You see? Mr. Everything, what Dak Prescott does too right now, but just does all those things. And not everybody is wired that way. They might be the best player, but they don't want to necessarily be the face of the franchise. Maybe other people can be the face of the franchise too. Dirk handled it well. But by the way, Dirk went through a whole lot of hell before everybody became beloved, because they were like, he'll never win. Selective memory if you don't remember that.
Oh.
There were so many fans who said, he can't get it done until it happened. And then when it happened, no, LeBron choked. Dirk didn't win. I can go on and on and on. So let's go back to Mark Aguirre. Mark Aguirre was misunderstood because he wasn't in the Roger Staubach kind of, you know, let's do the press conference. I'll answer any question, blah, blah, blah. He would answer the questions and stuff, but, you know, he's quiet. And he had Rolando Blackman and Derek Harper there to help him out and guys like that. But I'll remember when the Mavericks took the Lakers to Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and Game 7 was in LA, and I was with the Mavericks team. I flew with them, and there was like a commercial charter back then. And they weren't supposed to beat the Lakers. Lakers were Showtime Lakers. And by the way, the Lakers went on to play the Pistons in those finals, and they beat the Pistons that year. In that series, everybody's playing well. And by the way, this is a series, Roy Tarpley, Pat Riley said, I have no answers for Roy Tarpley. He's a mismatch. He's a big, they could shoot, he could do all the things.
87, I think, right?
88, I believe. It's somewhere around there. But the bottom line was, they're in L.A., they're not supposed to win, but they're taking the Lakers to 7 games. And everybody's playing. Mark injures his thumb in the third quarter, I believe. And he's out of the game. The Lakers take the lead. The Mavericks come back. Mark goes back into the game, but the Mavericks lose the game. And everybody is really, by the way, the Mavericks wish they had won. You know, they're ahead of schedule, so to speak. Still, it's like, oh, wow, we are not supposed to be in the same game with them. We took it to 7. Everybody's feeling good about the team in that locker room. hate that they lost, but they look forward to the future. Get on the plane. I'll never forget this. It was a regular commercial flight. We land at DFW Airport, and we don't know what to expect. We're just like, okay, let's go back to our cars, whatever, exit interviews. Fans were all over that gate area. This was before TSA. Fans everywhere. This was not Love Field. This is DFW Airport. It's inside the terminal. And they were going crazy over everybody. And then the articles came out, and I can't even tell you how many opinion makers back in those days blamed Mark Aguirre for the Mavericks not winning Game 7.
Because the time he missed in the game?
Because of the thumb. And it was. I personally think that Mark was like, I just can't. Now, I don't know this for a fact. This is my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
He winds up going to the Pistons. He gets the trade to the Pistons. Isaiah Thomas said we needed Mark Aguirre, and they made that thing happen. I don't know all the details, but it happened. I'm covering the NBA Finals. I covered 22 of them. I'm at those two Pistons championships, and the first one, in the Bad Boys documentary. I'm in there too with Isaiah. He's saying heaven must be like this.
Teams.
Oh yeah, well they're the ones that beat up the Bulls.
Right.
And they beat up Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
And they played physical basketball. And Dennis Rodman was there. I knew all those guys. And Mark got his rings, and again, he and Isaiah Thomas to this day are really, really tight. Past those championships, Mark was an advisor to Ross Perot's group when they bought the team from Mr. C, but then he went to work with Isaiah Thomas with the Knicks because him and he wanted to be around the game. I went to the Knicks. So Mark wasn't in town, even though he lived here. He wasn't around Maverick stuff by the time Nelly and Mark Cuban bought the team. He wasn't there as often. He was here, but he was almost like forgotten. All I can tell you is I think you in the rafters, you got Brad Davis, you got Rolando Blackman. Rolando went in 2000. I want to say Brad went in 1993 or something like that. And then Derek went in like 2018 or something. So it was very limited. It was like very, very limited. And then they put in Dirk. And I just think it was because time was passing and they weren't really deciding what they want to do. I don't know who's going to be the next one that goes in. But
Cooper Flag.
No, I think it's going to be Jason Kidd.
No,
yeah, you're kidding. I'm thinking it's going to be Jason Kidd. It's going to be somebody off the championship team. It's going to be Jason Kidd probably because 3 J's, he was drafted by the Mavericks. He's a Maverick. He's the Mavericks coach right now. Took him to 2 Western Conference Finals, the NBA Finals as a coach, went to the NBA Finals. He's the MVP of the whole league. He's in the Hall of Fame. Dirk's in the Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. I could go on and on and on why he would probably be the next one. I'm not saying when the ceremony might be. It took this long for the only one that went in rather quickly was Dirk, but that was well-deserved. I mean, he led that team. It could be Jet Terry next. I don't know, but I'm thinking Jason Kidd one day might be the next one, and Mark Aguirre is there by no other fault other than time flies sometimes. And I'm glad it happened. I'm glad he's in, and so is he, and so are most Maverick fans and the organization. And that's your CA Stories Confidential.
Awesome. Man, it was touching. It was really touching. That was a good one. All right. CA Stories right there. Gonna have a Tales from the Chambers coming up at 12:20. But if you are looking to bet on the Seattle Seahawks in the Super Bowl, I want you to wait and listen to what I have to tell you next.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
105.3 The Fan's Radio Row is proudly sponsored by Wild Fork Foods. Elevate your big game watch party today with the wildest selection of high-quality meats and seafood, from sizzling steaks to savory wings. Build a legendary feast that scores points with every hungry fan.
Hi, my name is Jim, and I have low C. There,
I said it. I started losing energy and becoming moody. Next, it was my marriage. With my low C, I just couldn't turn up the heat in the bedroom anymore. You see, low C is low comfort, and it's caused by worn-out heating and air conditioning systems. That's when a friend told me about the comfort maintenance program from Reliant Air Conditioning. I had an honest conversation with my service tech, and it turns out all I needed was a Freon supplement and new filters. Now, my C level is back to normal.
In a clinical study, Reliant Air Conditioning restored C levels back to normal in under 2 hours. Discontinue your low C treatment if your home is so comfortable that in-laws demonstrate tendencies to stay on a permanent basis. Common side effects include extreme comfort, reduced energy loss, and a very satisfied wife. To get your comfort level checked, call Reliant Air Conditioning at 877-YOUR-HERO. That's 877-YOUR-HERO. Or go to ReliantAirConditioning.com. Get your comfort checked and turn the heat back up.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? CarsForKids.org. That's Cars with a K.
Right now, save $16 on a pair of Rain-X Rugged XL wiper blades, plus get 2 times O rewards points only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour on this Sunday. Great to have you in. 1 week away from Super Bowl 60. Chris Arnold on my right, planting the flag in 3 Hall of Fames. I'm Will Chambers, Trevor the Creator, creating back in the Pimp Cup. Probably shouldn't do this on air, and I probably should do better in looking at this. Is it Fred and Blake today?
It's not. It's Fred and Eric Casares.
Eric Casares.
Fan
all right.
phenom.
All
Phenom,
right.
the new
Yeah.
phenom.
Another fan phenom.
Okay, I like it. We'll cross with them coming up at 12:40. Got a Tales from the Chambers. I mentioned it earlier in the program. I'm on 3.5 hours sleep, and it's not for the reason why you may think.
Oh?
I was actually working. I wasn't out partying with the guys.
That's what they say.
Although I do want to hear about what exactly was what happened yesterday, what they all did, how much fun I missed out on. And those guys will all be in the San Francisco area starting this week. In fact, en route is the G-Bag Nation.
As we speak.
They are in the air on the way, and our coverage of Super Bowl week in Radio Row presented by Stella Artois. So can't wait. It's one of the best weeks of the year. And if you missed Zach Wolchuk earlier, boy, did they have some really cool guests. There's Landon Donovan in there, Bo Jackson.
Let me tell you why Bo Jackson rarely does interviews. He's overcoming a stuttering problem he had
his whole life.
As a kid. Yeah. And so he's got to feel really comfortable to elaborate on stuff because he doesn't, he's cautious about that. So I'm giving them major props for getting him. Props for Tim Collins for landing that big fish.
Sean and RJ, K&C Masterpiece.
All flying out tomorrow.
They'll all be on their way out there. Now, I said this before the break, and I know a lot out there, and I had the initial thought before I started looking into some things and thinking more is that Seattle has looked so good. So good. That there's no way New England in a second-year quarterback and how young they are and ascending, it's a way that this is, they're not going to beat Seattle. Darnold has exorcised those demons, right? The ghosts that he was seeing in New York no longer there for him.
Even in Minnesota last year, everybody forgets the regular season. I think they might have lost 1 or 2 games last year. Seriously.
It ended up being 3, I want to say.
13-3. It was still a stellar year. Everybody just remembers those last 2 games that you brought up earlier. And a lot of people wonder, well, why didn't they just re-sign him if they thought so much of him? Because they had this rookie named J.J. McCarthy who was supposed to be the star.
14-3, by the way.
14-3.
That was it.
14-3. Great record. They didn't, fell apart at the end there, and he didn't look good. Well, here's the deal. They would have kept him, but they said, you know what? McCarthy's supposed to be gone. He won the national championship with Michigan a couple of years ago. He just got hurt in training camp. The contract is cheap. It's going to cost us at least $50 million to extend Sam Darnold. So he took his talents to Seattle. So in a way, I kind of look at him like Baker Mayfield landing in Tampa Bay. And I don't think Baker Mayfield sucks. That's just me. Yeah, I'm Boomer Sooner. I know. Told us that. Well, Chris, you went to OU. Yeah, I'm just saying. I just look at some guys.
Baker's a good quarterback.
Well, see, here's the deal.
Sometimes it takes a little time.
That's where I was going with it. Everybody expects these guys to land on their feet and just kill it as a rookie. It doesn't happen that way. Even Patrick Mahomes did not really play his rookie year. He played the last game of the season where they didn't want to make sure nobody got hurt. He got just some snaps in the last game of the regular season. He didn't start playing for Kansas City till the next season, his next year. You just cannot assume every rookie's going to be a star or look like a star. And that's why, unfortunately, on-the-job training is hard to watch.
Now, 75% of the money that's been bet on the Super Bowl, this is as of yesterday, with the spread at Seattle as a 4.5-point favorite, 75% of that money has been bet on Seattle.
Safe bet.
Usually when stuff like that happens, the line will move. However, the line has not moved. Sportsbooks are resisting that movement. And the Hard Rock Bet Senior Vice President Neil Walsh said, quote, at this point, it would require significant additional action on Seattle, minus 4.5, or a meaningful update to Drake May's injury status for us to consider a move. Now, Drake May, who had a right shoulder issue, he missed Friday's practice, and that it's just a sore shoulder, but, it is what it is. He missed Friday's practice with an illness. So he went on to say, Neil Walsh, we do not anticipate either occurring for the next few days.
All right, I'm not a bettor or a gambler, but I'm trying to figure out how you and Jake and the guys who really study this thing think. So you're thinking Las Vegas wants to keep their money, so they think New England's going to win.
Or cover. That's exactly, you're exactly right.
I'm just guessing.
Yes. If a bunch of money coming in usually moves the spread because they want to cover themselves, right? Mm-hmm. They don't want to have too much going out. So to me, it tells me that they believe that this game is going to be close, and I do too. Now, maybe the most famous bettor that we have in the country is out of the armpit. as one Sean Sharif would call it.
Houston.
That's right. And that would be Jim Mattress Mac McInville.
Oh, yeah.
So Mattress Mac placed a $2 million bet last week on the New England Patriots.
Whoa, he's not always right, but he does always bet big.
And I want to say I don't know if he's more right than wrong. It is for all the public bets that he makes, the ones that we are aware of, I think he's more right than wrong. But with any gambler, you're definitely more wrong than you are right. And I'll tell you why I am leaning New England as well. I thought about it and I'm like, okay, you got two good defenses. All right. Well, I try to look at it as how do I see the game playing out? New England, in their last 4 games, including the playoffs, they have given up, on average, 69 rushing yards a game. Now, in Seattle, the last few games, they've run the ball pretty well. They've had, over 100 yards. They're averaging, more than 4 yards a carry. Now, you're going up against, some, pretty good defenses. I mean, San Francisco had been injured and then going up against the Rams. But, they've been without Zach Charbonnet, right? And Kenneth Walker has, looked pretty good in his stead, looking like the old Kenneth Walker. But how are they going to be able to run the football against this rushing defense? Now, Seattle is good against the rush as well. Now, by the way, New England on the other side is rushing for about 160 a game or close to it. Mm-hmm. So I think with both defenses and both wanting to run the football, that it is going to be a battle, and we could be looking at one of those Super Bowls like we saw with the Rams and the Patriots a few years ago. We may not see a whole lot of scoring. Now, I'm not going to tell you one way or the other how I feel about the over-under because I really don't know, but I just believe that it's going to be close. Now, Seattle gave up 75 yards last week after ran for 75 yards last week after running for at least 160 yards in their previous 4. So they didn't run it very well. So what does that mean? Because Seattle's offense, led by, coordinator Clint Kubiak and Sam Darnold, is on the play action game. Mm-hmm. So what does that mean there? New England, you're going to hear a lot this week about how many turnovers they've got. I don't like ever betting based on turnovers. My Chicago Bears are a great example of that. Now, they're able to play well and win games, and then they lost a close one, but they weren't getting turnovers like they were during the regular season. That's really hard to sustain. And they had 5 turnovers against C.J. Stroud, who looks like when he, gets the ball hiked to him that he's swatting bees. Like he just doesn't know what to do with the damn football.
Shout out to Al Harris in the secondary.
So I really think that is going to play a big role in this game. It's why I really, really like New England. Now, one of the things to keep an eye on is that Drake May has been sacked 5 times in each playoff game they played. It's the last 3. However, in Seattle, in both their playoff games, only has 3 sacks. And they had only 3 sacks against Stafford, who it was like it rushed the ball for the first time.
At his age, he had an Elway moment.
I mean, it was wild what I heard. I wanted to say like this season, but I can't be right. But it was definitely the playoffs.
Elway, but he got a chance,
and he got the first down. Mm-hmm. But like he didn't run it at all. I mean, we all know Stafford. That guy ain't leaving the pocket.
Nope.
And then Brock Purdy is somewhat mobile, but he's a pocket guy too, and still only 3 sacks. They really weren't getting after the quarterback. I think that I would like to see Seattle. My heart wants Seattle.
Blake. May is going to run. He always does.
Yeah.
So they're going
to. That's
sometimes
part of the rushing.
The ball out.
Exactly. I want Seattle to win. I love the Darnold story. Mm-hmm. I think it's great. I'd love to see Tank get the Super Bowl and absolutely stick it to the Cowboys.
And Micah.
God, I'd love it. Yeah.
By the way, Micah's back in town. He's been cited. He's been seen around town. Micah's back in town.
So right now, I think that I certainly would take the points, but I may go Mattress Mac style and may go money line.
You mentioned Mattress Mac, so I have to look up out his winnings.
Okay.
So in 2022, this is why he got so big and famous. He won $75 million when the Astros won the World Series. And he's got this promotion with his mattress warehouse or whatever, where he gives people beds. In other words, he used some of his winnings to whatever they bought the beds for. It turns out to be free beds, and then he donates beds. He donated 500 mattresses this past September to families who had those floods situations in the Hill Country. So he took care of them, and he also won $12 million in the NCAA basketball title when Kansas won the tournament in 2022.
This is where he is brilliant because he does this pretty much every time where he hedges his bet. So he bet $2 million on the Patriots to win the Super Bowl. So he will net $4 million if the Pats beat the Seahawks. But what he does is that he uses that as a promotion.
Yep.
At his store.
The publicity. That's free advertising.
You spend $4,000 on a mattress and gear with McIngvale's gallery of furniture. And if the Patriots beat the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60, you get your money back on your purchase.
Yep.
So you get
a free purchase.
More people coming into your store and buying, thinking if New England wins, I'll get my money back, I'll get it for free. So he wins either way. Brilliant.
Ding, 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 ding. That's why he's Mattress Mac.
So there you go. That's only a brief part of what I'm looking at in this game. And, of course, we'll have a full preview on Super Bowl Sunday next week right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right.
Are you going to tell us the truth next?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you everything I haven't told you in really the last 4+ years. Next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Ready to slim, smooth, and tighten all at once? At Souza Clinic, discover our new all-in-one transformation package combining skin tightening, cellulite reduction, our all-natural weight loss program, and laser that targets stubborn visceral fat, that deep belly fat around your organs. No surgery, just real visible results. Normally valued at $1,900 a month. Now get the complete transformation for just $350 per month. Call Souza Clinic at 972-479-5187 for your free consultation today. Souza Clinic, weightlossfortexas.com.
In winter, you can't go to the ballpark and see a go-ahead home run. Can't witness a filthy strikeout or watch a Rangers walk-off. That's because there are only 2 seasons in the year, winter and baseball. So how do you win your winter? You get ready for baseball. 2026 Texas Rangers single game tickets are now on sale. Get your tickets today at Rangers.com. All for Texas.
Jeff Cox, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. I'm excited to announce the new Berkey's MVP membership plan, the only plan you need to maintain all of your home's vital systems, including plumbing, AC, heating, and electrical. Benefits include priority scheduling, no service fees during the week, and member discounts on repairs. Join MVP today for only $19.75 per month in honor of our 50 years of serving DFW. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
M37968.
I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath.
And I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Namath and Flores.
We've helped thousands of taxpayers get out of IRS trouble for over 25 years.
Give us a call at 972-484-0TAX or visit myiRSteam.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and top users make $200 to $300 per month.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WHEEL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WHEEL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WHEEL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Jack, when you look back on 75 years...
Oh, I'm not looking back. I'm bringing back my Chicken Supreme. Comes in a combo and Munchie Meal. This fan favorite starts at just $5.49. And the Munchie Meal comes with a collectible Jibby.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Boy, there was some really fun college basketball yesterday, and I'm excited to talk to our boy, Fred Davis. Coming up, we'll be with Eric Caceres. Will take over for us at 1 o'clock. There was something I saw. I'm going to have to pull this up before we get to them. That A.J. Debinsa, BYU freshman, and Darren Peterson, I'll have to get it exactly right, but they played against each other, and he's the freshman for Kansas. They played against each other last year, like in high school. And or AAU, whatever it is. And the scoring output between them was wild. Those guys are so good, but Kansas got a big win over BYU. So we'll talk with Fred alongside three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold and Will Chambers with Trevor back in the cup.
Sound like those two guys did a Cooper Flag Con Knipple in that game against there was Mavericks in Charlotte on Thursday night where Cooper Flag broke Mark Aguirre's rookie record with 49 points. Knipple put on a show, hit the game-winning 2 free throws. They were going back. They said 2 rookies had never done a game like that in NBA history.
We have, at the end of this segment, we normally don't do this, but sometimes I get one and I was like, oh, this is really good. I have got a Dallas Cowboys trivia question for you.
Me or the Tolos?
And the Tolos.
Cool. What about
877-881-1053. Oh, for everybody. For Trevor, too. And I say with like Trevor, Fred, I think, has a chance of getting it, too. I think you have to be older Really, or just a complete NFL, savant. So anyway, that'll be coming up at the end of this. But first, let's roam around the chambers.
At quarterback from Fort Thomas, Kentucky, number 8, Will Chambers.
Can you play the damn position? We're workshopping the name. Bob plays with his Willie.
Yeah.
Ooh, what about William?
Bring it.
So I had a brief retirement.
I tried to tell you were not going to retire from radio.
I
tried to tell you.
It was really a retirement just from doing it consistently, that I was still going to be around and all that. But the reason being is that I had left my job that I've been in for the 4 previous years to go into another career that would have me working on weekends. Now, about a year, a little less than a year after I started here at The Fan, I took a job with an incredible company, Novo Nordisk, which is a pharmaceutical company. And I never really said this on the air. I was absolutely given full support for, my work here on The Fan by all my superiors and the company at Novo Nordisk. But the pharmaceutical industry is a very heavily regulated industry.
You were slinging them rocks.
And I was selling Ozempic.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So you're the one that got Hollywood all skinny, huh?
So, there over the last 4 years, there had been so much discussion around GLP-1s and compounded pharmacies and a lot of other things. And I felt, one, it was inappropriate, but two, part of regulation is that clearly I wasn't going to advocate for those medications because that could be seen as me talking outside of, a doctor's office with them or communicating with a doctor that may be listening to do that. It's just inappropriate. It's wrong. And I wouldn't have done that to begin with. And so I never made it public that
that's what you did.
I was selling Ozempic and Rybelsus and ultimately Wegovy. And so, like I said, I was there for 4 years. And going into the end of 2024, I'm out with a very good friend of mine. And he went to Texas A&M, and we actually went to Cosm to watch, in that like kind of bar area. Yeah, over in Grantscape.
Yeah.
To watch the LSU A&M game. And we hadn't been to Cosm yet, so we wanted to see what it was all about. And Cosm is dope. It's just
amazing.
Awesome. We went to a bar afterwards, and, we're having some beers and, just talking about life and work and, how things go on your end, how things going on your end, that. And, he said to me, he's like, hey, if you ever want to make a change, man, the money is really, really good. And he worked in home sales. He worked
real estate.
Well, yes and no. So he worked in new construction, which is ultimately where I went for a builder. So say when you go into a neighborhood and they could have 4 different builders, whether it be, the biggest ones here or like Highland, American Legend, among others. So and he worked for a different one. And he's like, I think you should really look into it. I think you'd be great at it. And then he told me what he was making. And look, I was happy with the company I was with. I think all of us that are working want more money. I certainly did. I was looking for, not necessarily actively looking for opportunities, but certainly was not getting to essentially where I really wanted to be in owning a home. Owning a home right now, you have to be making $200,000. If as a single person in DFW, you got to be making $200,000 to be able to purchase a home.
Those are
That's
facts.
ridiculous.
It is. It's absolutely amazing these days.
And
you got a home, be glad you're in.
So I started looking into it. And I eventually, going into 2025, kind of honed in on one and agreed, landed one really in April, but didn't end up taking the position and started working for a builder in the neighborhood in late June. At the same exact time that the housing market completely bottomed out.
in Dallas-Fort Worth?
Well, across the country. Straight up.
I thought it was only Texas because everybody's moving in, but they couldn't afford the houses.
Yeah, it's really everywhere. You know, Texas is always going to have more people moving here for a number of different reasons, but two, I think, that are at the top is the fact that we got a ton of space. We're not cramped for space here.
Yep.
And the economy
is great.
Usually better than anywhere else. So that's why you have a lot of people moving here. And cost of living, all that kind of stuff. You know, what you're paying in California, you know, people are moving here from all over the place, but a lot from California because they're paying so high prices, you know, in real estate.
No state, Texas.
Yeah. So I went from a job in which, you know, you're making a salary, base salary, and then your goals and bonuses, you know, quarterly and all that kind of stuff, to one in which when you're in home sales, it is commission only. And so, you know, I had to, you know, put my build up some savings, put it aside, you know, to kind of create a runway for myself, because even in a good market, it takes time to get things going. And, you know, I think I want to give this as, I don't know, just kind of a cautionary tale, not necessarily advice and stuff like that, you know, one of the things, if you're looking for a job, and I've always asked this question, but I don't think I've ultimately felt it until now, and how super important it is of what the culture truly is. And I asked the question in the interview, and I was given an answer. And, you know, when you're at a place, I talk about Novo in the way that I do because they care about their employees. They really, really do. And we, all of you know, listening, and you've probably worked at places where, you know, they could care less. You are a number, you're a digit on the bottom line. And there's other places that truly value you and appreciate those, look for those types of places. Because I left one that was definitely one and went to another that definitely was not. So over the course of this bottoming out of the housing market, you know, it got awfully tight and has been. So I mentioned as we started the show here that I'm on 3.5 hours sleep. And I'm like, it's not because I was out partying.
Are you trying to say you're experiencing the gig economy?
Yeah, it was because I have a very close friend of mine, call him Chef, Chris Meyer, but he works, he's always worked in food sales here. He's a former chef. Duh. That's why we call him that. Just like we call Chef Eric, Chef. So he said, we were out playing golf in November, December. He's like, man, hey, I know, you know, it's time. He's like, have you thought about, you know, just like waiting tables, you know, for a little while, you know, to try to get yourself, you know, something, because I'm just on the, you know, I lost my job in the middle of November. Ain't nobody hiring.
Right.
Really in December. And really in January. And I said...
Did you go back to the original Ozempic people? Or they say...
Yes. I'll kind of leave that aside.
Okay.
It's a possibility, but you know what? Great company. I still talk with all of them. You know, I love them to death.
Just not yet. Timing. It's a timing thing.
You know, I'm looking at a lot of different areas too, and not just pharma. But he said, have you thought about it? And I go, no, I haven't, because I haven't done it in 15 years. I have not worked in a restaurant. And the last few years I was working in a restaurant, I was running them. And this was before I moved down here to DFW, let alone bartended or served. It's been 15 years. But I'm like, well, I'm not opposed to doing it at all. So I was like, okay, good idea. That day, I go out and I went to a few, you know, steakhouses or whatever, and talked with them. One of them, one of the big steakhouse chains that you all go to, you all love, we all love it, I love it. They actually wanted me to be a manager. I'm like, no. I'm not. I don't want to have no interest in being a manager. I just, you know, this is what it is.
You just want a gig, not a career.
And but I asked Chef, and I said, hey, do you have any accounts, you know, of yours that you think I should go into? And he gave me 3, and one of them on the list was a brand new place, and it was in the Dallas Morning News this past week. It opened up in middle of November, but it's been really more of a slow build to what was a grand opening. this past weekend, last night and Friday night. And it's the Gibson, Dallas. Many of you may remember McGuire's, which is right on Trinity Mills and the Tollway. And the sign McGuire's, that sign now says the Gibson, Dallas. And we just had an incredible weekend. And I'll say this, that I'm not trying to act humble or, showing humility, this and that, sometimes you have to go back to move forward.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been such a blessing, being there. The type of place that it is, I can't, and not just because I'm there, because I don't know how long I'm going to be there. I really don't. And I'm not, I always try to love where my feet are.
Mm-hmm.
And I truly am. It is a great place. And even if I had said, look, I found a job, I'm leaving, I'd be saying the same thing. It is fine dining, but without any of the pretentiousness. It's so beautiful in there, incredible wine list, and we got a speakeasy in there. What's been so awesome has been that there hasn't been a whole lot of marketing around it because the owner, Carrie Britton, and her husband, Carl, and all of her family is a total family place. She has one other place, well, two, but one in Lubbock. It's where it all started, the Funky Door. They moved here, wanted to open a place up in Dallas, and it truly is a family-owned and run operation, and they are incredible. They are so awesome. But it's been great is that because she wanted to slowly build it all, it wasn't a ton of marketing because you don't want to get slammed and you haven't really gotten the kinks out.
Right.
You want to get the menu right. And, now after, a month and a half, 2 months or so now, you've really gotten there. But in that time, we have had so many from those neighborhoods, Bentry North and West, all around that spot, Trinity Mills, like I said, and the Tollway, that we have a great, these regulars have they're just awesome. And so that's where I've been. That's why I'm on 3.5 hours sleep, not because I got hammered last night out with Sean and everybody yesterday, just bouncing around wherever we were going.
Last call before you leave town for the Super Bowl.
Yeah. So, I was thinking about it last night and I was like, you know what? I've never actually talked about because I didn't feel it was right. I think it went against. It was against regulations for me to even really talk much, and I'm not gonna. I can say what I'm doing, but I'm not gonna talk about it. That's why when everybody on the station were talking about GLP-1s and tirzepatide and semaglutide and all that, like I'm just over here like and let it be. But I kind of wanted to give everybody an update and just,
you got a few Tolos loving the story and appreciating you talking about the way it is. 940 says, I work for lumber company. We all knew it was coming. People just didn't want to believe it. And another 214 says, wow, Will, this is such courage you have to be this vulnerable on the air. Wish you tons of luck.
Well, I appreciate that.
972 says, I made the transition from construction manager to a salesperson at a local builder. Took months to get my first sale and get the ball rolling. Feast or famine. Finally had 3 sales last week. Leaving behind a comfortable salary for the potential was a very, very difficult decision. 2 sales a month would double my previous salary, but they are much harder to get than you think.
Oh, it's
the market is shifting, and after the new year, we've had lots of serious buyers now coming in. So hopefully it keeps up. That's what he's saying from the 972.
Yeah, I wish I was given the opportunity
to support you, man.
I wish I was given the opportunity to have those serious buyers actually in front of me, but that just wasn't the case. Now, some of our regulars, some of the people that had come in, I started there about a little over a month after they had opened, so like right before New Year's. And this great couple that live in the neighborhood, Jim and Andrea, they come in. Jim is a huge Cowboys fan, as most are around here. He's awesome. And he and I have become friends. They both. He gave me this trivia question, so I want to ask you, Tolos. 877-881-1053. There are 5 coaches that were head coaches at the same time, all of which had Super Bowl rings from the Dallas Cowboys, either as a player or a coach. At only one time, 5 head coaches were all coaching in the NFL at the same time who all owned Dallas Cowboys Super Bowl rings. Is it confusing the way I did? No.
In other words, they could be assistant coaches, but they got a ring. Or they could have been a player, got a ring from the Cowboys Super Bowl ring, but they wound up being a head coach at the same time
as 4 others.
As 4 others with Cowboys Super Bowl rings.
Exactly. So
877-881-1053.
We'll ask Fred and Eric too, as well, on the other side.
Okay, so wait.
Okay.
How about one small clue?
Okay.
Were these coaches at the same time, 5 coaches, coaching at the same time in the 21st century or the 20th century?
Okay, good. I will give you that hint. It was the 20th century.
Okay, I'm on my way.
I knew it. There we go. We'll have the answers on that next on The Fan.
That feeling you get on the water? This is where it starts. The Dallas Boat Show is back with 2 full weekends. With more than 200 exhibitors, it's the place to compare boats, talk with dealers, and see what's new, all in one place. Whether you're buying your first boat or upgrading to the next one, this is the place to do it. The Dallas Boat Show at Dallas Market Hall. 2 weekends starting at January 30th. Your next boat starts here. Get tickets and event details at dallasboatexpo.com.
Hey, it's Chiafalo. Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into a paper airplane headed to see you never. AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, their best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on the RootMetrics Root Score Report 1H 2025. Results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer bill within the past 45 days and in the name of the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Whether it's lunch, happy hour, dinner, or brunch, the Hampton Social has exactly what your taste buds are asking for. Fresh seafood, coastal-inspired favorites, and cocktails that taste like vacation. Round up your crew and experience Dallas's newest dining destination, the Hampton Social. Now open at 1520 Main Street in Dallas, between the Jewel and Magnolia Hotels. Visit thehamptonsocial.com. That's thehamptonsocial.com.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who'd heard their ads for over 25 years. He always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. We showed him leasing isn't about what you can afford. It's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. So, are you ready to stop financing negative equity and start driving smarter? Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy.
If your country was louder in the 90s, you're going to feel right at home at Rodeo and Rye, right next door to Hurtado Barbecue at 213 East Front Street in Arlington. Rodeo and Rye is pouring Coors Banquet on tap, strong cocktails, and straight up good times. Happy hour runs Monday through Friday, 1 to 6 p.m. So block out, crack one, and stay a while. Rodeo and Rye, where the beer's cold, the country's loud, and the 90s never ended. RodeoandRye.com.
I know it's hard to take that first step when you're not feeling like you. But if you do take that step to optimize your total wellness with Men's T Clinic like I did, hormones, mood, weight, muscle mass, they're all going to fall into place and you're going to leave the symptoms keeping you on the sidelines in the rear view once and for all. Men's T Clinic has pioneered optimizing hormone levels and total wellness for men since 2014, pursuing their mission of restoring men's health, confidence, drive, and vitality. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit menstclinic.com.
1-800-246-OT.
menstclinic.com.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code EVENT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EVENT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EVENT. Code EVENT. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Imagine there was more of you. A you working on custom retirement plans, while another you preps for open enrollment. When you partner with Paychex, we become an extension of your team. From AI-powered intelligent HCM to HR advisory and employee solutions, we give you more of you. New customers book a meeting with Paychex and get a $50 gift card. Visit paychex.com/you.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. It's that time of year. Cold temps can blow in anytime. And if you're dealing with a furnace issue or a breakdown, I recommend you call the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their number one goal is to get you up and running and warm again and help you avoid a future breakdown. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. Theontimeexperts.com, the choice of the Consumer Team.
You can feel the buzz, can't you? Oh, it feels good, doesn't it? And it's all about the Cowboys offseason. So we're heading to San Francisco to dive into the hive of insider news. Come along for the ride, Tolos, as we take you to Radio Row. Radio Row. Radio Row. For amazing insight with a lot of treehouse shenanigans. Stella Artois presents one of our most listened to weeks, filled with Hall of Famers, insiders, laughs, and some quality hungover confessions. Join us February 2nd through the 6th for our Radio Row coverage in the Bay Area. Brought to you by Stella Artois, the On-Time Experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Wild Fork Foods, and your favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
You know, one thing I realized, and by the way, thank you, Trevor. Terrific work here today. Now I got all these guesses coming in on the trivia question on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. Now I have to look up all the, because I have the answers here. Now that was given to me by a friend of mine. I mentioned Jim, but I'm double checking it because there's some names I'd be like, all right, well let me make sure on that.
Repeat the trivia question.
Yeah. So, Will Chambers, Chris Arnold here with you. Now joined by Fred Davis. Yeah. Are you gonna? Yeah. Yeah. Eric Caceres. How you doing, my man?
What up? Good to be here.
Welcome in, boys.
What's happening?
We'll get to your guys here in a second because
we got 4 hours to talk about it. Don't worry about it.
It was fun. Yeah. Good. I want somebody to take more of the heat off me for any time the mere mention of a state draws all kinds of reaction. The question being, there were 5 head coaches that were all coaching at the same time who also owned Dallas Cowboys Super Bowl rings.
And
either as a player or a coach.
And I asked him was it 21st century or 20th century? As soon as that 20th, I have a good idea I could be wrong. Can I throw out my names? And then you can, my guesses rather.
Yes. Hold on just a second.
I want to scoot to the side so I'm not looking at your screen.
Yeah, I'm just.
Oh, he has the answer ready. Okay.
Who?
He has the answer.
Yeah, he's got the.
Oh yeah, okay. I've got it.
Yeah. All right.
My guess is.
And just clarify one more time. 5 coaches in the NFL that were coaching all at the same time that had a Cowboys affiliated Super Bowl ring.
Correct. Either as a player or a coach.
So, okay. Let's go with Dave Wannstedt.
That would be a no.
Oh wow.
So you got to go back further.
Further than that?
Yes. So this is what you got to look at. Landry coaching tree.
Ditka,
that's one.
That is one.
And you have to throw in Landry. That's 2.
That would be correct.
Then you throw in Dan Reeves.
Okay. I knew it. I told right when Jim told me this trivia question, I was like, I guarantee you CA nails this.
That's 3.
That's 3.
These are all old school guys.
And
they were all coaching
head coaches.
They were all
head coaches at the same time.
Okay, so Landry, Reeves, we said Ditka. Head coaches.
I'm going to say, I'm thinking.
Nobody yet on the fan text has gotten it.
I'm getting ready to guess Forrest Gregg, who was coaching Green Bay before he went back to SMU.
Hold on, where is it?
The bell?
Fred.
You need the bell?
Fred, where is it?
Where's the bell? Where's the bell? I don't know. It's right over there. It's right over there. Hey,
Thank you.
Hey, I haven't done radio since Thursday, so. Hey, I got Ditka, so I got Ditka, so I'll take that.
Okay, so at this point,
Frank Gans.
With some help, I was able to get Forrest Gregg. I had to be given a couple hints to get, but I was like, Forrest Gregg. Like, yeah. I'm like, okay. The last one I could not get.
Not an easy hint, a hard hint. Difficult hint.
Pause.
Exactly. That's why I switched it.
Hold on. I'll give you one in a second. Does anybody else have any kind of guess for the fifth?
I'm lost. I have nothing.
So again, I'll reset this. That we have got 4 in here. They were 5 coaches who were all head coaches at the same time in the NFL.
Okay.
That all owned Super Bowl rings, either as a player or a coach, from the Dallas Cowboys.
And for those who don't know, Ditka was a tight ends coach for the Cowboys. For those who don't know, and I think he actually played tight end for the Cowboys as well. And then Gene Stallings was an offensive lineman for the Cowboys, and he head coach at SMU and the Green Bay Packers, and that's the only reason, because he was at SMU.
Wait, did you say Gene Stallings or Forrest Gregg?
I'm sorry.
You meant Forrest Gregg, right?
Forrest Gregg.
Yeah. You
Gene
said Gene
Stallings was at Alabama.
Yeah.
And A&M.
Little Freudian
Forrest
slip there.
Gregg also took the Bengals to the Super Bowl.
I don't think Gene Stallings was the head coach in the NFL.
No.
So Forrest Gregg was what I was saying. And then, of course, Dan Reeves played for Landry. He was never assistant coach for Landry. And then Landry, that's 4.
That's 4
I'm
right there.
stuck on the 5th.
It is tough because you'll know the name, but you wouldn't necessarily affiliate him with the Cowboys. And that is because for 2 years he was a scout with the Cowboys. But I'll help you out here. I'll say the affiliation would be SMU.
Like Forrest Gregg. A scout. And turned into a head coach. He did a...
AFC or NFC?
Yeah,
NFC.
AFC? Huh.
Man, don't give me... I don't know.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
I'm looking at this to see...
Who followed Reeves up there? Kubiak? Not Kubiak.
No, Shanahan.
No, I'm not thinking about Shanahan. I'm talking about like...
with the Broncos?
Yeah.
Or with the Falcons?
With the
Broncos, it was Mike
Shanahan.
Well, I'm thinking about... Why am I thinking about Kubiak? Because he was just calling plays.
I mean, I was going to say, he was the backup quarterback in OC.
Yeah, for
a number of years. But he was an A&M guy.
Right.
That's Gary Kubiak, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, his son's about to be the head coach of the Raiders.
We will let this marinate for a moment here.
Yeah.
Wait.
Uh-oh.
Wait.
He's got it.
Tolo, I'm just looking across. The Tolo might have gotten it.
No Tolo has it yet. We have a Tolo.
Uh-oh.
We have a Tolo.
Ding,
Get
ding,
this.
Ding.
Ron Meyer.
Ron Myers.
That's right.
He was coaching SMU with Eric Dickerson and
So
Craig
where was
James.
he coaching at?
New England.
And then Indianapolis.
I didn't know he was doing it. I didn't know he had a Cowboys ring.
So the 5 coaches.
He was there, Brian Broaddus.
All head coaches in the NFL at the same time, and all had a Super Bowl ring with the Dallas Cowboys as either a coach or a player. They would be Tom Landry. They would be Forrest Gregg.
SMU.
Ron Meyer, who was a scout in 71 and 72, but later a head coach with the New England Patriots and Indianapolis Colts. And then, of course, you had players, Dan Reeves and Mike Ditka.
Isn't that wild? I did not know.
That's
Ron
a good
Meyer.
trivia question.
It sure is.
And he got it, and I'm like, so, yeah, some had texted in, right? Like, this is the first one I looked up, that they had Ditka, Wanstedt, Jimmy, Reeves, and Norv Turner. And boy, that would have been
close.
Very close. However, Mike Ditka, I'm sorry, Norv Turner, the only one that was missed here, became a head coach in 1994.
Yeah, he left the Cowboys after that Super Bowl. I'll never forget it. Went to the Redskins.
Yeah.
Washington.
Wait. I still got to look it up again.
There's Tolo saying about Gene Stallings, coach for the Cardinals. He did, but I don't think it was the same time the other ones were there, so it wasn't 5 at the same time.
Yeah.
We're looking for all 5 coaching in the same year or two, whatever. And those who say, like Juan said, and you throw in Jimmy didn't head coach the same time Campo was the head coach of the Cowboys. He was retired by then.
I had this as to why this did not work, but now I got to look back because now I'm like rethinking it all.
Tolo said the SMU clue helped him.
Yeah.
I thought, Ron Meyer crossed my mind, but I was like, he didn't have a Cowboy connection. He crossed my mind. I was like, no, he didn't have a Cowboys connection.
Yeah. All right. So
you knew, but you didn't know.
I knew a name, but I didn't think it was the correct name. Just like Stallings, I didn't think Stallings was a connection.
But you were on the right track though, because you had the thought.
It's the thought that counts. Sometimes.
Wait, I may have. This might be.
You wrong?
I might have a wrinkle in here.
So
for as explosive as our last crosstalk was, we are stumbling out of the gate.
Yeah, you guys were screaming at each other 2 weeks ago.
Norv Turner, Dan Reeves, Jimmy Johnson, Ditka, and Dave Wanstead.
That's
so I'm trying to timeline that together. That may not.
I don't care if he put his penis on a Dallas Cowboy. That was a catch.
Ring.
That was a catch.
On a ring. All right, I took major issue with Seth Greenberg earlier today.
What did he say?
College Game Day, when he went after...
Today or yesterday?
Yesterday.
Okay.
Where he was saying they were talking about the Kentucky-Arkansas game on how, I think Bill has started talking, he's like, that this has been a major disappointment this season on a number of levels.
For Big Blue Nation?
Injuries. Yeah. Jay Williams goes into it, as well. They're all kind of talking. Then they come to Seth, and he's like, I think it's a bigger thing at play here that the Kentucky fan base is completely unreasonable. Or, I'm sorry, what was it? He said that they were basically unrealistic, yes. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. Now, he's carrying water and has so for years for Cal.
Yeah.
But I was making the point, and I talked to Zach Wolchuk earlier, because the Cowboys fans get this. Like, your expectations are ridiculous. You're like, we're the Dallas Cowboys. We got a number of Super Bowl trophies here. How is it unreasonable to ask to go here? And now you sitting here, what do you think when you get stuff like that, like about a fan base and being unreasonable?
That's why you are a fan base of those particular teams, right? I mean, look,
Right.
Bill Self said it himself. We have not been at the level of Kansas basketball the last 2 years, right? And again, I love saying this, and if Blake was here, he'd make fun of me for it. I asked him specifically those exact same questions when I got a chance to talk to him for 2 hours on a plane ride. He said, look, we have not held the standard of Kansas basketball that fans and media have come to expect out of the Kansas Jayhawks.
It's
right?
a legacy program.
That's it. Now, Cowboys are a little bit different.
No, they're not.
Well, I would argue yes. Okay. No, they haven't held it up. But, when you haven't won in 30 years,
it's worse.
Is it? That's what I'm saying. At least Kansas and Kentucky have won championships in the last decade. You haven't won in 3 decades. Can you really say that's your level? That's like the Raiders saying we have a commitment to excellence. Do you?
No, you don't. What it is expectation levels. You know what I'm saying? The fans of these historic franchises, these legacy franchises, have an expectation of their teams always competing, not just glad to show up.
Right. No, and I'm with you on that. I just, like with the Cowboy fans, it's funny because it's like, okay, and I think that'd be a great segment. What are realistic Cowboy expectations anymore, right? Like, do you have, because, look, at least with the 49ers, because some people could push back and say, well, the 49ers haven't won in 31 years.
They've been to
to 3 Super Bowls, right?
Sure
3
have.
or 4, whatever it's been. So
that's still moral victory, though, because they didn't win anything. So they're still in the same position as the Cowboys.
Well, no, you didn't win anything, but you got there.
Yeah,
okay?
but
you've been to 3 Super Bowls.
But if the Cowboys made the Super Bowl, everybody wouldn't care because they said, "Oh, you still choked in to win the Super Bowl."
Oh, I disagree. The people would be, because at least if you get there, you at least show we're committed to it and we can do it. All right, there's something to be said for being able to do it. Look, even if the Patriots don't win the Super Bowl this year, right? The
They've
fact
been
that
without
the fact
Belichick.
that you're back in the Super Bowl
Without
8
Brady.
years later says something.
But context matters because this is their first year under Vrabel. And Drake May's taking that second-year leap. So they went from non-playoff team to Super Bowl. No matter what the path was, they're there. So I think that's a win. Like
but how wouldn't it not be a win if the Cowboys or 49ers do it?
Because the 49ers, if you get there 5 times, but you
haven't been there in 3 decades, what difference does it make?
You're saying if the Cowboys made it.
The Cowboys made it. You can tell me if the Cowboys made the Super Bowl right now, there wouldn't be, you couldn't have some sort of crowning achievement.
Oh, and
God.
real hope for the future.
We're up against
Every
it.
time. All right.
Every time.
Those guys. All I know is if we make the Super Bowl, we better win it.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously.
Okay. Because if you
hold that thought. We got to go. We're up against it.
These two guys are hosting a show here next on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan." Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard helps you sell for more with repairs that attract the right buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
105.3 The Fan's Radio Row is proudly sponsored by Wild Fork Foods. Elevate your big game watch party today with the wildest selection of high-quality meats and seafood, from sizzling steaks to savory wings. Build a legendary feast that scores points with every hungry fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Chop here, my good friends over at QC Kinetics. We're going to get you healthy, and we're going to keep you healthy, boys and girls. 40,000. I want that number to sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. It's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people said, stop, before you replace my knee or my hip, before I put my life on hold for months, there's got to be another way. And there is. It's QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced cellular level treatments, revitalizing joint tissue naturally. I had the procedures done back in 2021.
from the 214, Fred turned this into a pure bleep show. We sure did. And then my boy Eric came off the top turnbuckle as well and decided let's get into a full-blown debate at 1 minute to go before the new show starts. So I'm here for it. A chip off the old block, if I do say so myself. If anybody's ready to start debates when we should be at break, it's your boy Freddie D. So Eric Casares to my right. How are you, sir?
I'm great, man. It's good to have you back. Look, I told you yesterday that you were going to get tired of me after this week. I mean, we interviewed you on Fan After Dark. We talked to you yesterday in the car, where I think you were still in Topeka at the time.
I was.
And then now I'm here with you for another 4 hours. You can't get rid of me.
Well, let me tell you something. I mean, I work with, as I like to say, a harem of 22-year-olds, pause. And, I work with Blake Elliott 5, sometimes 6 times a week. So, a little Eric Casares in the mix. Look, it's just another day in the life for
What's
your boy
your least
Freddie D.
favorite thing about Blake? I got you right there.
How much time we got?
Where do I start?
How much time do we have?
I got you right there.
How much time do we have? It's only a 4-hour show. My thing that probably his rage baiting of me.
Oh, okay.
Probably his rage baiting of me would be probably the my least favorite thing. But look, it's like having a little brother or a illegitimate son or a stepson or a foster brother or something like that. That's kind of the relationship that Blake and I have. So, in fact, he and I talked yesterday on the phone as I was driving back from Kansas, and of course, he was telling me about the which we're going to get into here in a little bit. He told me about the Ron Harrod Jr., who is, I'm sure you guys have all, and if you haven't seen it by now, I want to say I've retweeted it. I know Blake's retweeted it. Go to, if you don't follow Grant Afseth, friend of the program, who also does the Mavs Pulse podcast with Blake, he posted it last night, the now viral tweet, and I do mean viral, where Ron asked him, you've been getting criticism. This was after the game last night, after the Mavericks lost to the Rockets last night. What was it, 111-107? I think was the final score.
Yep.
Our boy Cooper Flagg, 34 more points. We're going to get to that. Put that in your hip pocket, that information, because we've got some more conversation to have about our boy Cooper Flagg, because apparently there's basketball people out there and former players. Yep. This isn't just some Johnny-come-lately. These are actual guys who played in the National Basketball, and not just had a cup of coffee in the NBA, not just G League guys who, spent time there and then decided to go back to college. Actual all-stars. Now, I don't know if Udonis Haslem ever made an all-star team, but
he was the ultimate journeyman. He's on the. He played for the Heat for like 20 years. I felt like.
Yeah, I mean, that didn't necessarily make him a journeyman.
In his prime, he was good.
I mean, hell, he won a title with Florida back in the day, but. No, he had something I thought that was, and again, as Blake told me last night, look, not everybody's going to love up on Cooper Flagg, which I get, don't get me wrong, I'm not that naive. But when it comes, podcasting people is one thing, media folks I can understand, but when fellow NBA players, guys who, as Jason Kidd alluded to last night, I played this game at a very high level. Mm-hmm. Now, Jamal Mashburn, again, didn't play at the same level that Jason Kidd. I mean, Jason Kidd, to me, is one of the greatest point guards of all time. I have always been a Jason Kidd fan. My only gripe with Jason Kidd is why he didn't go to KU coming out of college, but I think it's because California paid him, but that's another story for another time. NIL before it was NIL. So I had no issue with what Jason Kidd said. Now, that said, we're going to have Ron Harrod Jr. on here in the next segment. Okay, we're going to have, he's actually driving back from H-Town, and as somebody alluded to in the text, in the tweets, it sounded like he wasn't done with his question.
Yeah.
If you listen close, and we're going to play the audio here in just a second. You got the audio? Now, I want you to, if you're wherever you're listening at, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, if you're listening on your car, your vehicle, whatever the hell you're doing, maybe on your computer, maybe you're old like me, and sometimes you put it on your Surface Pro while you're doing whatever it is you might be doing. Turn your volume up, because again, and this isn't anything, it's just the quality isn't great, right? I mean, Grant's recorded it from his phone, and Jason Kidd's not a loud talker anyway. Do we think
very soft-spoken?
Do we think Jason Kidd's a close talker? How do we feel about close talkers?
I mean, they won't tick me off, I guess, but just kind of raise your voice.
What's too close for you? What's too close for you as far as somebody talking to you?
I I feel like if you're closer than my elbow.
Okay.
I feel like the elbow. That's a good range.
Okay, a little closer. I'm an arm's length guy, okay? I don't need you any closer than arm's length. Where are you at as far as being a close talker?
Just elaborate on closed.
Close. No, close.
Close.
Close talker. Like somebody that likes to get in, like somebody that talks to you really close to your face.
That would probably agree with Jet.
Okay, so elbow. You got okay. So you're letting somebody get up to your elbow if you put your arm out.
I mean, I got
okay
long arms, so
okay. I do
that was
too.
a
But
joke,
I'm saying
by the way.
I wasn't gonna say it. You did. And so I'm an arm's length guy. Okay, we don't need to be any closer than arm's length when it comes to talking. Okay, like that's just Fred's.
Actually, no. Now that I think about it, that's actually really damn close.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, you guys are okay with somebody coming up to your elbow and talking to you. Like, that's crazy to me.
What the heck?
Yeah, no, that's too close. Anyway, point in all that is
okay.
this.
I'll do a whole arm length. How about that?
Yeah, that's. I think it's more appropriate. So either way, whether Jason Kidd's a close talker or not, this much we do know, as Mr. Casares just alluded to, he's not the loudest speaker in the world. Yeah. Okay, but when he speaks, you should listen. This is Ron Harrod Jr. from DLLS. Asking him a question, and again, turn your volume up. This is just the way the quality is, but if you haven't heard it yet, this is him asking that prompted the now viral response from Jason Kidd regarding Cooper Flagg.
Coach, you get a lot of national criticism for playing Flagg at point guard. Over the last 2 games,
Criticism, that's your opinion. You guys write that bull. That's not, I've done this. I've played this game. I've played it at a very high level. I know what the I'm doing. I don't give a what you guys write. Because you guys have never played the game. So I build players. So I know what I'm doing. So to take criticism, it only makes me better. Because if I wasn't doing it right, you guys wouldn't be poking holes in what I'm doing.
You got defensive there.
So the responses have been kind of all over the place as far as, where was he at? Was he in the right for what he said? I guess my question for you guys is this, and I was listening, I was driving home last night, and I got home a little bit. I mean, normally I'm leaving at like 11 o'clock from Kansas, and it's a 6-hour drive. Last night I was able to get in town. I think I got back at like 1 o'clock. So I was listening. I was toloing, even though there was no 105 through the fan on. No local programming. Because we turned into Westwood One now is what it's called. It went from Infinity now to Westwood One. So your boy was toloing even on the Odyssey app on the way home. We listened to our boy Denton Day first, friend of the show, friend of the station. And then I was listening to John Lund, and I couldn't help myself. I had to call in because I'm that guy. But he was bringing up about the relationship between the media and sports figures, and how everybody, because tying it into kind of the Bill Belichick thing with media members saying, "Well, I don't like Bill Belichick," and da da da. My point in that is this, and you guys are a little bit younger. Is it just me, or does it seem like we have decorum when it comes to responses? Like, it has become so just accepted now to just curse in press conferences and in back and forth, right? Like, I've never, in my life, as I've got, when I was y'all's age, tirades like that, you'd get them every now and again, but I feel like what happened last night with Jason Kidd was really not all that. Yes, it was because it was Jason Kidd and he hasn't necessarily done that, but I feel like every week now we get a different coach or player who's dropping an F-bomb in just regular conversation.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Nafesia Collier, or whatever her name is, the gal that's part of the WNBA, she drops an F-bomb as she's talking about, this settlement, or, the CBA talks, we're not bleeping around or something like that, or something like, something along that, to that effect. And I just wonder, not to get on a whole side, soapbox here, but look, I curse, okay? Anybody that knows me knows I say the occasional curse word from time to time, but at the same time, we don't do it here on the radio. We don't do it in quote unquote professional settings, right? And so I just wonder, man, what has happened to where we've just become so acceptable of people just dropping F-bombs, cursing left and right, and we just kind of like, all right,
I
no
think
big
people
deal.
are starting to pick up on other people doing it, like you said, and that's part of the reason. And I think it's just how you're raised, right? I mean, people are the people that they surround themselves around. They're going to talk like those people. Like,
wasn't the media though always kind of? I always felt like the media was the one place that you stopped.
Yeah,
at,
you're like,
though.
it's like you knew that that's not what you say to the media. Like, there's a way to approach things.
I mean, there's a reason why we don't do it on the air. I mean,
Yeah.
there's a reason why the FCC will not let you say these things. This, as George Carlin said, the 7 words that you cannot say, and the F word's one of them. And I don't mean Fred.
Do you think it's becoming an ego thing for a lot of these like coaches and I guess professionals that they believe that they can say that type of thing because they have an ego? Like Jason Kidd, when he got defensive, he immediately went to, I played this game, you didn't.
See, and that's and I'm glad you brought that up, because that was another thing that I picked up on that he said that, when you start hearing the I played the game, you didn't, then it's, well, now you're saying that I can't say anything, right? As media, like you
it's basically
can't,
saying your opinion doesn't matter.
I have zero care for anything you're about to say. Nothing. And on one hand, I sort of understand that. I mean, yes, that there's always been that give and take of, yes, as sports media members, we didn't play the game, at least not at a professional level. Yes, maybe we played in high school. Maybe some folks played in college or what have you. But yes, nobody here at the Fan or anybody else on the media in Dallas played at the level that Jason Kidd did. Right? I mean, hell, 97% of the media nationally didn't, unless it's Magic Johnson or Steve Nash talking, not very many people are able to say, yes, I played the same level as a Jason Kidd did. I tend to think, and I've been very, me and CA have talked about this, and I mentioned this last night on my call. I feel like with so much more content out there, that we have fallen into this. People, look, I mean, you get paid now, or you get you're incentivized to say outlandish things because they're going to get clicks, they're going to get hits, right? I mean, the more if your reel goes viral on TikTok and X or Instagram, like you make money off of those. Right? And so, you don't have to be on 105.3 The Fan anymore. You don't have to be on WFAA. You don't have to be on, you can be on a Locked On now, which is a major content provider. But, the three of us could decide tomorrow, hey, we're going to start the, Fred, Eric, and Jet show and run that every day. Yeah. Right? And become a official radio show or podcast, whatever the hell you want to call it, and say outlandish things and then put them out. And if one goes viral, boom, we're good. We're off and running.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then if somebody eats it up, then we're going to keep posting it, and that's going to get more clicks. That's how it goes. Yeah.
It really does. And I just, look, I'm a little bit old school in that sense. I was very steadfast in what I thought about the old girl from Jacksonville and in her part, and I caught all kinds of flack for it, but I stand by it, and yes, I'm all about being wild and zany and having fun here on the radio, but at the same time, anybody that listens to me knows if I do an interview, all right, I mean, look, there's a time to be fun, there's a time to be zany, there's also a time to be professional and know when to lock the bleep in.
Absolutely.
Right? And that's one thing that I've always prided myself on, and I just feel like we've kind of, dare I say, as my son joked around with me this weekend, we've lost the plot a little bit when it comes to interactions. Now, I'll tell you this. I say that in regards to why I think Jason Kidd responded the way he did. I don't think there was anything wrong with what Ron Harrod said, because, again, I don't think he was done asking his question, right? I really think he was in the middle of asking. And here's the thing. We're going to find out what Ron was saying, right? And kind of what has been his reception, what kind of relationship did he have with Jason Kidd? Was he certain? I'm guessing he wasn't expecting the response that he got last night, now that it's gone viral. And so, look, we're off and running. We got a lot more to get to today. We are a week away from the Super Bowl. In fact, we will be on Super Bowl Sunday right here. And then, of course, we've got a whole bunch of stuff to get to here on this Sunday. I'm Fred Davis. That's Eric Casares. We got our boy Jet Nelson in the house on the 1, 2s, and 3s. When we come back, you heard the audio. Let's talk to the gentleman that asked the question. He's been on this program before. Let's talk to him again about what happened last night. And all jokes aside, all right, let's talk about this Dallas Maverick team and how Cooper Flagg has certainly established established himself as one of the best rookies, if not the best rookie in the NBA, and kind of what this means for this team moving forward. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is 105 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%.
He's in Dallas.
Appreciate that, Mr. Jet Nelson. Welcome back in. It is 105 The Fan on a Sunday. Fred Davis alongside the one, the only Mr. Eric Casares. Let's jump out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Welcome to the program. He's graced us with his presence before, and that was right as the season got underway, and it's been quite the season thus far for these Dallas Mavericks. And with maybe, I don't know if this is the first viral moment of your career, but we've got the one, the only Mr. Ron Harrod Jr., Dallas Mavericks beat writer for DLLS Mavs, joining us right now, driving back from H-Town. And, of course, Ron, you asked a question that we played just a segment ago that prompted a feisty response from head coach Jason Kidd. And then, of course, I'm curious, were you done asking your question?
I was not actually done asking the question. Essentially, I was trying to ask Kidd, like, hey, there was a lot of national criticism about you playing Cooper Flag at point guard. But now that, some of his on-ball reps have looked, really good. He's coming off of a 49-point game and then a 34-point game, and he's looking really good on the ball. So, maybe some of those kind of early lumps was worth it. It was not supposed to be a compliment, but, Kidd was just very upset about the referees, and I should have probably just read the energy of the room a little bit better. Because he just kind of was mad at the refs. I mean, he named all three referees after the game and said that they did a terrible job. And it was normally Jason Kidd is not like that. Like, he's a very kind of, chill, kind of stoic kind of coach.
Yeah.
So to see him like that really shows how mad that he was.
So what do you think think's got his goat right now?
Well, one, today is the 1-year anniversary of the Luka Doncic trade.
Fair.
I'm not saying that that's, exactly what, what's making him upset, but it's also probably that over the last couple of games, the Cooper Flag scored 49 points against the Charlotte Hornets. In that game, he made all 6 free throws. The problem is it was only 6 free throws. If that was, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Oklahoma City Thunder, if that's even Luka Doncic, if that's somehow even, Austin Reeves with the LA Lakers, somehow they're getting 10, 15 free throws, and it's not like Cooper Flag isn't driving to the basket as much as those guys. So he's like, early in the season, he's like, he's a rookie. Maybe it's a rookie whistle, but I think that kind of just blew his top over.
Yeah, and a lot of the criticism that Jason Kidd has been receiving for Cooper Flag at point guard kind of stems going back to his days in Milwaukee, coaching with a guy like Giannis earlier in his career. Do you see any similarities in that same situation with Cooper Flag?
Yes, definitely. And as we see Giannis, again, he took some lumps early as well, kind of playing this point forward role. But now we know Giannis is a champion because of his on-ball prowess. He's still an elite off-ball player, but his on-ball prowess, got him the MVP, got him the championship, as well as kind of all the other stuff that he already did well. And Cooper Flag has a lot of Giannis, in his game. He's a player that loves to get to his left hand. He loves to dunk. I mean, he was going last night at Amin Thompson and Tari Eason and Jabari Smith of the Houston Rockets. This is to some NBA people's, top kind of wing, trio in the NBA defensively. And he was just bumping those guys out the way.
Now, so let me ask you this. After that exchange, because then he got up and left and, again, was quite vocal in his response to you. Did anybody from the Mavs PR, or have they reached out to you at all, or have you been able to kind of say, hey, look, I wasn't trying to, rub you the wrong way, and actually I wasn't done asking my question?
No one's reached out from, the Mavericks PR side. Sure. I mean, just to be fair, as a reporter, this is not abnormal. Before I was in Dallas, I was in San Antonio, so I was there for Wemby's rookie year, and I got a chance to see Greg Popovich in action. So really, to be fair, even nothing can come close to Greg Popovich kind of ripping into a reporter. And I used to see our reporters like Jeff McDonald and Tom Osborne of the San Antonio Express News at the time, and they would get ripped into, and they've known Popovich for 30 years.
Okay.
And this would still happen to them. So I just know it's just a part of the job. It's when you decide to be a reporter, you have to be able to take your lumps if you're willing to ask tough questions.
I tell you what, man, that warms my heart hearing you say that, and I do appreciate, like I said, the day-to-day work that you guys do. So that being said, now that we've kind of got this under our belt, as far as you've got Cooper Flag, who has put just 2 incredible performances back to back, and we're less than a week away from the trade deadline. Where does this team sit now, as far as any moves that they may or may not make in the next 4 to 5 days?
Yeah, I mean, we've been told at DLS Sports that, there are players that teams are calling about, such as Max Christie and Najee Marshall. And really, Daniel Gafford, I think, is the most popular name that's kind of been reported to be a player that teams are interested in because he's just such a high motor player. And he's kind of a player that almost is better with stars because he's going to do all the, the dirty work, the rebounding, the blocking shots, the rolling to the basket. He's going to do all those things that can complement your Cade Cunningham or your Luka Doncic or those type of high-level star players. So I think he's going to probably be the number one player that people come after. But, of course, I'm pretty sure Mavs fans want to hear about Anthony Davis. I understand that. But just where the contract stands, I think maybe teams are maybe talking to Dallas, but I don't think that the Mavericks are going to trade Anthony Davis unless they get an offer that they're comfortable with.
What about Klay?
Klay Thompson's an interesting one. I haven't heard that teams have reached out to the Mavericks regarding Klay, and I don't know what it would take to move off of him. I can tell you in the locker room he's beloved, the same as Kyrie Irving. If you ask any under 30 player, the first players they name are Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson. They're the vets of this team. They're vocal leaders. Max Christie is shooting, I think, 44% from three this season. That doesn't happen without basically, stalking Klay Thompson every single move. And Klay has just been just a huge leader for this team. But he's starting to play really well off the bench. He was starting the season, started really slow, didn't moving to the bench, and he's thrived in that role. And at this point in his career, he's probably in that late career, Ray Allen type of role. So if someone wants to take a swing and get their quote-unquote Ray Allen to put them over the top, he's probably available.
Yeah, I think at this point, AD is probably going to end up staying a Mav. I don't think they're going to end up trading him, but Najee and Gafford are interesting. I think those are two guys that could possibly be on the way out before this trade deadline comes up here in the next few days. But I was thinking about this. How much leeway do you think a guy like Derek Lively has, obviously struggling with injuries so early on in his career? People could argue if you trade a guy like Gafford, you might be making a mistake because of the Lively injury concerns.
Yeah, I think so. The Mavs have two-way players they have yet to sign to a standard contract because they're barely ducking the second apron, and those players are Ryan Nembhard, who's a point guard, and then Musa Cisse, who's a center. They also have another one in Miles Kelly, but just to focus on the other two ways. So Musa Cisse has played really well in his limited minutes. He's he's in that Gafford mold of like this extremely athletic, dirty work big. After I think he either made a shot or blocked a shot last night. He did like one of these, like Jeff Hardy, when you're on the ground, you pick up and you land on both feet.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that shows the level. And he just thought it was nothing. He just kept running down the court. So I think that the Mavs are really high. I mostly say when I talk to coaches, they all smile when talking about him. He's probably their biggest vertical threat option. But, the Derek Lively, injury does loom on this team. They want Derek Lively to be a part of the Cooper Flag, timeline, like his core with the Max Christie and hopefully, Najee Marshall if he's on the team. And, all these players are supposed to be a part of the quote-unquote new Mavericks past the Luka Doncic trade. So the Mavericks are hoping that Derek Lively, will be okay. He got surgery in London for the injury, and they're hoping that he'll be back, for the start of next season.
Ron Harrod Jr., Dallas Mavericks beat writer for DLS Sports, All City Dallas. So, and, I'm sitting here looking, look, this team's 19-30, right? They're in this kind of no man's land where, we in the media, and I'm sorry, Jason, you're right, I didn't play at your level, but, this is a very weird team in the sense that, look, you're getting into the playoff does nothing, right? Because you're not going to have Anthony Davis, all right? We don't know what the situation is with him, and chances are it's probably better that you do shut him down. Adding Kyrie Irving at this point, yeah, sure, it gets his sea legs back, and, maybe it's kind of a Jacob deGrom type deal from a few years ago where, okay, yeah, at least feel better about him coming back for next season. But, getting into the play-in doesn't do you any good, right? I mean, this team's not a playoff team. And even if they did squeeze into the play-in, they're not going to win, and it's not worth the draft positioning that you're going to lose if you do that. But you're still good enough to where you can, lead the league in clutch games and what have you. What's the morale, and do we think that this kind of no man's land that this team's in right now is maybe factoring into Jason Kidd's bad mood?
Yeah, so one thing I will say about Jason Kidd that I think is just a huge positive, and a lot of people, sometimes on our YouTube comments like, yeah, Jason Kidd's not a good coach, and we don't like him as the coach of the Mavericks. But I'll kind of always tell people it's like, hey, this team plays hard every single night for this coach. Yeah. I mean,
they did last
it doesn't
year
matter
too.
who's in the court. If it's Musa Cisse, they did last year. So it's like no matter what you can say about Jason Kidd, they're going to play their butt off every single game. Last night, they weren't supposed to be in the game with the Houston Rockets. Like, you're not supposed to be in that game. They're in the game to the end. Now, yes, Cooper Flag is playing just as good as, Kevin Durant a game at 19 years old, which is crazy. But at the end of the day, every single player is, like, playing with, like, their hair's on fire every game, and it has to be the coach. There are teams that just don't play that hard. I mean, I saw Tim Legler, who's a part of our All-City Network, saying, hey, some teams just aren't playing that hard this year. You can't say that about the Dallas Mavericks. So I think this team is just kind of in that mold where, yes, they're not good right now, but I don't think that they're at a point like a team like the Washington Wizards where it's so low that you're scared, like, hey, our players are going to, like, forget how to win games. They're at a point where the morale is still good in the locker room. I was in the locker room yesterday. Players are still high. They're still laughing. They're all friends. That's always good. And then for Mavs fans, this draft class is loaded, everybody. I mean, Kingston Fleming, this is somebody supposed to go with the 5th, 6th pick. I got a chance to cover him in high school when I was in San Antonio. He's the best high school player I've ever covered. And he's supposed to go to the 5th or 6th pick right now. I mean, the class is absolutely loaded. Peterson's playing, one half in game and scoring 20 points and 8 shots.
Yeah, don't remind me.
I just would be patient. Yeah, I would just be patient with the draft because the class is absolutely loaded. Even if you're the 8th pick, the 8th pick in this draft might be the 3rd pick in another draft. That's just what scouts are saying.
Well, and of course, if you listen to let Jamal Mashburn tell it, Cooper Flag would be the 6th pick in this year's draft. So, take that for what it's worth. But get you out here with this, kind of a two-part question. Real quick. What's D'Angelo Russell? Where's he at? I mean, I know Jay Kidd talked about him the other day, said he's staying ready. But, I mean, what has he done or not done to merit where he's at right now?
So a lot of people are asking about D'Angelo Russell because when he signed here, the kind of outlook was, hey, this is going to be the starting point guard if Kyrie Irving comes back. That's kind of the energy that I felt and thought that was going to happen.
That's what Nico told us.
Because he signed a player option. Yeah, he signed a player option. Like, he was saying, I think it was a video on D'Angelo Russell's YouTube saying that Nico Harris was like, yeah, it's going to be dangerous when you come here, or some term like that, like dangerous.
Yeah.
But he signed a player option, kind of betting on himself, kind of saying, okay, I'll sign for about $5 to $6 million, and hopefully I can decline my player option and re-up in free agency next year. Well, at this point, he hasn't been able to show anything where he's probably going to accept that player option. He's essentially the last person on the bench. The Mavs had a game where they were out 2 starting point guards. He still didn't play in the game. So it just comes to a point where I think Jason Kidd likes point guards that are dynamic but aren't like extremely, extremely turnover prone, especially if you're not like a Kyrie Irving where you're able to score 30 points efficiently, easily. If you're high turnover, high validity, and like you're not a all-star caliber player, I think that triggers, one of the greatest point guards of all time who was known for IQ and
he's a pure point guard
ratio. He's a pure point guard. And D'Angelo Russell sometimes thinks he, can get into a mode where he thinks he is also Cooper Flag. And the problem is on a team like this, that's just not going to fly. That's why, again, like a player like Caleb, people are like, why is Caleb Martin playing? Well, Caleb Martin knows who he is. He's never going to shoot a shot. He had that one dunk that everyone laughed at or tried to dunk that everyone laughed at. But besides that point, he knows what he's capable of. So he's never going to, like, ice Cooper Flag out of a possession or take an ISO shot when D'Lo is going to take some ISO shots and is not all the time going to pass the ball to the other star players.
All right, real quick, get you out here with this. And, man, Ron Harrod Jr., Dallas Mavericks beat writer for DLL Sports. Give him a follow on Twitter. We'll have him give his Twitter here in just a second. Last thing, with this trade deadline coming up, and again, you already alluded to who are some of the names that might be moved. Chances are they're going to do something. But once that's done, then you can kind of start to focus on the offseason. I'm guessing that once Riccardi and Finley make those moves, then do we go all in on, okay, then are we going to start hearing more names as to, okay, who's going to be the next GM of this basketball team?
Yeah, I mean, it was reported, I think, by Christian Clark at The Athletic that the Mavericks are going to likely hire a GM in the spring.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if during their season, regular season, they'll hire a general manager. Because it could already be somebody in-house. Maybe it's Matt Riccardi, who's a Dallas native. Maybe it could be Michael Finley, who's, again, a former Dallas Maverick player. Or maybe it's someone that just has connections to the team. Of course, there's always mystery candidates, of course, but it could be one of those guys. I think they're just trying to make sure essentially another Nico Harrison does not happen. They're just doing whatever they can because they lost, fans over that. The streak of kind of the sold out crowd ended this year.
Yeah.
That's, when money starts to get affected for people that, like to make money, that's when a lot of notice starts to happen. That's the problem with the Dallas Cowboys. Why everything is crazy what happened with the Cowboys. The money hasn't stopped for Jerry Jones. When the money stopped for Jerry Jones, then we'll see changes will be made. So for the Mavericks, the money got a little funny. Wait, they're still making revenue.
Right.
But just the game wasn't sold out. And that was a streak that happened for, I think, over 15 years of sold out games.
Ron, great stuff from you, my friend. Tell the folks at home where they can find you out on the socials.
Yeah, so you all can find me on Instagram, Twitter, or TikTok at Ron Knows Sports.
Ron knows sports. Well, Ron certainly does, and Ron certainly knows the Mavericks. Hey, hell of a question by you last night, my friend. Even better answer today, my man, and you're doing the Lord's work out there. Safe travels back to the Big D, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes, sir.
I'll talk to you all later.
100%. The one, the only, Ron Harrod Jr. Give him a follow on the socials. You will be glad that you did. All right, we'll follow up on a couple things that he had to say regarding last night's interaction. We'll discuss a little Mavericks ourselves. That is Eric Casares. That is Jet Nelson. I am Fred Davis. This is 105.3 The Fan.
Imagine there was more of you. A you to handle schedules and time cards. A you to make sure all the right new hire forms are completed. When you partner with Paychex, we become an extension of your team. From easy online payroll and benefits to expert HR advice, we give you more of you. New customers book a meeting with Paychex and get a $50 gift card. Visit paychex.com/you.
your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone. They are all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you so much for that, Jiggy Jet Nelson. Have you ever gotten jiggy with it?
I have not gotten that name. I have gotten jiggy with it.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Let's see here. Good stuff, though. Shout out to the 214. It's a real Tolo right there. And, look, sometimes the urge just gets to you, and you can't help yourself. Are you much of a call-in radio guy? Have you ever called into a radio show?
I don't think I have, actually.
You've never called into a radio show?
Maybe like once or twice. I don't know if I've I'm trying to think like a specific radio show I called into,
or just at all. Like I don't give a damn what it is. I will call into a radio show.
I think I might have called into
the ticket. How dare you? Jet?
I didn't say the ticket.
Jet, you?
No, I wasn't much of a caller either. I just listened. And
I was a texter.
I wasn't even a senior in high school until I thought about taking broadcasting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was kind of I was in my classes and I was kind of asking my teachers like, what do you think I should do? It was like, what's your best interest? I was like, sports.
Yeah.
I was like, there you go.
What do you think of the take?
Oh, no,
no. I was gonna ask you both too. But like, what do you guys think of the take of no matter how down bad you are, you should never go on a radio and ask for a relationship advice? What do you think about that?
I couldn't disagree more.
Really?
We have a segment called Date Night.
Clearly not a Tolo. Clearly not. Tell you what. What are we doing here, Mr. Casares?
Okay, you're right. That is on
clearly not a
Dark,
Tolo.
Yeah.
My God. I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? What kind of co-host am I working with right now? He fills in for me on Friday night, yet doesn't listen to the show. Now, that said, I get it. I mean, we are on at night. In fact, I'm going to let you slide only because we have the group text as part of the station, and well, it's one of the group texts. I'm sure it's not the only group text, but it's one of the when people put in like, oh, we're going to have so and so on and da 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 whatever. So, and I mentioned this on the air the other day. I don't know, morning show, and of course, morning show and the afternoon show had this thing going on where they were fighting over John owning, and then now it's become kind of a running joke. Whatever, that one person will say they have this person on, then they'll be like, no, he's coming on our show anyway. So I said the other day, oh, Haiku Hump Day is 9:40. And RJ Choppy said, are haikus poems? What is that?
Poems?
Yeah. Do you not know what a haiku is?
No, I did the haiku with y'all on Christmas.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
So that's what I'm saying. So he didn't know what a haiku was.
Well, so here's the thing. Like I get like haikus, idioms, like alliteration, all those. I get them all mixed up.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I would say I didn't know what a haiku was, but I probably got it mixed up with something else when you originally told me.
Well, you're missing the point here, Eric, is the fact that if he listened to the segment, he wouldn't have to ask that question.
That is true.
Is what I'm getting at. So, point is, tell you all that to tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, I will let it slide because if RJ Choppy doesn't know one of the hallmark segments of Fan After Dark, I will let you slide for the fact that you don't know what date night is because we just started it.
Yeah, very fresh.
It's a brand new segment. We've only done it 2 times. It's gotten quite the response thus far. Now, last Tuesday's wasn't quite as robust, wasn't quite as salacious as the first one was, and I think that had to do with the fact that Blake was not in studio, so I'm going to go ahead and blame him for that.
Don't let me off the hook, Fred.
No, I mean
because I did listen on a Friday night a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I did. Yeah, y'all were talking to I think it was Fatty's on the phone. Y'all were talking to them.
Yeah.
And it was relationship advice. So.
Well, that was. I mean, look. That's sometimes people are going to ask that. Look, I'm going through and you're probably not going to know this. Jet might. I'll give him a half chance at this. Do you guys know the show Frasier?
It's a no for me.
No, I don't.
Maybe I've heard of it. Was it Showtime?
Negative. So your dad would know. Your parents would know.
Okay.
Both your parents will know.
Wait, does this have to do with the boxer?
No.
Not Joe Frazier?
So,
okay.
No, this was not Joe Frazier. So essentially, I mean, it's like I'm doing radio with Blake all over again. So Frasier is. Do you guys know the show Cheers?
Yes, I know that one. Not a huge watcher of it.
Okay, no, that's fine. So Kelsey Grammer, all right, the actor, all right, he's got one of the best voices in acting voices out there. So he played a character, Frasier Crane, where he was a psychiatrist, right? So this was on Cheers, kind of a side character. Well, then he spun off and did his own show called Frasier that went on for 11 years, all right? And in that show, he hosts a radio show.
Okay.
Where he's a psychiatrist and he goes, hello, this is Dr. Frasier Crane. I'm listening. And so right now I'm going to this whole Frasier Crane, Frasier show, and it's kind of funny watching it now, looking at it from a radio perspective that I didn't back in the day. So anyway, point in all that is this. If folks want to chime in. Now, as Blake and I like to say, do as we say, not as we do, when it comes to dating advice. And I try to give legit dating advice, okay? I'm not saying, hey, I don't try to, throw caution to the wind with these folks, but if you're at that point in your life where you want to reach out and ask myself, Blake, Jet, Eric, whoever's producing at the time, hey, this is what I'm going through. Maybe we use Trevor as a guinea pig to kind of use him as an example of, what to do, or in most cases, what not to do,
Okay, I got a hypothetical for you. What if it had to pertain to somebody in your family? Like, what if your son said, hey, Dad, I called into one of these radio shows in Kansas, and...
I'd be disappointed because I'd be like, why don't you call me first?
Okay.
Like, if my kid doesn't ask me first, that's a problem.
But what if he didn't want you to know? He's like, this one's special. Like, I was going to tell you later, but I wanted to get some advice.
I'd still be.
Yeah?
No. I mean, look, bro, I feel like with my children, like, I will give you... I may not tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what you need to hear.
Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, a lot of cases we're dealing with grown people. I mean, we had one dude who was what was one guy? The dude that just been divorced 25 years. George
Clooney.
He had been divorced 25 years, and his whole thing was, I'm having a hard time with it. How do I go back into the dating scene? And so me and Blake gave him our unbiased answers, and he appreciated both responses. Now, we did have somebody the next day say, hey, look, I think I'm sleeping with that guy's ex-wife.
Oh, gosh.
Okay? Now, strangely enough, old boy comes back, the first guy, and I reached out to him. I said, hey, do you know this guy? And he said no. So we don't think that what appeared to be fatty on fatty crime could be misidentity. Okay.
682 said, he had a found way of spelling my name, Erky, not listening like choppy. And then he also said, never trust anyone named Eric. He spelled my name wrong. They're all bad. Okay. Well, I guess don't come to me for relationship advice.
And then Latrette, who is a Tolo and fatty legend, says you're not a Tolo because relationship advice is given on all the shows from morning to night.
Guess I'm a fraud Tolo.
So we need you to step your Tolo game up, okay? We need you to step your Tolo game up, but we will. It's a work in progress, so I can certainly appreciate that. It's a hallmark of radio. Look, I've been doing radio off and on for 20 years of my life. One of the people I did radio with back in the day was my boy Ted Johnson, 3-time Super Bowl winner with the New England Patriots. I'm trying to get him on the show today. I don't know if it's going to work because, like I said, he's traveling, so if he can fit us in, great. If not, no harm, no foul. But some of our best segments, we did a segment that blew up when I made a comment about how far is too far to drive for some nookie. And we had, I'm talking that segment went off. Because kid you not, one dude said he drove from Houston to Alabama to get laid.
Wow.
And I called him out. I said, come on, man.
Was it worth it?
He said it was.
Okay.
He said it was. But
if you could go into it with no regret, can't blame him, right? If he had full
that's a
no
John,
regrets.
Dude. That's crazy. Like, look, man, I'm at the age now where, look, I live in Louisville. I don't know if I'd drive to Garland. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Capel might be too far for me at this point. Denton is unless it's extra special. That's, the idea that you're going to drive, hours on end is something else. So, again, again, relationship advice, and for all of us old heads out there, whether it was, what was our boy's name? Dr. Drew, Loveline, Adam Carolla. I mean, that is a staple of radio, is relationship advice. So, yes. I will forever, and like I say, I'm an old school radio guy. All right, I mean, I grew up listening to radio. I love radio. That's why I still call into radio shows at 1:00 in the morning as I'm driving home, because I just can't help myself. All right, coming up next, 1 hour in the books, ladies and gentlemen. Let's lay this show out real quick because we do have plenty to get to for the final 3 hours of the program. We got a Rangers report. Kane McCutcheon, Roundtable Sports. He's going to join us at 3 o'clock talking all things Rangers. What's the latest and greatest with the Texas Rangers? Are they done making moves yet? And, of course, we heard from CY. We're going to play some audio from him. He joined G-Bag earlier this week as well, and there were some cuts that he said, I want to kind of get on those, or touch on those, rather, and get your thoughts as well, Eric. We've got some NFL news. We're going to get to that. We'll do that here in just a little bit. We're going to do Fatties on the phone, Totals on the telephone. Let's open up the phone lines to you guys. We normally do it in the last hour of the show, but we might have Brian Broaddus. That's still TBD. He's traveling with the rest of the fan folks, so I don't know if he's going to join us at 4:20, so I don't want to take that chance. So we're going to do Fatties, a.k.a. Totals on the telephone, at 2:20. All right, so 2:20, 877-881-1053. It's open mic day, okay? It's an open mic Sunday. Just don't go all Jason Kidd on us, okay? You can yell at us. That's fine. Just don't use any expletives. So let's do some NFL stuff. We'll double back to the Mavericks talk later on in the 3 o'clock hour, because I do want to talk a little bit about our boy, what Jamal Mashburn and what Udonis Haslem had to say. And like I said, it's not so much to... Look, we all think Cooper Flagg's doing a great job. I certainly do, and I feel vindicated in some ways because I've been saying this about Cooper Flagg. But just to let you know that there are folks, and I can kind of see, to some extent, why Jason Kidd feels the way he does. But what if I told you all of the coaching vacancies have been filled? NFL stat coming up next. That's Eric, that's Jet. I'm Fred. This is 105 through the Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey A&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the program happening right now, and it looks like we got people. I just want to make it clear that Fred, if this microphone breaks, it wasn't Fred. Okay, I just want to make that very clear. Thank you very much. I've got 2 witnesses here. Is the fan cam on? Do we know if the fan cam's working today or what?
It is on. I see you loud and clear.
Okay. So I just want to put that out there. This is my alibi right now. So if everybody sees, I've already corresponded with Tim Conlins and let him know. I've sent pictures.
Well, now they can see that it's actually you because people are claiming that you might be AI because they think you quit.
Yeah. So as you guys know, what happened last week? Were you on? Were you on that day?
Friday night.
You were on Friday, okay. But you were here. That's what it was. You were here Thursday.
We talked about it on Friday.
So no, man. I look. Thursday we had the Hot Stove Show on Thursdays. Our boy Jared Sandler comes in, talks all things Rangers from 7 to 8, kind of like Cowboys crosstalk and all that good stuff. Except it's just Jared doing his thing. And so Blake and I don't come on till 8 to 11, and you guys know me. I'll start to say something, and then in Fred's brain, he's already said it, and then moves on to the next thing he's about to say. So I started off by saying, hey, it's my last show of the week. I'm leaving. And then I segue into my next point about whatever the hell it was we were talking about. Well, Fred didn't clarify. It was my last show, Fan After Dark of the week, because I wasn't going to be there Friday, because I was leaving to go to Kansas to see my son, who, by the way, lost the King of Court on Friday. Okay, didn't win. Now, you guys know me. I appreciate a good conspiracy theory from time to time.
Uh-oh.
The kid who won, his mother works for the school district, okay?
It was rigged.
Just saying. All right? Again, I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not saying that there was any tomfoolery afoot. Kind of feels like it. Now, I did ask my son. He and I talked about it the next day. And the kid plays basketball, football, also in the band.
Ooh.
Also in the band.
Okay.
So I think he pulled in, and this is what me and my son suggested this. The band, it's a smaller school, all right? Probably pulled in a lot of the band vote.
He reached multiple genres of people.
He reached multiple genres. I can't even talk. Multiple genres of people. That's exactly right. How did
your son feel about it? Was he like nonchalant about it? Did he like?
It was halftime of the game when they did the announcement, right? I think he, as the kids say, I think he low key did want to win. All right, and I think he was a little bit bummed out about it, and he didn't have a great game. Okay, he did not play exceptionally well on Friday. I will say that. He and I did discuss that, not at full length, but we did have a little chit-chat about it. But look, the team won. He did his thing. I got to go back up there in 2 weeks. It's a senior night, so I will be back. Chances are you'll be filling in for me again on February 13th. So, I don't know if you got a girlfriend or not, but if you do, tell her, look, Friday night I'm going to be bowed up. So, tell her to give her a shout out or something like that. So, look, he didn't win. We had a good time. We watched the KU game yesterday. They beat BYU 90-82. Darren Peterson had himself a hell of a ball game. Now, I will say this.
You got a little scared, didn't you?
Well,
maybe a little bit.
Oh no! At the end, absolutely, I did.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I did. I mean, it was and look, Melvin Council, what a shot! I mean, that little mid-range jumper he threw up that went in was like, are you kidding me right now? I do have concerns. Not just, look, as a Jayhawk fan, yes, of course I do. Moving forward, as far as Darren Peterson's concerned, look, he's only going to be here for a year, and that's fine. But I would wonder from an NBA perspective, okay, like, have we ever seen anything like this where it's a guy constantly cramps and doesn't play an entire second half? And look, I get it. I don't know if you watched the first half.
Yeah,
the dude's a freak. Okay, Darren Peterson, and I've said this time and time again, and I've been saying this all year, like, he is the best basketball player offensively outside of maybe a Kevin Durant that I've ever seen.
Really?
With my own two. I mean, look,
Yeah.
from a KU, as a Jayhawk, he's the best Jayhawk I've ever seen score the basketball. I've never seen anybody effortlessly score the ball the way he does. Now, I'll tell you all that to tell you this. Is the cramping issue just going to go away?
Yeah. Well, I feel like we had cramping issues with Paolo Banchero. Did we not when he was coming in the draft a couple of seasons ago? I feel like he had like that problem, but I don't know if he and like diminishing his whole chances of playing the entire second half.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, he might have had. I mean, I don't remember specifically. I mean, I was a fan of his coming out of Duke because I thought there was a chance that he might fall to the. I think the Rockets had the third pick day. I think
y'all got Jabari Smith. Yeah.
Because I was hoping he might fall to the Rockets at 3 at the time, but. Look, his issues weren't. First of all, he wasn't near the scorer that didn't have near the hype that Darren Peterson had. But I mean, look, this has been an ongoing issue all year long, right? I mean, you can count on one hand how many games Darren Peterson. And what did I tell you guys yesterday? What was my number one thing I wanted to see out of the Jayhawks yesterday? I wanted to see Darren Peterson play a full game.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's all I cared about yesterday. And I was like, look, if this game gets high scoring, I had my concerns about it. Hey, look, we still scored 90 points and won the ball game. Helps when you got a 20-point lead. And of course, Richie Saunders, good God.
Yeah, no doubt.
Kid went off yesterday. Kept him in the ball game. And DeBonsta had a better second half, right? I mean, look, I think he's going to be a good NBA product. Do I think he's going to be as good as Darren Peterson? No, I don't. I mean, Darren Peterson the things that guy does with the basketball and the way he's able to get to the rack as effortlessly as he does. I know everybody's talking about the dunk that he had, but he had a play early on in the game where he went through two guys and then went up and then went with his left hand, which was just, unbelievable. So, my question, though, and again, I'm not a doctor, quoting my boy Bill Self, do they just go away? I don't know.
Yeah, and that could be concerning too.
That would be my concern.
Look at all the injuries in the NBA right now, and everybody's talking about Silver needs to shorten the season. The pace of play is too much, right?
Yeah.
That's why the players are getting hurt. So how much could that factor in?
I'll ask you guys this: 877-881-1053. 877-881. We're gonna get some NBA, or we'll get some NBA, or we'll get to the NFL stuff here in just a second. I want to play this clip. It's got a lot of cursing in it, so I don't know how much we can play it. But Kenyon Martin, he'll say some goofy stuff. Don't get me wrong, all right? But I look, if you remember Kenyon Martin back from his Cincinnati days, Cincinnati, a Jordan school before being a Jordan school was a thing. If you know, you know. He had a really interesting take on why guys get hurt as much as they do now versus when he played. Now, he had that freakish leg injury and was really, and I don't know that he was ever the same guy. Look, he was still a number one pick, but if you remember Kenyon Martin as a senior in college at Cincinnati before he had that weird knee injury that I think he tore his ACL, whatever it was just a weird injury. Anyway, he thinks it's the way guys train today. With all the bands, and he goes, it's just lightweight stuff, right? He goes, look at the way Russell Westbrook trains. Throwing weights around, doing real heavy work, right? Doing like intense workouts. And, he gets injured here, gets banged up here and there. But for a guy that plays at the intensity he does, Russell Westbrook has been wildly durable throughout the course of his NBA career. And this is a guy that athleticism is his number one attribute.
Yeah.
And even at 35, 36 years old? Now, granted, the Sacramento Kings are terrible. But, he leads them in scoring and damn near every other category, it seems like, right? And is still again, I don't know that you necessarily want a guy like a Russell Westbrook as far as what he brings for that reason, but from a physical body of work, you can do a lot worse than Russell Westbrook. So anyway, we'll talk about that later. All right, 2 jobs have been finalized. You've got them in front of you, yes?
Raheem Moore,
three actually.
Yeah.
Three actually.
So
Go ahead.
we got breaking news.
So we got 2 head coaches and a D coordinator. Give us a D coordinator first. You already teased it.
So the D coordinator position, this is reported by your truly, Adam Schefter, NFL, of course, senior NFL insider. So he said the first originally was Raheem Morris, former Atlanta Falcons head coach, is now going to be the defensive coordinator for Kyle Shanahan up there in San Francisco. So he's replacing Robert Saleh. How about that? What do you think about that one, Fred?
Well, apparently Shanahan and Raheem go way back. They've been boys for a minute. Apparently, they got it. There was a deal like a decade or so ago where they were at a Super Bowl event and they were all a little turned, and somebody was coming to Raheem crazy, and they tried to go after Raheem, and Shanahan stood up for him. So that's his A1 from day one. Raheem Morris, if you know, was a K-State head coach for a hot minute. Or was he a head coach? No, he was a D coordinator back at K-State under Ron Prince, if memory serves. So Raheem's been around for a while. Some may argue he got a raw deal in Atlanta. I mean, how they won their last, 4 games or whatever it was, or went 4-5 down, went 4-1 down the stretch. Weren't able to, get the playoff spot there, but, ended the season a lot stronger. You consider, hey, the defense looked better offensively. I mean, I maybe do you give Raheem Morris? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a big Kevin Stefanski guy, so I wouldn't have had a problem with them keeping Raheem Morris, but either way, I mean, he'll be all right in San Fran.
And also another good point to bring up, too, is he was a McVay guy, right? So he got his opportunity.
Yeah, he had some time there.
And that's why people were very hyped about it when he was going into Atlanta a couple seasons ago. Didn't work out. Speaking of McVay, we thought maybe Chris Shula would have got a job before this guy, but Mike LaFleur is now going to be the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, which this one's interesting because now you have the Harbaugh brothers being coaches in the NFL, and now you have the LaFleur brothers being coaches in the NFL with Matt and Mike. So now we got the Harbaugh brothers, got the LaFleur brothers. He's filling in the Arizona Cardinals head coaching job.
I mean, I think the first question you ask yourself is, who's my quarterback?
Yeah, well, right. I think that's the reason maybe it took so long, because it's not the ideal situation to go into.
Well, that and the ownership there is terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you got, University of Phoenix Stadium, I think that's what they're calling it. Or is it All-State Stadium? I don't know, whatever the hell they're calling it these days.
Was it State Farm, I thought?
Maybe it's State Farm. Is it State Farm now?
I think it might be State Farm now,
All-State, State Farm, Geico, Progressive, you name it, USAA, anyway, whatever the hell they're calling it these days. Not winning is what they should call it, because that's what they don't do over in Arizona.
They beat the Cowboys every year, though.
I mean,
I don't know how. It's like they're their kryptonite.
Seriously. That should have gotten Eberflus fired by itself, right? The fact you lost to Arizona should have been your final salvo. And even though we were that was right before the bye week, if I'm not mistaken.
That was the last game that Marshawn Nealon, rest in peace, played in. So
yeah,
it was that.
Right.
Yeah, it was
that's
that game.
Right. He had that touchdown in the end zone on the blocked punt. I mean, look. Kyler Murray, I've got a running joke, and I am sort of serious about this. If I'm Minnesota, who, oh, by the way, fired their GM on Friday. Now, reports, and of course, again, this is what happens after somebody gets fired. All the reports come out, and all the boo birds. So apparently, the GM, and I'm not going to butcher the man's name here on the radio. Apparently, he took 2 weeks of paternity leave after his kid was born. And apparently that had everybody up in arms that he would do such a thing. Right? Wow. Now, look, I mean, depending upon what time it is, I guess my thing would be this. And look, I've had 2 children. Everybody's different. I think that was his first kid. I don't know. I'm trying to see what time of the year what year that happened in. And we're going to play some, let's see. Okay, he took Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah took roughly 2 weeks of maternity leave in 2023 following the birth of his first son, and many around the league were in, quote, disbelief that he did this. During that time, he worked remotely and was absent from several training camp meetings and practices. Minnesota was publicly supportive of his time away. Now, it's training camp. I get it. I guess part of the thing is, and this is all I would say, after your baby's born, you're not really doing a whole lot. Okay? You're really not doing a whole lot. I mean,
you're saying get back to work.
I'm cool with spending 4 or 5 days with the kid.
But 2 weeks.
It's a newborn baby. Okay, you're not doing much. The kid's sleeping, crapping, and eating. That's about it. Okay, that's all the baby's doing. All right. So I mean, look, I'm guessing he was in a good financial situation.
Oh,
you're probably bringing the mom down. Probably maybe bringing your family's going to be there to help out. Wifey and the baby.
Does this report even come out if Sam Darnold doesn't make the Super Bowl?
That's a great question. I think that was I mean, clearly that was the nail in the coffin in that sense. I had heard or read that they had made an offer to him, and that he decided he wanted to go to Seattle. That Minnesota made a comparable offer. Now, of course, reports are coming out now that he was pushing J.J. McCarthy onto Kevin O'Connell. Kevin O'Connell apparently was pushing back, saying, "Look, this kid's not ready yet."
Yeah.
Because don't we all agree Kevin O'Connell's reputation kind of took a hit this year?
Yeah.
Like, hey, we thought you were a quarterback whisperer, and J.J. McCarthy looks like ass. Okay, so, and you had. I mean, Aaron Rodgers wanted to go to Minnesota.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it was pretty clear he wanted to be in Minnesota. And, why would you not blame him? All right? You've had, you're playing with Kevin O'Connell. You had a decent O-line. You got Justin Jefferson. You got Jordan Addison. You got T.J. Hawkinson. Like, those three alone, that's Aaron Rodgers' bread and butter all day, every day. All right?
Yeah.
And the fact that now you've got Justin Jefferson saying publicly, basically throwing, now granted, these backup quarterbacks were not good, saying that, these guys didn't know the plays, which tells you all you need to know about kind of where they're at. And I'm wondering right now if you're Minnesota, all right, or if you're another team in the National Football League right now, are you looking at that Minnesota situation and saying, I'm wondering if maybe we can go, if for the right deal, could Justin Jefferson be had?
Get him out of there. I mean,
if you're, and again, the team that keeps getting thrown out is Buffalo.
I don't think Justin Jefferson really likes J.J. McCarthy either. Why
would you? Yeah. He can't throw.
I mean, because they were, yeah, they're asking him questions like, if you guys had kept Sam Darnold, like, how would it have been? He said, probably would have been better. It's like, he knows.
One of the things that has always. I've always appreciated about a guy like and he doesn't get near enough credit. I mean, he's in the Hall of Fame, but Andre Johnson from Houston. Now, I want to say he had kind of did the whole AFC South career-ending journey there, where he ended up with the Colts and the Titans at the very end of his career. But he spent the first 12, 13 years with Houston. But I mean, this guy caught passes from 5 or 6 different quarterbacks, right? I mean, and none of them were good. I mean, he had to peak Matt Schaub for a couple years, but for the most part, I mean, he just had bum after bum thrown to him. I think he had 1 year of Deshaun Watson, maybe. I think his rookie season. But
Case Keenum,
again,
Brock
Osweiler, T.J. Yates.
Oh my goodness, Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Ryan Fitzpatrick. I mean, seriously. Matt Schaub, after he fell off and was more known for throwing pick sixes than he was for anything else. Ironically enough, he did lead the NFL and did lead the league in passing 1 year. Tells you all you need to know about what a GOAT Gary Kubiak was when it comes to coaching offense, which segues into, you talked about the Shanahan coaching tree. How about you talked about the nepotism and families in the NFL. How about Gary Kubiak? Clint, his son, just got a coaching job with
Las Vegas Raiders. He's coming into a perfect situation. Number 1 overall pick, $90 million in cap.
Perfect.
Well, maybe not perfect, but a great situation because you have the number 1 overall pick. You're going to get Mendoza. You got $90 million in cap space. You got Ashton Genty and Brock Bowers, and you got Tom Brady in control. I don't know. It could be worse.
Well, it's still the Raiders. Because, I mean, and I appreciate everything you're saying. That said,
more enticing than the Cardinals job, at least.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? They're literally the exact same job, if you think about it, right? Where, okay, you're in 2 miserable divisions, all right? I mean, NFC West and AFC West.
Oh, yeah.
All right?
You're not winning anything.
You're not winning anything anytime soon, all right? I mean, you already know what you got dealing with the NFC West. I mean, one of the teams just is going to the Super Bowl now, played for the NFC Championship. AFC West, all right? You've got Denver, who, was a Bo Nix away from going to the Super Bowl. The Chargers, who, if they can figure it out, and we all know the Chiefs are going to get their bleep back together, all right? So that's what you're dealing with there as far as those 2 teams are concerned. The Raiders are paying $50 million to coaches that aren't even there. You know what I'm saying? 50, and I'll say that and we'll move on. Fatty's on the phone coming up next, 877-881-1053. For as much as and look, I'm a Tom Brady guy, all right? Do we really know what he's doing with the Raiders? I understand the attachment. I understand, hey, he's part owner. What's he doing, though? What's he doing? Because his first year as owner, outside of the time we saw him in the box during a preseason game, with his, doing his thing. I mean, everybody was worried about, well, is he going to take secrets from other teams? It doesn't look like he's taking any secrets from anybody else.
Yeah.
What, secrets on how to be crap?
It's more of the principle that people believe that in the time of him being a part of this ownership, he's going to figure it out because he's Tom Brady. He knows how to win.
And look, I respect that as much as anybody, but at the same time, the early returns aren't good. So we'll see. Hey, Clint Kubiak going to be the Raiders head coach. LaFleur is going to be LaFleur is going to be the Arizona head coach, and Raheem Morris is the D coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers. All right, coming up next, Tolo's on the telephone, Fatty's on the phone. Call it whatever you want. 877-881-1053. We can talk Cowboys. We can talk NFL. We can talk Super Bowl. Hell, we can talk Stars. Stars is the big win last night. And we can talk some Dallas Mavericks. Whatever you want, the floor is yours. Fatties, Tolos, unite. Coming up next.
The more time you give,
That's no slight to the other producers or questioning their literacy here at The Fan.
He also gets jiggy with it.
Yeah.
He gets jiggy with it, and he's also the best reader and maybe the best eater, which we'll find out later on.
I think so. That would be a good contest. Who could eat the most?
So jet fuel, 420.
420, okay.
420 jet fuel. And look, for all my 420 friends out there, what better way to celebrate 420 than talking about food?
We will
Jet
cure your
Nelson.
munchies.
Huh? You know what? I wasn't sure if you were doing. I wasn't sure if you were going to know that or not, but you know what? It warms my heart that you do. By the way, the 2026 Fred Davis resolution train rolls along. Okay, rolls along in 2026. So I just want to make that clear to anybody that had any questions. All right, let's 877-881-1053. Let's get a little bed music going on there, Mr. Jet Nelson. Nothing too crazy, just a nice little Sunday afternoon conversation type music. Nothing too inflammatory, but yet nothing that's going to put anybody to sleep either. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That is the Franklin Franco Attorney text line, but it's also the hotline as well. Chime in, let us hear your thoughts on a Sunday afternoon. First call of the day, Patty over in Arlington. How we doing, Patty?
I'm doing great, Freddie D. And also, welcome to the show, Eric.
Thank you, Patty. Appreciate it. Hey, dude, are you familiar with Patty the Batty UFC fighter?
Yeah, no. So I was actually about to ask you guys. So I'm in a conundrum right now. Okay. So a couple of weeks ago, I texted in to you guys because I've texted and y'all read my text and we've talked several times.
Yes, sir.
And I literally said, I don't want to be called Patty from Arlington. I want to be called Patty the Fatty. And then I got an email or a text back and said, you have been unsubscribed from KRLD.
Well, you know why?
Unless
I couldn't text you back. Well, no, because here's what happens, and this is I'll tell you what a great PSA for anybody out there listening.
Wording? Yeah,
that's it. So anytime you say like stop, even if you're not trying to say stop texting us or stop texting me or stop me, get me off this damn list. I'm tired of texting you clowns over there at the Fan. But if you put in stop, that's the only word that the program reads, and so it says, "Oh, you don't want to be subscribed to these text messages anymore." And so at that point, we can't respond to you. So I don't know how that works.
I've sent in texts after that, but you guys haven't read them, so I'm not sure. But I listen to you guys from 6 a.m. until the time that my wife stopped sending me on errands at 10 o'clock at night, and I listen to you guys at night. So, but anyways, that was my conundrum.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'll find out how that gets rectified. I'm not sure exactly, but
if I shoot you a text real quick and just say
text in.
Okay,
no, I should be able to text in the show. Put your sign your name on the end of it, and we'll figure it out somehow, some way. And if nothing else, I'll have somebody from IT figure it out. So anyway,
I did. All I sent was Patty.
There you go.
So see if you see it.
Okay, perfect. Anything else?
We just got it.
Yeah. So. No, did you get it?
Yep, we got it. You're good.
Okay, cool. One, I told you, Fred, that the Patriots are going to be in the Super Bowl. Okay.
Okay.
Weeks ago.
Yes.
What do you think about? I mean, I've heard you guys talking for the past couple hours. So which defense? Because I told you when I talked to you the last time. Do you not respect the Patriots defense, or
I do. No, I think the Patriots have a good defense. I think it's one of those things where, look, they're
building.
Well, no, absolutely, and look, I mean, this is what Vrabel does, right? Like, but again, let's not pretend like this defense wasn't good last year either, right? It's just that Jared Mayo was just not a very good head coach, and they kind of the offense was just so horrifically bad that by week 4, week 5, I mean, hell, they beat Cincinnati last year, right? Like people tend to forget that. So this defense has been good. There's been elements of a good defense with this Patriots team. So do I think they can give the Seahawks trouble next week? Absolutely. I mean, what's the spread? 4.5, I think, right now. I'm taking the Patriots all day, every day. Okay, but again, and let me just make let me put my bias out out there. I'm a Patriots guy, all right? I've been a Patriots guy. I was in New England when they won their first Super Bowl. I worked with Ted Johnson. My boy Henry Thomas spent 2 years with the New England, 4 years with the New England Patriots at the end of his NFL career. So I've always been I lean Patriot in that vein, unless we're playing the Kansas City Chiefs. So I think Vrabel will have this team ready to play next Sunday. Now, let's not bury the lead here. Drake May has to be better than what he's looked the last few weeks. Now, elements should make a difference, and let's not pretend like he hasn't played other good defenses too. So this will be now the third great, whatever you want to call it, defense they've played in a row. Yeah. But again, they've had 2 weeks to prepare for it, so we'll see.
Yeah. So I was the first one born and raised in Texas in my family, but I used to own a hockey store. Who knows hockey?
None of us do. Look, I didn't realize it's already 2:35. I'm up against it. Patty, we're going to get you squared away on the text line. Don't worry. We're all good. I'm all over the place. We'll get you squared away. Call in this week. We'll hear from you then. Appreciate you as always. Let's go out to Nick in Richardson. What's up, Nick?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling. What you got?
Hey, man, so I want to start off by saying I'm a diehard Mavericks fan.
Love it.
There you go. Me and my girlfriend, we flew out to New York for the Mavericks and the Knicks, Madison Square Garden for MLK Day.
Okay.
Oh my God, it was awesome.
Yeah, it was.
Hey, when I tell you I was in there representing, everybody heard me, and they tried to kick me out.
Keeping the Maverick fan down, but they didn't, did they? Were you able to stick around?
Oh, they couldn't. Hey, we showed out that day.
Damn right we did. BTA, as the kids say.
I want to ask you guys a question.
What you got?
Is it me, or do we need to hold our horses on trade? Let's let it ride out and play out for next season. What have we been in 35 clutch games this year?
Yeah.
So say we win half of them. What are we fifth in the West right now? If we win half those?
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, absolutely.
With the depleted roster.
No, you're right. Look, I don't disagree with what you're saying there. I'll tell you what. Let me hold on to that thought. Nick, please call in again. I'm always here for the Mavs talk, but we're up against it. Call it anytime, and you're always welcome on Fatty's on the phone. Appreciate you, my friend. Let's go out to Tom in Arlington. What's up, Tom in Arlington?
Hey, Fred.
What's up, big dog? What you got?
I wanted to say that I hope that the Mavericks hold on to AD, not because he's such a great player, but I think they'll get a better deal in the offseason when they trade him.
Oh, okay. So you're saying wait till the offseason. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and the other thing is when he is ready to come back, hold him out another 2 weeks to 4 weeks. So, again, we can get a better draft pick. Kyrie Irving, I hope he doesn't play this year.
I don't think he will.
Yeah, if he does, maybe April. Just
I'm
a
with
few
you.
Games to knock a little rust off again. Better draft picks, and I hope they are able to trade Klay Thompson. Mavs are a horrible three-point shooting team in volume and makes. If they get rid of Klay, that'll help them tank and get a better draft pick.
Love it. Tom, always good stuff from you, my friend. Always appreciate the call. Ball knower right there, Tom in Arlington. Ball knower. Let's go out to Don in Dallas. What's up, Don in Dallas?
How you gentlemen doing?
Living the dream, my friend.
Great.
Living the dream.
First and foremost, let me just say hats off to you guys at the fan and your sister station, 1080 KRLD, for an outstanding job on the winter storm coverage. And
Absolutely.
a special hats off to my favorite weatherman, Dan Brunoff.
What a guy.
When it comes to breaking news on the AM and sports coverage on the FM, I turn it on and leave it on both stations.
Love it.
Anyway, I'm just hoping. I'm a diehard Rangers fan. I still can't get over we won that 2023 World Series about almost 3 years ago.
Right.
And I really hope that this new coach, the new manager even though it's not Bochy anymore, I really hope that this new coach can help lead us to the postseason this year, because I'm just hoping the Rangers get back in the postseason action.
Look, we just want them to hit. I'd love to see a closer. Now, it looks like Diaz is going to be that guy. I like the Mackenzie Gore move. All right. You feel pretty good. My biggest thing is, will this team have a six-man rotation? I just feel like with Eovaldi and DeGrom, if you're going to build a team on pitching, which is clearly what our boy CY is going to do, and if there's anything he knows, it is pitching. If you're going to put this team in the best position to succeed, you want to get the most starts possible out of DeGrom, out of Eovaldi. I think a six-man rotation is the way to go. But hey, we'll see what happens.
Give my best to Eric Nadell, Jared,
100%.
and who else? I keep forgetting the other guy's name.
Jared Sandler.
Matt Hicks, yeah, Matt Hicks. Three of my best announcers.
That's it. Best in the game. Appreciate you, Don in Dallas. All right, final two. Let's go out to Josh in Denton. What's up, Josh in Denton? You bebopping around or what?
Hey, you know I'm driving around. I stay driving around.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let's go Seahawks, man. I knew they would make it. I thought the Broncos had it, but that's before, obviously, old news, Bo Nix. But, yeah, man, I'm excited for it.
I love it, as you should be. So you are now fully mobile. No more dart riding for you. What are we doing on this Sunday afternoon?
I'm making deliveries, man. Got to make some money.
Look, the grind doesn't stop. The grind doesn't stop.
Yeah,
Josh
roaming around listening to you guys. I love you. Hot take: the Broncos win the Super Bowl next year.
Oh,
okay.
They won't even win the AFC West, but I'm here for it. They won't even win the AFC West, but I'm here for it. That's all right, though. Josh, you're the best. Keep doing your thing. Last but certainly not least, the khackiest of the khaki Kevin Walker. What's good, man?
Well, I was calling in because I had my Tolo credibility challenged by you earlier today.
You damn right you did.
Now I'm calling in because what the hell is this about Jet being the best reader of... What's that all about?
Wow. That's what it takes to get you people to call in and listen to the show?
We can do another read-off.
Pick a bad time to say that, Fred. Pick a bad time to say that.
Look, man, I mean, hey, if you feel some type of way about this, then put your money where your mouth is. I mean, we're on what, Wednesday? Wednesday or Thursday this week? Thursday. All right. Well, hey, I mean, look, I'm a in the moment kind of guy, as you know. And I mean, look, taking nothing away from the khakis, the khaki, but Jet Nelson's been on a heater here lately. Okay, Jet Nelson has been on a heater. So if you look, we did a read off last week. Now Trevor failed miserably. Okay, like to the point where
Trevor fumbles all over himself.
I think he might be illiterate. I don't. Did I just say that out loud? Oh my God, I feel horrible. But. I mean, look, bro. I mean, if we gotta do another one between you and Jet, and if we want to throw Jake in the mix and Dylon, I mean, I'm here for it.
Trevor gave me candy, so he's at the top of my list right now.
Look, what Trevor lacks
bribes and
what Trevor lacks in literacy, he makes up for in just good vibes.
Fair enough.
I think we can all agree on that.
That's fair. Well, I know you're up against it as you always are. I just wanted to call in because my Tolo credibility.
Now that said, real quick though, I will say this to give my man the benefit of the doubt because I have been busting his chops today. Nobody better at providing content for a show when he's not involved than khaki Kevin Walker. Khaki Kevin Walker keeps people up to date while they're on the show or not even on the show. So anyway, good stuff from you as always, my man. I will see you this week as well. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday afternoon.
Thanks, y'all, as well. Have a good rest of y'all's show, and happy anniversary, I guess, to all of us out there.
Ooh, wow. What a way to go. What a way to go. That's what I'd say. What a way to drop the mic there for our boy khaki Kevin Walker. All right, we're up against it. We got to go fair or foul. Fair or foul, Kevin saying happy anniversary on the 1-year anniversary of Luka Doncic being traded from the Dallas Mavericks. And I will tell you, I've got a fair or foul. Now that we have a year to kind of reflect on what's been, fair foul on Fred's original thought process on the Luka Doncic trade. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is 105 Through the Fan.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're being told by an HVAC company that you need to replace your home's furnace, pump the brakes and don't get ripped off. Call the On-Time Experts for a free second opinion. They'll tell you the truth and not just try to sell you a furnace you may not need. Their focus is fixing your furnace and getting you warm again. Plus, you'll get a stay warm guarantee for the rest of the winter. Book your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On-Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Ready to slim, smooth, and tighten all at once? At Souza Clinic, discover our new all-in-one transformation package combining skin tightening, cellulite reduction, our all-natural weight loss program, and laser that targets
the station?
I don't know that they're the least creepy.
Oh.
You give off the most direct vibes. So it tells me that your
absolutely.
creepiness is on the table, is what I feel like. I don't feel like you're hiding any of it, which I think there's honor in that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what you see is what you get with me.
Yeah. No, the previous creepiest person was Carter Freeman, and now thank God he's gone.
And that tracks.
Yeah, now I would say, man, creepiest one at the station. Probably Chop.
Because
God knows what Choppy's doing.
What is creep? Because there's no positive to being creepy.
No, unless you're like Vincent Price's career or something.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, now if you're going to creep, TLC style, that's different.
Yeah.
Okay? We've all done that.
Some have driven hours to do that.
Some have driven. Yeah. We actually had a Tolo say, my kids are in the house Toloing off.
Oh.
Well, maybe your kids need to learn. Maybe, you know what? If you haven't had those conversations with your kids, maybe it's time.
Yeah,
maybe
I think
today's the day.
There's a all politics aside.
Yeah.
There's a great Daniel Tosh bit from back in the day.
Yes.
Where he's talking about how gay marriage didn't pass in California. And he's like, California of all places. And he's like, you know how they ran ads? They said, what are you going to do when your kid comes home and asks, Mommy, what? And those California parents said, talk to our children? F that. No, sorry, guys.
Seriously, there's something to be said for sometimes you have to have those conversations.
Yeah, no, I mean, my kids are. I'd like to delay as many of those conversations as long as I can. But
and you do, and look, I get, because here's the problem, and you know this, right? Is that if they're looking at social media, there's a good chance that they've already seen or heard it in some form or fashion.
Yes, now I know when I explained it to my son and explained all the parts and how they work, and where the baby comes from.
Yeah.
He said, babies come from China? What? And I said, no, not China. That's not what I said. It rhymes with that.
That's it. I actually had to have the pornography conversation with my son.
Oh, man.
Here's how you get around the blocks. Here's how you don't have to submit your ID. The VPN discussion. You can find a lot of this on Twitter or Reddit. You don't have to worry about it.
No, we had the, look, do you want your thing to work? Then stop looking at it. And that resonated.
Oh.
And that resonated with him because that freaked him out.
Do you think that it will cause it not to work?
I 100% do.
Man, I think that there are other things at play there if that's what's happening.
No, because I think it desensitizes.
I think it does desensitize.
Absolutely.
For sure. There's no doubt about that. It gives unrealistic expectations to a lot of people on both sides.
100%.
On both sides.
On both
Understood?
sides.
Okay.
We're not talking politics.
Yeah. It gives unrealistic expectations. This is not just a man problem. But yeah, I mean, I obviously. Again, we're going to get into too many things. This is what happens. I walk in here and Fred's going to start getting me in trouble. Yeah, do I think it's like is there any case to be made that it's good for society? Probably not.
No.
Nothing. But I think for some people, they may need to talk to their doctors about BlueChew.com promo code RJ if that's the case.
No, but that's a whole separate conversation, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's a whole different, maybe try a diet change.
Sure.
Maybe try some.
Yeah, you can change it. I mean, there's a lot of things that you can change. Yeah, you can change a lot of other things and just your viewing habits, I guess. How are the laws in Kansas for that?
I don't know.
You don't?
I don't know.
Oh, come on. You know.
I mean, I haven't looked at those sort of things in Kansas. And I've been out of Kansas for
That's true. I wouldn't look in Kansas either.
Bobby, you'll have to do a better job of explaining this to me, but 254 says, hey, Bobby, are you ready to shave your head tomorrow?
God, no, I'm not ready. I said Donovan Ezraku would get 6 sacks minimum in the season.
That was the guys we were talking about?
Anytime
okay,
I've put, I will shave my head bald if this happens on the line, I've never lost. Because it's like my signal that I'm that certain about it.
Stone cold lock.
And I think I still shouldn't have to.
Why?
So he had 2.5 sacks, I think, going into the final game. So he just needed 3.5. No big deal.
Yeah.
Coney Ely did that in the Super Bowl one day. We were talking about that yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay? If Coney Ely could do that on 18 snaps or whatever he did,
can do it
Ezraku can totally.
Coney Ely, didn't he go to Missouri?
He did. Okay. Yeah, he was one of those Missouri edge rushers that just come out looking like awful athletes, and somehow they still get to the passer. Like Coney Ely, Alden Smith, Marcus Golden, they all do it.
Michael Sam.
Not that one as much. He did not get to the passer as frequently.
Got something else.
So... now I've lost my train of thought. No, so I said 2.5. He had 2.5 sacks. Shoddy took one off the board because he got the sack, and then he accepted the penalty for some reason, Like, I don't know why he accepted a penalty to replay first down instead of getting the sack, other than he just knew I had something on the line.
That could be. I believe that.
And then after that, he was so frustrated. Yeah. And I think he should have been in on the sack there was a sack that like Sam Williams got or something, that he should have been in on that.
Okay.
So that right there, that should have counted. And then he was so frustrated by the outcome, lost his temper, was thrown out of the game in the second quarter.
Did they not give him the half sack for the Sam Williams one?
No, they didn't.
Wow.
So, that's what I'm saying. He for sure got 1.5. That was up to 4. I think he was getting 2 in the second half. He just got so frustrated.
Easy.
They took him off the field.
Look, I totally respect that.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Have you shaved your head before?
I've buzzed it down. I've never gone completely bald. I need to.
Are you bicking this thing tomorrow?
Yeah, no, this is going to be clippers first and then a razor.
I mean, are we going? We're going full American History X on this.
Yeah, we are exactly. Yeah, this is 100% full Derek.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Wow.
And I'm not looking forward to that. I'm going to wear hats for the foreseeable future. My wife's glad we're doing it tomorrow.
How does that change anything that you're already doing?
Well, I will pop. I'll take off the hat and kind of rubber, or I won't wear the hat at home. I'm going to wear the hat at home now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, at home.
Yeah, I'm going. The hat will stay on during everything.
See, I think you
everything. The hat's staying
even
on.
Even during cereal.
The raincoat has. The hat will too.
Wow. But I mean, I got to think about how I want to word this carefully here. Do you think the shape of your head, though, is good for,
no.
When you see it,
I haven't, I can't tell. I'm going to let you feel it. You feel my head.
Okay, I'll feel your head. I'll feel your head.
Yeah,
oh, my goodness.
There you go. Touch my head, Fred.
I'm rubbing his head dude, I think you got good head.
You think the shape's good?
I appreciate the shape of your head. 100%.
Okay, cool. 100%. So, I mean, it's, I don't know. I think it's a little Dan Aykroyd Coneheads is what I would guess, because I think it kind of points at the top, a little slee stack-like from Land of the Lost.
Look, shave it off and see what happens.
I don't have a choice now, apparently. But, my whole thing is I don't like how they're now dictating how it happens.
Look,
where Choppy's like, I'm the one that's doing it. We're doing it here. I was like, I just said I'd go bald. I didn't say anything else.
Yeah. Look, I think this could open up a whole new avenue for you.
What do you mean?
Look, you're already a big guy. Mm-hmm. You've got the beard going on.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to look like Rowdy Tellez. I know.
Look, man, I think you're looking at this the wrong way. I really do.
This will be Rowdy Tellez. Yeah.
So I'm showing them a picture of me when I was bald. I shaved my head. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Goodness. That is the cover photo for a manifesto. Dear God.
I don't know that I'd show that to anybody. I'd be careful.
Show it to anybody. Everybody that knew me knew I did it.
That looks like you have some very questionable Reddit posting history that the media is going to dig into when you hit the news.
It was an aid of tradition.
These women.
All right, we're up against it. Are you leaving?
I'm just going to be. I brought the beanbag up here, and so I was just going to do my prep. I was going to do my prep for tomorrow.
All right, so Bobby's prepping, and when do you guys fly out?
Tomorrow. I don't know what time.
Okay, so you're doing the show here, and then you'll shave your head, and then you guys are on a jet plane.
Yeah, and I'll have a hat. I assume I'll do the beanie. It's going to be cold in San Francisco too. So
that's true.
I guess I'm gonna go beanie now. But
full beanie.
Yeah, or the fitted caps, because I don't think I can even afford to have that little opening from the snapback.
No,
it's gonna be cold.
Fine. Look, I think you'll be fine. I don't think it's gonna look near as bad as you think. And I'm not saying that to be. I'm saying that as a friend.
You know what though? Maybe I do take the hat off, because then maybe that'll help shrink the odd size of my head. I've heard the cold does that.
I'm going to put it like this real quick. My cousin used to have a flowing head of hair. Then all of a sudden, boom, he hit 36, 37, boom, hair starts just gone. Shaved it, looked a little odd the first time or two.
Yeah.
Now,
pulls it off.
No issues.
I will never go full bald. Now look, my hairline, it's going back. It is.
Yeah.
But it's not back far enough yet that I think I have to commit to bald yet.
You know the words my boy told me, fire them before they quit.
That's good. No.
Fire them before they quit.
That's good. That's what the Vikings just did.
That's exactly what they just did. All right, 2 hours in the books. Kane McCutcheon. Let's talk some Rangers. Oh, we're up against it. Rangers talk next. Don't go anywhere. This is 105 The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course, with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away.
Look. Bobby comes in, our ADD brains, it's kind of like He-Man. I have the power, and boom, it goes next level. So, it is Girl Scout cookie time. Do you have any peanut butter sandwich cookies? No, that's all right. All right, welcome. Let's go out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Welcome to the program from Roundtable Sports and I'll tell you what, I'm geeked. I am geeked. Because one thing I've said, and I think Bobby can relate to this as well, it's hard to find good baseball people. It's hard to find. Everybody likes to talk basketball. Everybody likes to talk football. And much like Jason Kidd, he's done this. He doesn't give a bleep who you are. I do. And we found ourselves a rising star in the baseball world. Let's welcome to the program my newest Ranger reporter, Mr. Kane McCutcheon from Roundtable Sports. Kane, how we doing on this Sunday afternoon?
Doing great. Thank you guys for having me back. Honored to be here.
Yeah, you did. You killed it last time, man. Welcome back. Glad to have you.
Yeah,
right,
I always love talking ball with you guys.
100%. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling. So you and I talked a little bit earlier last week about the Mackenzie Gore signing, and what are we now? A week and some change away from pitchers and catchers reporting, and so now things look like they're starting to kind of round out a little bit. Look, when we look at this pitching staff, look, you're going to have DeGrom, you've got Evaldi, now you've got Mackenzie Gore in the mix, Jack Leiter at that 4. Look, you and I have talked about this before, but now that it's been solidified a little bit, who in your mind is that 5th starter, and do you dare think that Chris Young and Jordan Teagues experiment or play with the idea of a 6-man rotation?
Yeah, well, the 6-man rotation thing, that's going to be something very interesting to keep an eye on as camp opens, because under the Bruce Bochy regime, it wasn't something they really went to, even if it, kind of made a lot of sense. So it'll be interesting to see if Skip Schumacher feels the same, and obviously the new pitching coaches. The 5th starter, look, that's going to be the big thing to watch over, spring training, as it kind of usually is. The 5th starter spot, you kind of want that to be your competition spot a lot of times. Obviously, it's nice to have 5 bona fide starters, but it's tough to come around that. So it's going to be very interesting to watch. I think right now, just based off of, last year, if I were the one making the choice, it's hard for me not to put Jacob Latz in the front right now, just based off, like I said, what he did last year. He's been building up as a starter. Certainly, Kumar Rocker is there, and you've got someone like Austin Gomber, and now Cal Quantrill, who they signed to, cheap low-level deals. Maybe you get something there, maybe you don't. But that's certainly going to be the thing to watch for me, at least, in spring training.
Yeah, and obviously, it takes time to rebuild a system when you're trying to win. And I was looking at Keith Ball, the Athletic. He ranked the Rangers farm system number 26 out of 30. What are your thoughts on that ranking? Seeing some of the teams they were ahead, the Braves, Astros, Angels, and Padres. Does that Mackenzie Gore trade dent the farm system again? How do you kind of view that ranking for them?
Yeah, look, it's not a great farm, and it hasn't been. Certainly the trade deadline last year didn't help when they, tapped into it to really no avail. If you're, obviously there's farm system guys out there. Like I said this last week on here, there's guys that live by the farm system, and, the Gore trade certainly doesn't help it. But like I said on here last week, when a player like that comes out there, and you feel like you can get them, you do what you got to do to get them. And so, yeah, it's not great. But also too, you think part of the reason that you build up this farm system, these guys, is to trade them to acquire other players. So, it's not ideal. It's at a spot where you're kind of looking to rebuild. Obviously, you've got Sebastian Walcott at the top. You've got a couple other guys at the top, but at the end of the day, you have it to trade it at some point, and it's just it's kind of down right now. It's farm system up and down kind of thing. So it's not an ideal place, but obviously that's kind of a ever-flowing thing, in my perspective at least.
Kane McCutcheon, Roundtable Sports, joining us, talking all things Texas Rangers here on 105.3 The Fan. You talk about the speaking of the minor league system, Sebastian Walcott gets another invite to spring training this year. He's one of 10 invitees of the minor league system, and so where are we with Sebastian Walcott? And in your mind, how far is he away from becoming an everyday guy for this Texas Rangers baseball team?
Yeah, well, I think what's, so what I like about the situation is that the Rangers have kind of put the ball in his court, and Chris Young and Ross Venturemaker have said, like, hey, like, when we see Sebastian is totally, up to Sebastian, like, Chris Young has admitted, like, hey, like, this is a guy that's going to be good for the fan base when he gets here, good for the organization when he gets here, and, like, if he plays well, assuming he starts at AAA, he's going to be one of the youngest players there, as he was last year in Frisco. This year is not off the table, I don't think, by any means. What are they going to do with him this year is something that I would look out for, even at AAA, because obviously if he's not going to play shortstop every day, but at the big league level. So where do they put him defensively in camp and in AAA is something to watch for. But it's totally up to him. The ball's in his court, and I think that's you're in a good spot there. Like if he knocks the door down, like they're not. It's not we don't want to rush him. Like obviously they're not going to rush him, but like the opportunity is there on the table for him for sure.
Is there a part of you that kind of feels, I guess, maybe a little bit relief that the Rangers won the World Series back in 2023? Because I think about everybody's talking about, oh no, they got to have the salary cap, right? Their league's going to move to a lockout. The Dodgers might go for a three-peat. How do you kind of feel about the Rangers being able to win that last World Series before the Dodgers started getting really good and paying for their players?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm of the essence that in sports, winning a championship is the ultimate goal, obviously, and whatever trades you make to get that moment we're worth it. Whatever moves you make are worth it. And what this meant to the community and the fan base and the entire Metroplex, like, it was special. I mean, obviously, having never won before and finally bringing it here, like, I think you can look at that season, obviously, with no regrets. But I also think, too, it's important to note, and something I don't hear a lot from Ranger fans is, like, obviously it has not worked out the last 2 years, but, like, you can't say that's because of lack of effort from ownership, from the front office. I think a lot of times the Rangers are quote unquote cheap is a very overblown thing. Like they've tried to make the moves, they've tried to remain a competitive product, and you can appreciate. I think at the end of the day, all you can ask is that your team is trying to compete and win every year. Whether you feel like when Chris Young says, "Hey, we have the team to compete," whether you feel like that's true or not, I think you have to at least sit back and appreciate that they are trying to put a competitive product on the field year in and year out.
One thing, we got our boy Kane McCutcheon. Sorry, I was looking at something real quick. Kane McCutcheon, Roundtable Sports. Jock Peterson. Look, if you're Chris Young, I'm not saying he's got, this is like his do or die signing, but I think he's feeling, and I know just from listening to G-Bag and talking to Broadus earlier this week, that, you can kind of tell in his conversation with the station this week that, look, he's not stressing, but, look, you can definitely tell there's a little pressure on Chris Young, right? Because as you alluded to, and as Eric pointed out, yes, you won a World Series a few years ago, and look, there's going to be a legion of Ranger fans that will forever, they can die happy now because of that. But, on the flip side of that, you've looked largely uncompetitive since then with the exact same roster, and yet you've had one of the highest paid teams in baseball, right? So something has to give. Maybe it's Skip Schumacher. Maybe it's juggling some different pieces around, bringing in a Brandon Nimmo, that sort of thing, getting rid of a Marcus Semien. But Jock Peterson's almost kind of like the poster boy for last year and what Chris Young hasn't done or gotten right. For a guy that is going to be, 33, 34 years old, are we expecting too much when he says, well, look at what he did the 4 years prior to being a Texas Ranger when, going into year 34, like we should feel better about what we're getting out of Jock Peterson this year?
Yeah, it's Jock Peterson is such an interesting case to me because of, yes, what happened last year, also like the lack of versatility there. Like you're looking at a guy that doesn't play the field, is pretty much just DHing, and it's hard to get a guy, especially when they're struggling as bad as that, in the lineup like that. Like it's just tough. And so, look, I don't think you can expect Jock Peterson to be an all-star player, be the MVP, but like to say to the points of many within the Rangers organization that like, what he's done over the course of his career, like that's a good sample size. I think you need to expect that. Last year was an utter failure for him and for this entire organization. And I want to kind of jump back real quick here because, like, to my answer to the previous question, like, yes, they won obviously, but like the last 2 years are completely unacceptable, and everyone will admit that. But back to your point on Peterson, I think like you should like he was brought in. When he was brought in, the Rangers were struggling to hit the fastball the previous year. They bring in Jake Berger to try and hit the fastball, and it just doesn't work out. Look, I feel like expectations have to be up there, and if he can't turn it around this year, like you're looking for ways to get out of that, like quick. Like it's a good start is imperative for him, in my opinion.
Well, it's a 2-year deal, right? So, I mean, at the very least, if he stinks again this year, then it's kind of like, all right, well, that was, $36 million or whatever it was down the drain.
Right.
Get you out of here with this. Brandon Nimmo, again, better bat than what you've had in the past few years with Adolis Garcia, but again, not quite the same glove out in the outfield. Will that be enough of an offset? And what are your thoughts, or excuse me, what are your expectations, cautiously optimistic, about getting Evan Carter for at least 120 games in 2026?
Yeah, well, on Nimmo, I think, and you made this point earlier, the last 2 years have been a failure. So what do? You try different things, right? Like you got to try something and see. Obviously, Marcus Semien wasn't working, and Adolis Garcia just was not working the last 2 years. So you just try stuff out and see if it works. I think with Nimmo, the Rangers are obviously going to shift towards an approach at the plate that's a lot different than what we've seen the last 2 years, right? Putting the ball in play more, working the pitcher more. Obviously, you're not going to ask every guy to do that. You're not going to ask Corey Seager to go up there and really work the pitcher. But with Brandon Nimmo, it's someone that has done that through the course of his career to an extent. Someone that can almost be I don't know if you want to call it the face of that movement, but I think he kind of exemplifies that. And so for him, you kind of, you're just trying stuff, like I said, and seeing, hey, maybe this is going to work out. As far as Carter goes, no one's denying the talent that he has. He has to stay on the field. I mean, it's fascinating because it's you don't want to. It's almost at the point where, despite how young he is, you're questioning if you can rely on him because he's not always on the field, and you don't want to have that conversation with a guy as young and as talented as he is. So, just as important as anything, I think you're looking for him just to stay on the field point blank this year, and so that's definitely going to be something to watch. And if he has another injury-filled season, and I know obviously freak injuries happen, but if he has another injury-filled season, there's really going to be some questions on whether you can or can't rely on him.
Kane, tell the folks at home where they can find you at on the socials and what you got percolating that you're working on this week.
Yeah, so I'm on Roundtable Sports, of course. That's where you can find all my stories. I post them all on my Twitter at Kane_McCutcheon6. Some good stuff coming up, of course. I also got to shout out the Ranger Report podcast. I'm on there all the time. So if you want to go listen to their episodes, you can find me there. But, yeah, good stuff coming up. Spring training's right around the corner. I'm pumped to be back at the ballpark with all you guys getting the content out.
Kane, great stuff from you as always, my friend. Let's just hope that your Houston Texans wait a year before they commit to your boy C.J. Stroud. I saw a thing today that said they were going to offer him 4 years, $225 for $110 million guaranteed. Did you see that? Well, that's ESPN projecting. That's ESPN projecting, of course.
Yes, I'm with you there. Let's wait on that. If anyone cares what I have to say, let's take pause on that.
All right, Nick Cassera, if you're listening, we know he's a fatty. Hopefully, because if you've heard some radio and sport, if you've heard sports radio in Houston, there's probably a good reason why he's listening here. Great stuff from you as always, my friend. Have a great week. We'll talk to you next Sunday.
Yes, sir. Sounds good.
The one, the only, Kane McCutcheon, Roundtable Sports. Give him a follow. You will be glad that you did. All right, coming up next, what the hell did Jamal Mashburn have to say about Cooper Flagg if he was in this draft? And Udonis Haslem, not a ball knower. Not a ball knower when it comes to the Dallas Mavericks. What I mean, stick around. We'll tell you next.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Good news. Frontier is joining
Tim Collins.
You were blocking me off for a little bit there, Fred. You had to cover the fan cam.
It's all over the place, man. It's all over the place. We've got the lights turned down low over here. We've got Bobby Belt in the house. We've been blessed by his presence on a Sunday afternoon.
You know, the good thing, I know that's no fun to deal with. The good thing is when we get into the new building, we'll have all new equipment, and you won't have an issue with this kind of stuff anymore.
All new equipment.
Yeah. Just be patient.
That's it. And I like the view of the new building.
I do too. It's just outside. Okay, so I'm not even kidding here. I know everybody else likes to make their jokes about, whoa, we lost the view. It's not as good. I think this building is better.
Oh, no, the building is better.
I think 1,000%. The experience. Have you been up here yet during the middle of the day? Like, have you covered for anybody in the middle of the day since we've been up here?
I have, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That's right. You were up here with K&C once. So I like just the flow of all the other stations. It
feels like an actual radio
I just like
station.
the energy. Yes. And you're able to... G-Bag was able to do a bit a couple weeks ago where they were able to just grab some salespeople or some IT people, just hey, I need a voice for this, or you start running into people that you're like, oh, that guy's a character, and it just to me, it's just creatively a good idea.
No, I don't. And look, who doesn't love the new coffee machine? I mean, that might be the MVP of the new building.
If I didn't take Adderall, I'd drink more coffee. Yeah, and I would know. But I know the couple of times I've gone to get coffee. Yeah, it's a slow trickle.
See, really?
It's just, the break timing can be tough sometimes.
How long? But I know you guys got long breaks.
Yeah, I know, but if I've got a live read at the start of it.
Well, see, at nighttime we don't have.
Or mine is in the middle of the segment. That's true. It's in the middle of the segment or whatever else. We've
got 12 minutes per break.
We're carrying a conversation after a segment for another minute, and then it's all right, let me go down there. Walk down.
You should send Aiden to go get it.
Yeah, should.
You know?
Because he's got Black Adam there now.
He's got Black Adam, and he's not posting any of our clips.
It's a great nickname, by the way.
You know? Thank you. I appreciate that.
I like it. I like the nicknames you give.
Well, thank you. That means a lot. That means a lot to me. I'll take that.
What's Jet's nickname?
He doesn't have one.
J-E-T-T, Jet.
You know, that might be
not
it.
Bad.
That's not bad. Because, look, when you've got the name Jet Nelson, do you really need
that
a
is
nickname?
that is a Pixar superhero.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And when you meet Jet, he's literally a 40-year-old in a 22-year-old's body.
The haircut, the rosy cheeks, the name, he does sound like Richie Cunningham's friend from Happy Days.
Well, go ahead and tell Bobby what your three, when you were asked the other day, your top three albums.
Top three albums? Oh, yeah. Infidelity by REO Speedwagon.
Go ahead. Use REO Speedwagon.
REO Speedwagon, Styx, and I think I'll flip the last one. Bad Company by Bad Company.
There you go.
REO Speedwagon.
I can't fight this feeling anymore. Take it on the run, baby.
Look, REO Speedwagon was not terrible. I would never put their albums as one of the top three of all time.
Yeah. Top three.
Fair. Yeah. It's all personal taste. I'm just saying, for me, I would not. They would not pop into my head one time.
Top three. Just off the cuff.
So it would be because I'd have to I would want to represent an artist. So probably the 1975's debut album.
Okay.
Probably Don Illuminati.
Okay.
Tupac. I don't know. I can't figure out Don Illuminati or Me Against the World. One of them.
Okay.
And then after that, maybe Joshua Tree by U2.
Okay. I like that. That's a solid choice right there.
Or Nevermind by Nirvana.
Come on, it's a no-brainer there. It's a no-brainer right there.
That's a top five album.
Your top three.
Off the Dome.
It's Off the Dome.
Yeah, so 2014, Forest Hills Drive's J. Cole.
Okay.
Ooh, good.
My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, Kanye. And then
that's a legendary.
And then the third one either comes down to one of Led Zeppelin's albums or one of I'm blanking. Oh, Queen's albums.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So old classic rock.
How about
that?
You mean Led Zeppelin 2, and you mean what's a Queen album? Okay. I can't correct you on Queen, but Led Zeppelin 2 is what you mean.
Yeah, Led Zeppelin 2. Yeah.
You got me. Look at this. I love it.
We found out that's how we started our game. I don't know if you've ever heard it. We haven't played in a while, but we had the game How Young is Peyton Russell?
I have heard. It's been a while. You haven't played in a while.
We haven't played in a while. He pissed me off. He made me mad. And so I didn't want to give him money anymore. But he was, the whole way that game started was because he dead serious claimed he had no idea who Freddie Mercury was.
Look, I had to explain to them who Frazier...
He saw the picture. He was told the band. He was played their music. Yeah. He didn't know any of it. Look, he had never heard Bohemian Rhapsody.
I had to explain to them earlier what the show Frasier was. And then I had to explain to them how it was a spinoff of the show Cheers, which they had no idea what
They
that
didn't know
was.
what any of those were.
None of it. None of it.
Frasier was different.
Yeah, but look, it was
It was okay. It was funny.
Must-see TV.
It was funny.
Look, I'm a Frasier guy.
No, it was good.
I
It was
love
good.
Frasier Crane. And when you watch it now, you get a whole new appreciation for it. Him being a radio guy?
Yeah, but also you watch it now and you're like, that is not how this works. It's a little bit like the movie Talk Radio. Like when have you ever seen Talk Radio by Oliver Stone?
Is that our boy? And who's the dude that's in it? The host?
Yeah, he's like a theater guy, but
he was in Succession too.
Yeah, and so he's played a therapist and other things.
Exactly. He's a hell of an actor.
Alec Baldwin was in it really young. He was the PD.
See, I haven't seen that.
John C. McGinley from Scrubs and Platoon and stuff. He was the producer. So it's fine. It's whatever. But their studio was downtown Dallas skyscraper 3 times bigger than this room for him to sit at a mic and just talk. They filmed it over at SMU, I think. But then the fact that show would not have been the most popular show on the market.
Interesting.
That was Ron Chapman era. But that guy is not going on there just going
I gotta watch
call in with your random... Imagine if you did Fatties on the phone for 4... Like your show was just that every night, and every night it was, instead of you giving your advice, you just tell them why they're stupid.
Yeah.
That was his show. Which I guess, that was Tom Likas.
Back in the day, you could do that, though.
But Likas, was different.
Yeah.
Likas was, which used to be heard right here on this signal back in the day before this was a sports station. But Likas was...
That's a throwback.
Likas was a character. He was like an edgier, Andrew Dice Clay or something almost.
Okay, I asked these two gentlemen this earlier.
They have no idea what any of those names are. We just said
zero.
No idea.
Were you a call-in guy? Would you call into radio shows?
Yeah. Used to call into Dan Patrick and give him my height and weight.
Really?
You remember Dan's bit? When he was on ESPN Radio, you'd call in and you'd say where you're from, and you'd say... 6'1", 220 or whatever, and then they would ding the bell like you were a boxer.
Really?
And if you were heavy, Rob Dibble would go fat.
Okay.
And so that's where Choppy gets whenever he says fat.
Okay.
But, I would call into Dan Patrick and another station.
See, I was a big sporting news radio guy.
Oh, yeah.
I called into Tim. In fact,
Sporting News Flash.
That's it. Sporting News Radio.
Shout out Craig Larson.
Who'd I call? Craig Larson, never forget. Craig Larson, when thank God for Gavin Spittle.
Craig Larson was always good to me.
Look, no.
We've talked about Craig before, but Craig was always good to me.
Craig Larson.
Craig's a legit radio guy.
Craig is a radio guy.
To the core.
Die in the wool. Responded to me. I'll never forget as long as I live. This is burned in my memory. 2010, I'm sending my clips out. Gavin Spittle responds. God bless Gavin Spittle. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. Craig Larson emails me back after hearing my clips. He goes, keep working at it, kid. I'm always looking for the next big thing.
So
that was his thing.
I similarly cold contacted, and I guess your clips just weren't up to mine.
That must not have been.
Because he said, come on down to Houston. We want to interview you. I'm walking right by Granado and Raheel. Like, what's up? I'm getting introduced to all them. I was, we went to Kenny and Ziggy's for lunch.
Right
I was getting wined and dined with club sandwiches. It was quite a time. That was like 2018 or something like that.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what that was, Granado and Raheel. Anyway, that was a whole other show. All right. What did you make of the Jason Kidd stuff from yesterday? Have you heard his tirade?
Yeah.
I know you guys will get more into it tomorrow, but...
No. My first reaction was... I can't make the joke. I'll make the joke during the break. It's too edgy even for the weekend. Look, the anniversary was coming up. It's 1 year ago today.
You think that factored into it?
No, I think he's calculated, trying to look. When you hear some of the mental warfare he went through with the Nets and the Bucks, then that dude is super calculated. When they were against the Celtics in the NBA Finals, and he very intentionally went like, well, I mean, Jaylen Brown's really their guy. That's the number one there. Like he's a total just mental warfare individual. So I'm sure there's some purpose or something to it. I also think that he will never feel comfortable again because I've finally settled on the idea that he was definitely more involved in the Luka trade than he is publicly let on.
Okay.
And so because of that, like, he's kind of the last one standing here, and I don't know if he'll ever feel comfortable that, like, they could just pull my card one day.
Luka's not coming back unless Jay Kidd's gone.
Yeah, I mean, he is not. They have not looked friendly. Those two have not looked friendly.
No, they haven't. No, they haven't. And do you wonder if maybe and do you think? Look, I don't understand if you're Jason Kidd. If you played the game, look, he told us yesterday. What did he tell us yesterday? He played the game at a very high level. How could he not like a Luka Doncic? That's my only. That's my only pushback when it comes to whether or not he had anything to do with that trade.
I know why. Although it is funny because like Kidd used to get criticism for being pudgy and out of shape.
Yeah, I mean,
but like he wouldn't play. His conditioning wouldn't be bad. He'd play. He wasn't like winded.
No,
but people would look at him and go like, that doesn't look like like he's kind of stocky.
He's
for a point
definitely a lot
guard.
more athletic than people gave him credit for.
Yeah, but he, man, I think he was such a just like savant of understanding the game, whereas Luka, I think Luka was a little more. And this is not a slight to him at all. A little more Magic-like. Like Magic Johnson. Or like Pistol Pete, where it's like, it's a play style, and it's an ability to see things. But it's not always the correct basketball decision from Luka.
No.
And Kidd was always the correct basketball decision.
Oh, no, he's a fundamental god. I mean, that's one thing about Jason Kidd. Look, I was a Jason Kidd fanatic growing up. I was always a big fan of Jason Kidd. I'd like to believe that because of, at the very least, so he could at least appreciate who Luka is as a basketball player. That's why I was always like...
So my initial theory, and this still may be it, I don't know how involved he was, but I'm finding it harder to believe that he just had no idea this was coming. But
I agree with that.
I do think that initially... like when they said, well, he would complain about him, I think he complained about him in the same way of like, gosh, my damn husband, he's such a slouch. He doesn't do this.
Love him. He's my problem. Yeah.
And then if somebody's like, well, why don't you divorce him? It's like, no, what are you talking about? Like it's more just like somebody in a long-term relationship just bitching that they're not exactly what they want him to be. And Nico's like, oh, okay, he wants me to get rid of him too.
Okay. Now, I don't know that we've talked at length about this. And again, call me tinfoil hat guy, call me conspiracy theorist.
I do, regularly.
Okay, and it's well warranted. You will not convince me that the NBA wasn't behind this trade.
Too good to be true, man.
You will not convince me.
So you think the flag pick is also
100%
orchestrated?
1,000%. 1,000%.
I could get more on board with the idea that I can't imagine the NBA. Man, if they did, they had a severe miscalculation, just like Mavericks front office did. Because I don't think that's been good for the NBA.
Well, but here's where I go. Here's where I stand on this. All right, I'll tell you what. We still got his. We got to go to break. I'm gonna explain this to Bobby. I meant to do this during Fair or Foul. It is the 1-year anniversary of the Luka Doncic trade. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Lots more to get to. We still got Eric's bit to get to. We still got jet fuel to get to. Lots more. I will explain my conspiracy theory. I want to hear from you guys. Am I off my keister? It would be the first time I've heard this, but 1 year later, does it stand? I'll tell you next. Don't go anywhere.
Tired of GLP-1 side effects, endless diets, or surgery risks? DFW needs Limb Sculpt, the all-in-one transformation at Souza Clinic. Lose up to 20 pounds a month naturally. No weigh-in food, no forced workouts. Plus, our...
Bobby Belt. All right, so here's my question to you guys. I've been on this since last year, and I said when the trade went down, when the Luka Doncic trade went down, my spidey senses went up immediately. Okay? My spidey senses went up immediately because I said something about this trade makes no sense. Because we're all smart enough to know you open Luka Doncic up to the rest of the NBA, you're getting a haul. Okay? Like, you're getting a haul. You're getting an Anthony Edwards. You're getting a Giannis Antetokounmpo. Short of a Wemby, you're probably getting damn near anybody 1-for-1 in the NBA. All right? With maybe a Wemby
and Jokic.
There you go. All right, are probably the only two guys.
I went to pull audio for tomorrow. I was going to go back. I was looking at the first couple shows we did after the trade, and I was just trying to see, like, was there anything in there that was, like, reflective audio we could play on Monday or whatever? And I was reminded of, I forgot about this. There was a Forbes writer who had done a piece, like one of the Forbes NBA writers, wrote about it the next day, and I will never forget this quote. And he said, he had reached out to an NBA executive, like a GM, and he was like, hey, so nobody knew he was available? I'm like, no. And he's like, what would you have given if you had known Luka Doncic was available? What would you have given up? And he said, everything.
That's it.
We would have given them everything.
Yeah.
And you got talked off of the second first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we can give you Dalton Connect.
No. Or another first rounder? You sure?
Nico, you're right. He doesn't play defense, and he does like the hookah.
He does love the hookah, and who doesn't love the hookah? So
the hookah and the fupa. That's what he's all about.
I tell you what, you can do a lot worse.
You could.
I'll tell you what, look, I'm not opposed to it either. Point being is this.
If she hookahs, she fupas.
If she can hoop, she can fupa, and I'm Fred's down for both. So, look, my thing is this, all right? When it comes to the whole Luka Doncic thing, and really what emboldened me in my stance was this. Do we believe Adam Silver would tell a lie?
His 100%.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
His nickname, I have nicknamed him Commissioner 2.5.
Okay.
Because he is the parent that goes 1, 2, 2.5, 2 3/4. He is terrified of the players, and he will do anything to lie and cover for when he does whatever for them.
Okay. Now, look, some of this is circumstantial, right? But that's what makes a good conspiracy theory.
We've convicted people in this country for less.
Damn right we have. Not that it's right. That said, when he gave his NBA State of the Union address at All-Star Weekend, all right, and of course the Luka stuff was, what, a week, 2 weeks old, whatever it was, and of course it was still rocking the NBA. And he was asked point blank, did you know about the Luka trade before it happened? And he said, he kind of paused for a second and said, no, I did not.
Did you order the code
Hadn't heard
right?
anything, right? You guys remember where the Mavericks were at the night before the trade?
Cleveland, right? Detroit. Oh, shout out Jake Riepma.
Their first game after the Luka trade was
in Cleveland, right? They got blown up.
So they were on that road trip.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they're in Detroit. You know who else was in Detroit that night?
Michael Moore.
Adam Silver. Adam Silver was in Detroit that night. You know why Adam Silver was in Detroit that night?
He has a close relationship with Darko Milicic.
Not just that.
Another piece of business.
Okay. Campaigning for them to get their WNBA franchise. Okay, because I think they'd just been awarded one or something along those lines. They were campaigning for one, whatever it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, oh, by the way, don't. So,
if you're telling me don't, it's bad. I'll cut off my mic until I can reset from that.
So Adam Silver's in Detroit to talk about the WNBA, give Detroit love, yada, yada, this, that, and the other. Mavericks are in town playing the Pistons, okay? Guess who else is on one of the few road trips he went on that year? Guess who's with the Mavs on that road trip? Nico Harrison, okay? Do you really honestly believe in your mind that Nico Harrison, the GM at that time of the Dallas Mavericks, and Adam Silver, who's in town, they're both in the same building at the same time, aren't going to cross paths and talk? Do we really believe that? Of course not.
So there's a second trader.
Of course not, okay? So boom, trade goes down the very next day. Adam Silver says, oh, I didn't know anything about it. Boom. And my point, okay, Fred, that's elite. But here's the thing I go back to when it comes to the Mavericks, or excuse me, when it comes to the Lakers. See, the NBA doesn't have the luxury that the NFL does, right? You can have the Chargers be ass, and we don't care. Look at New York. The Jets and Giants have been a dumpster fire for a decade. Numbers are still off the charts.
Yeah.
They don't have the WNFL, though.
They don't have the WNFL. Flag football's on its way. I can't wait. Hopefully this WNBA collective bargaining agreement gets handled soon. On top of that, name me one player. Now, you might be able to.
Caitlin Clark.
Name me one player for the Lakers between the time Kobe retired and the time LeBron came
You
up.
can't. You can't.
Okay.
There wasn't a star player that they had in that time span.
They were garbage.
You want to say?
Okay.
What are you gonna say? Lonzo Ball, Jordan Clarkson? Like no.
Swaggy P.
Julius Randle.
Right?
No.
Yeah, I would D'Angelo Russell.
D'Angelo Russell, right? I mean, the NBA doesn't have the same luxury that the NFL does, where they need their big market teams to be good, or at the very least, they need them to be viable.
Okay, so this is where I think it's more likely that the Mavericks were fed Cooper Flag, because I think that the NBA, let's just operate under the assumption they did orchestrate this,
help engineer this.
Okay,
yes.
So they orchestrated.
Yes.
The you guys get Cooper Flag thing, I think, would have been a panic reaction to, in the name of saving the LA market, we just destroyed the Dallas market.
Absolutely. It was
so bad. So I don't think people understand how bad it was. Dallas Business Journal wrote an article about it. They were destroying the economy of the businesses around the American Airlines Center were getting destroyed and bleeding money. This was a trade that did not just affect the Mavericks bottom line, that affected restaurant owners down there. People were furious.
Well, and look, you had and again, to your point, maybe is that the poison pill? Like, look, we're going to, because you don't know, because you're thinking, you don't expect Anthony Davis to fall off a cliff. Now, you should have.
No, I expect him to twist his ankle before he gets up to the cliff.
Right? And so in some way, look, whether Cooper Flag was a backup plan, whatever, because look, you're right. There's no way they knew, hey, this team's gonna totally implode. Kyrie Irving's gonna, tear his ACL midway through the end of the season, what have you. But at the very least, God forbid if it does happen, there's things in place. I mean, look, does anybody in their right mind think the NBA, if something goes wrong, do we really think that it was an accident that Derrick Rose ended up in Chicago when the Bulls had a 1.8% chance of winning the lottery? And you know what I'm saying? Like, let's get the Chicago native guy for a team that hasn't been relevant in 20 years.
Oh, you Pelicans, you have to trade Anthony Davis? Oh, look at this. You guys got Zion. Here you go.
Now, granted, he's going to eat himself out of house and home.
There's a pretty... LeBron leaves for Miami and they get the number one pick 3 years in a row or whatever it was.
3 years in a row? Look, if there's any league that does not care that they're perceived as... you've had an entire scandal built around your officials. Look, we complain about NFL officials. At least Roger Goodell can say, hey, at least I have no Tim Donaghy 30 for 30, sitting somewhere. The NBA doesn't care.
They got better cleaners.
They got way better cleaners. They got a chief kindness officer, for God's sakes, okay? So, no, but to me, look, David Stern didn't give a damn, all right? Adam Silver doesn't give a damn, and the NBA doesn't give a damn, all right? And that's why I'm of the belief, once again, back to your Cleveland won the draft 3 years in a row deal, okay? Just don't make the play-in. Because I'm telling you right now, guaranteed... February 1st, 2026, Mavs will get a top 3 pick. Guaranteed.
But they have to participate. They would have to miss it. You're not saying that the NBA would orchestrate them losing into the play-in then. The Mavericks have to do their own part to not make a play.
Isn't the lottery... the lottery's the
lottery
top
lets
five,
the first, it's the first
5 or 6 teams, and then after that it goes by record. I believe.
So no. So you've got the lottery. Once the lottery is done, it locks in the top 4.
Yes.
So anybody in the entire lottery can get into the top 4. Like any of the teams that miss could get into the top 4. It's just after that, then it stacks.
It's from 5 to 14 or whatever. Yeah, exactly.
So the team who has the best odds, their floor would be 5 or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All I'm saying is,
But they would have. But you are saying like the Mavericks would have to miss the play-in. The NBA wouldn't. The NBA wouldn't orchestrate that.
Yeah, no, because they don't need to.
Is Fred sounding crazy here?
I don't think so.
You buy into the conspiracy?
No, I mean, here's the deal. Like, what better way to have a global superstar like Luka Doncic be on the Los Angeles Lakers of all teams, and you get the number 1 overall pick in return?
And let's not bury the lead either, because, by the way, then Jim Walter comes in and spends $10 billion and buys the Lakers.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you buying the Lakers? And funny how Luka shows up, you get rid of AD, which you needed to do, okay? You've got, and a couple things have happened here too, all right? So LeBron's pissed, right? And I believe LeBron when he says, because it sure feels like the way he's acting, he didn't know this was going to happen, all right? Then this Walter guy who's already spent $1 gazillion on the Dodgers, now you spent $1 gazillion on the Lakers. Okay.
He hasn't spent $1 gazillion. He deferred most of it. It's been like $10,000 is all he spent on the Dodgers.
Hey, look, man, just working the system. But now, look, now the Lakers are flush with cash, okay? And now you've got a superstar that you can build around. Because look, are you as excited to spend $10 billion on the Lakers if you've got aging LeBron and broke down Anthony Davis? Probably not.
Man, but the Lakers are the Lakers as a brand, and they always have been.
Right? I get that. Okay?
Just like the Yankees had their awful points, but the Yankees were the Yankees too.
True, but again, I just feel like with the way the NBA has become and the whole brand thing.
Crank that music up, Chad.
Okay. Now that you've got brands, okay.
Tell us about a Scully.
Oh, by the way, what's that tax look like in California? Dwight Howard said himself.
We're not supposed to talk politics.
Hey, look, I'm not. It's just a fact of life. Would you rather go get taxed in California? You want to go get taxed in Texas?
Honestly, I wish we would switch to a flat tax or maybe a sales tax, a national sales tax for it.
You and Bernie
That's
Sanders.
not actually a real take. But no. That will never. Okay, so you're about to drop me off sides. You're about to really Aaron Rodgers hard count me here.
Wait, was that Pop? No, wait, that was Papa Joe Chevalier who wanted a flat tax. If you know, you know.
Fred,
you know.
Fred, would your opinion be any different if we had gotten, let's say, Austin Reeves or Don Connect added to that trade? Like, if the haul was much better that you got, would you have believed then, okay, yeah, like, Nico just made a, I don't like trading.
Like Reeves and that extra first that they took off the table.
How much does that change your conspiracy theory, I guess, opinion?
It still doesn't.
Okay.
The fact that because under no circumstance.
Why would Nico play ball with it, though?
Because he's a corporate hack.
But like, doesn't he needs but wait, are you saying Adam Silver played into I know Nico doesn't like him, so I'll lean into this? Or are you saying that he was basically he's a patsy?
You always need a fall guy, okay? And here's the thing, and Broadus said something a while back.
Harrison.
Look, I'm gonna tell you right now, man. There's something to be said for having a hatchet man. All right? Nico never changed his look, from the time they announced it and he did that awkward press conference until fortune favors the bold. That's borderline sociopathic if you really think about it.
Or what he doubled down and he was like, time will tell if I'm right.
He never wavered, all right? Because, and look, by the way, let me get my golden parachute, all right? I guarantee you, and I can't remember who I asked this to, I would love to know if he's got an NDA as part of his package when he got
I don't know. He's such a... When you hear stories about him at Nike and stuff, he's just kind of a nut, I think.
And who better?
You know, he nicknamed them the SEALs, and he had secret handshakes for the Nike corporate people that were like the secret group.
Then who better?
To get the guy who botched the Steph Curry shoe pitch.
Look, and who knows? Maybe that wasn't by
Have you heard
accident.
that story?
I have heard that story.
That's a beautiful story. Have you heard that one, Eric?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah, Nico Harrison lost Steph Curry to, was it Under Armour at the time?
Okay, I did.
Because
he
had like a picture of Seth Curry up there, was calling him Seth.
Okay, I didn't know the reason, but I knew that he did fumble that.
To me, that only
and Steph was skinny. He had no reason to be upset with him.
Absolutely no reason. I'm telling you right now, if anybody is a corporate man, it's Nico. If anybody can tell you where the bodies are buried, it's Nico. If anybody hey, I'll take orders for the NBA, and by the way, if I get fired, I get fired. And Nico's going to be just fine. And if anybody can carry it out and show zero care in the world, because if you can say one thing about Nico, that he never wavered in his resolve when it came to making that trade. Not one time. I'm telling you, there's something. It just doesn't smell right.
I think, and I know you're up against the clock here because I know you like to do that.
I love it.
But I will say, I can't remember who this may have been choppy through this, or I can't remember who it was. There was some people wondered if he just had an axe to grind against European players because he hated Jokic too.
Yeah.
The note came out about Drew Holiday and Jokic, and when he got done at Montana State or wherever it was, he went and played overseas in Europe. And players are not always treated great when they go over there to the European leagues.
No, they're not.
Like, I know that was a conspiracy theory out there of like, he may have just not liked European players from his time being over there, and he just had it out for Luka at that point.
Why, and my only push, and I'll push back on that, say what you want about Nico Harrison. Look at the team he built around Luka. I mean, he
by
built
accident. By accident, he had to trade. No, he had to trade for Kyrie. That was a Hail Mary move. Nobody thought that was going to work. He literally was just like, "Let's see."
But Kyrie worked.
But that's not.
And
but hold on. That's not foresight. Kyrie's not foresight. That's you have to do it.
Okay,
you had to do something, right?
Okay.
So I don't know that he gets credit for an evaluation. That was a let's see if this works.
Yeah.
PJ and Gafford, if you'll remember, they got them because Kuzma rejected them.
No, and look,
Kuzma was like, if he would have traded for Kuzma, that team would not have made the finals.
No, that would have been. I mean, look, he got bailed out on that.
And he helped botch the Brunson thing. And then the worst trade he made, worse than the Luka deal, was the Quentin Grimes for Caleb Martin deal.
No, that was ignorant.
That deal it's not as upsetting to people, but that's almost as bad in terms of return versus what you'd set off.
That was a bad trade.
But see, I've also heard too that the Brunson thing, he was leaving regardless. I've heard he was leaving regardless.
That's the same with Grimes. Like Grimes was going to get paid. He was going to walk in the offseason anyway, so that's why they traded him.
All right, we're way up against it. Final out of the program. Don't go anywhere.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan." Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on.
are laughing their butts off over there in the background as we are getting ready for... here's the deal, guys. I've been here for what? Maybe a month now, 2 months now. It's crazy. Time is flying by, and we haven't officially come up with a name for my segment. And
No, we haven't.
Bobby was giving me some good ideas because, he was thinking maybe with my initials, EMC, maybe
EMC. Sports Einstein.
Yeah, E equals MC Sports.
Or E equals MC Sports, yeah.
That's there you go.
We need the toast to weigh in on this one. 877-881-1053. Let me know. Good segment ideas. Eric Michael Casares, that's my initial, so we got something with EMC. Text us,
your
let us
middle name's
know.
Michael?
Yeah.
My son's middle name is also
It's a very common
Michael,
name.
So there you have it.
Very common name, so.
It is.
So we need to figure out a good name for that. But while we're doing that, let's go ahead and get this started, man. We were just talking about good things today. We were talking about the Luka trade.
All kinds of good stuff.
Talking about albums. Talking about, what else were we talking about? We talked about the Cowboys. Talked about the Rangers. Everything.
We had Ron Harrod Jr.
Yeah,
on.
Ron Harrod. He had some
who
great
asked
things to
that
say.
inflammatory question that got... they got Jason Kidd all riled up yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So, kudos to us. Kane McCutcheon talking all things Texas Rangers. And again, maybe, TBD, we might have Brian Broaddus at 420. If we do, great. If we don't, we've got jet fuel.
All right. So, Fred, you were listening this past weekend. We did some keep 3, cut 5. All right, so basically we just throw out a bunch of different sports stuff, and you kept 3, cut 5. I wanted to do a similar version of this, and Jet, you're going to participate in this as well, except we're going to make it a little bit more structured. We're going to call it Start, Bench, Cut. Now, you guys, if you guys watch TikTok or you're on any sporting thing, you know what Start, Bench, Cut works. So basically I'm going to give out 3 different things. You got to tell me if you start it, you bench it, or if you cut it. All right, so you got some good options here. Here we go. We're going to start right now because we were on the topic. Let's start with albums. Okay. All right, Jet, so lock in. I know you're the music nut, man. You're ready to go.
Yeah,
all right,
at
here we
least
go.
before the year 2000.
What's that?
At least before the year 2000.
Okay, fair enough. Here we go. Well, I think this one was before the year 2000. If not, it was beginning. Yeah, it had to be before 2000. All right, here we go. First album up. You got Nirvana, Nevermind.
Okay.
That's the first one. Then you got
All Apology.
You got Lauryn Hill, The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. So really, really great album.
I don't know that you can be white and listen to that, though. You know how much she hates white people. Like, she would hate this show right now. And be late to tell us that she hated it.
That thing was a great song, though.
Oh. That thing. That whole album.
Yeah.
Damn near no skip.
Yeah.
Damn near no skip.
Okay, and then I'm gonna throw in a more, I guess, Gen Z. Or wait, what gen are we in right now?
You're Gen Z.
Okay, we're Gen Z.
You're
okay.
Gen Z
I'm
all
gonna throw
day,
in a
every
Gen
day.
Z album in there for y'all right now. So
I can already tell you I don't like it. Go
pretty
ahead.
popular. Beer Bongs and Bentley, Post Malone.
Oh, okay.
So start, bench, cut. What do we got? We'll start with you, Jet.
I'll start the Nirvana. I can go to the 90s. I got Nirvana on there. Definitely start. I will bench the last one you just said, Post Malone.
Beer Bongs and Bentley?
Yep, I like me some Posties.
Tread carefully here, Jet.
I'll bench him. I don't know the last one, so I have to cut it. I have to raise my hand and put on the...
You don't know Lauryn Hill?
I got to put on the dunce cap.
Do you know who the Fugees are?
I don't think so.
Wow.
I got to get educated.
One time.
You don't know the Fugees, huh?
Mm-mm.
All right, that's
my homework.
That is your job this week, is to listen to the Fugees.
I did watch Man on Fire last night.
Oh!
Bring it out. Ring the bell.
And it's amazing.
Thank you.
It's worth it. That quote was the perfect cherry on top as well.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
I wish you had more time.
All right.
Movie.
And so we're cutting Beer Bongs and Bentley. We're starting Nevermind, and then we're benching Lauryn Hill?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, Fred, what do we think?
This is tough for me. Because, I mean, I'm cutting Beer Bongs and Bentleys all day, every day.
What do you got to get in Posty, man? Is it him, or is it just what he's up against?
It's a great album. These other two are
iconic,
They're historically significant albums.
Seriously, because Lauryn Hill never put another album out. Now she had a unplugged album that she had, a double disc unplugged album that she did after the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill.
So did Nirvana.
They did. That's exactly.
They were one of the big. They were one of the big unplugged
Oh, it's you. God, I'll tell you what a series. These kids will never understand how good the when Unplugged came out. You sat down and listened. I am going to go with I will start the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. I will start the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. I will bench Nevermind, only because the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill that got me through boot camp. That got me through my senior year of high school. And then I'll bench Nevermind and then cut Post Malone.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to agree with Jet here. I'm going to start Nevermind, top 5 album of all time. Going to bench Lauryn Hill, and then I'm going to cut Beer Bungs and Bentley.
There you go.
I had to throw it in there. All right.
I do have a quick thing on Lauryn Hill. She will be doing a tribute in the Grammys tonight.
Oh,
the Grammys is tonight.
She? I did look her up because I think I might have heard one of those songs on the education thing. But she will be tributing Roberta Flack and D'Angelo. Deeply personal one.
Well, let's hope she shows up.
Yep.
Okay, how much of a fan are you, Fred, of rap in this day and age?
Like current rap?
Yeah.
Not much.
Not much. Okay, I'm gonna test you a little bit.
I'm an old school 90s rap
Okay,
guy.
well we're gonna stay in Gen Z here real quick.
Oh,
all right, so
okay.
next set of albums right here.
Okay.
All by the same artist. We're going to our boy Drake.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, Drake's been around.
Yeah,
what was his first
2010s.
album? Like 2008, 2009, something like that?
2008, something like that.
I love me some. Why do I get such a hard time when I say 2008 or 2009?
It's just weird.
I mean, why not just...
Yeah. Did you call 2020 the year 2000?
2002, is that how you said it?
It was 2000.
It was 2000.
So then it's 2001, 2002, 2000.
Once it hits 2012, I think that's where you have to change to 20.
Although, to be fair, did we say 1903, 1904, or did we say 1903?
Hey, just say it.
Okay, so you know Drake. You're familiar with Drake.
I do know. I mean, I don't know him, but I know of him.
Well, yeah. I mean, he lives in Houston. He has a house in Houston.
He's been, outside of Houston, too.
All right,
in
here
the
we go.
city of the Purple Sprite.
That's it.
So we got Nothing Was the Same,
Yeah.
2013.
Okay.
I'm going to throw in Views from 2016.
Okay.
And then I'm going to throw in, we'll go Thank Me Later, 2010.
Come on. That's a no-brainer. Thank Me Later is start. Come on. That's a goated album right there. Matter of fact, I just listened to that the other day at the gym. All right. Thank Me Later in 2010. I'll go Views. Didn't Views have Hotline Bling?
Yes. And One Dance and Controlla 9.
Hotline Bling is just enough for me. And then whatever the hell the last one was, cut.
Okay, so you're cutting Nothing Was the Same. That's a great album. I got my eyes on that one.
That is a great album.
Ooh, see, here's the thing where I'm not the big. Look,
that was Started from the Bottom.
Yep.
Oh, Started from the Bottom. Now we're here.
Yeah, that was Pound Cake. Pound Cake was a great song.
Look, here's the thing. Look,
After Hours at Il Molino.
See, I'm of the.
Is Over in that one too?
Over would have been Thank Me Later.
That's Thank Me Later. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I love that.
That's
album.
a terrible song.
You're tripping, bro. You're tripping.
The best Drake album wasn't even mentioned. It's Take Care.
Take Care is a good album. I'm still starting to. That's tough, man. You know what? The album you just because here's the I'm not. No one's ever going to confuse me for being like a. I think so, man. I think I have to. Yeah, go ahead. The one because here's the problem. When streaming started, when everybody because back in the day, and I'll just tell you how being an old guy for a second.
Back with my 8 tracks.
When you had to physically buy albums. Right? And tapes and CDs, right? Like the album meant something. Now you just, you got a new thing on Apple Music. Okay, I just play it and then I add it to my playlist and then I just go. And so I don't know that albums have the same cultural significance today that they did when we were growing up because you had, look, whatever.
You weren't, if it wasn't a single, you weren't hearing it unless you bought the album.
Okay? Yeah. And guess what? If that CD, when you bought that CD, guess what? You were playing them 12 tracks. Mm-hmm. And you better liked them.
Usually parking in the car, turn it up with your boys.
That's it. Maybe Sparks. Anyway, I've said too much.
Okay, here we go. So here's how I'm going to do it. So I'm starting Views.
Okay.
Because my favorite Drake song of all time is Feel No Ways. Love that song. Yeah. Right. Really great. Okay, so Views is number 1. I'm cutting... Dude, I'm cutting Nothing Was the Same, honestly.
Okay.
I am. It has a good variety of songs, but I think Thank Me Later, The Resistance, that's the most underrated Drake song by far. And I think overall, just the discography of that album, he was young, that was in his prime. Yeah, So I'm cutting Nothing Was the Same. What do you think, Jet?
I think, I'm deferring most of it, but I'm looking at the albums here. When I was 13, Views was pretty big in 2016. So I think I'm going to start Views. I love that picture of him on the edge of the building. And Nothing Was the Same. I was really young. I was 10 when it came out. Can't say I know the songs. Cool picture. We'll bench it, and then we'll cut Thank Me Later. That's just the best I can do. I apologize. I defer. Whatever I can do.
I'll tell you what.
This is worse than cutting the Seahawks yesterday.
You think so?
This is worse. And Nothing Was the Same as the starter.
So which one are you cutting? Are you cutting Views?
I'm cutting Thank Me Later, and I'm not even thinking about it. Thank Me Later was such trash. That was when Lil Wayne was still too much influencing his style, and he was trying to sound too much like Wayne, and then he actually took off with Take Care.
God, that's such a good album.
Wow.
The block is hot. He was letting too much of that infiltrate him.
God, that was good. It was a good time.
Okay.
Great period.
I got one more for y'all. All right, you ready? Here we go. So we're going a little old school rock here.
Okay.
So,
there we go.
Old school rock.
Yeah.
Old school rock.
So we got...
He's going to say Seether.
So we got Black Sabbath Paranoid.
Okay.
1970.
Okay.
All right, you got that. All right, then we also got, this is not classic. Whatever you classify this one, the Beatles' Abbey Road.
No!
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And then Fleetwood Mac Rumors.
I'm cutting Fleetwood Mac.
God, whoa!
I'm cutting Fleetwood Mac. I'm just not a Fleetwood Mac guy. I'm starting the Beatles and I'm benching Black Sabbath.
Okay. Wow.
I'm a Beatles guy. So.
It don't look like Jet liked that one.
Not too much. I do love the Beatles, but I think their sound is just it's just too back there. I'm the I love the classics. I think
too back.
I might be too
literally.
They weren't even the best group band of their day. Beach Boys, baby. Brian Wilson.
This guy here.
Wouldn't it be nice?
John Lennon said Paul McCartney said John Lennon cried the first time he heard Pet Sounds in the hotel in London. He said, "We'll never make anything as good as this."
The 817 said,
which I respect. I respect.
The 817 is on your head, Bobby. They think you calling over being trash is a bad take.
I don't like Thank Me Later is just not a good album to me. I really hated Drake until Take Care. I was worse than Kendrick Lamar in terms of how much I hated him.
Wow.
And then Take Care came out. I was like, all right, forgiven. This is a pretty good album.
I was worse than
Okay, Jet, let's hear it.
Yeah, so Start Rumors, classics on there, Stevie Nicks just in her bag right there. And then
in some people's beds too.
I won't deny it. And then Paranoid by Black Sabbath. You obviously have the headliner there. There's some throwaways in there, so that's why we'll bench it. And then the last one, Abbey Road. Cut.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Beatles is too old school for me.
Yeah.
So and it's not my cup of tea. So I'm cutting that one. I agree with Jet Nelson.
I just equate everything to where I was at and how it affected or where I was at in my life when I heard the music. So I don't know. Fleetwood Mac's just never been my... look, and I respect all three of them. I know everybody loves Fleetwood Mac. All right? Get it. Great musicians. But for my bottom dollar, give me Beatles all day, every day. All right. I believe we're going to effort to get our boy Brian Broaddus, who has touched down in the airport. We'll see what the hell they got going on there. How was the flight? And anything he wants to share with us and anything that Bobby wants to throw his way as well. Jet, Bobby, Eric. I almost called you Blake. I'm Fred. Don't go anywhere. It is 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan. And our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
unearthed a new segment called Change My Mind. I am going to, because I will go on I will listen to an album and then just listen to it 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times over and over again. Bobby just convinced me. I am going to have to re-listen to the entire Rumors album with Fleetwood Mac, and shame on me. Shame on me. So I will, kudos to you, Eric Casares. Have we figured out what we're going to name your segment yet? Did anybody text anything worthwhile? At the very least, look, don't worry about it today, but by next Sunday, because Eric and I are now on Sundays 1 to 5, Eric will have a name for his segment. Be will have an intro. We'll have music. We'll have the whole kit and caboodle. So by next week, the Eric segment will live on, and it will be branded in the entire kit and caboodle. So
stay tuned.
Stay tuned. You've got work to do for next week. I've got work to do listening to Fleetwood Mac Rumors. All right, so I'll be jamming out to that this week at the gym as well. So no rumors about this next guy coming on. It was a rumor at first, but you know what? It has been confirmed. The one, the only, joining us from the airport. I don't know if he's made it through TSA or not. I would arrest him, but nonetheless, Brian Broaddus joining us live. Brian, where are you?
I am in the San Francisco International Airport right now, walking with my guys, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, and Gavin Dawson. We just landed in San Francisco. So, yeah, we're all here ready to go. So I'm the only idiot that checked a bag because I'm
waiting on you.
Because I'm a diva and I have too many clothes. And so, yeah, so here we are. So I'm going to make my team wait a little bit. That's why I'm kind of walking behind here right now.
You're that guy.
I'm a little worried. I haven't got the side eye yet, but it's coming any minute now.
It's coming. Who's the best traveler out of the four of you guys?
That's a good question. Because I did it for a living. I used to be I had status where I was able to get all these guys upgraded, and we were all sit in exit rows and maybe the third boarding group, and then I stopped traveling and lost a lot of my status. So, but I would say as a group, as a whole, we travel really well together. We've done this a bunch, whether it's training camp or baseball or, Super Bowls. I drove last year. The Super Bowl was in New Orleans. So I carried all our equipment and stuff like that. So I like these trips where I could drive.
Okay.
The next two are fly trips.
Well, that's... No, I was going to say that feeds into my next question, because it's been notes been passed along to me that you are not a fan of flying, and you got kind of some John Madden traits in that sense.
I'm terrible. I'm a terrible flyer, and it's amazing that I did it for a living, and I literally have puddles of water in my hands.
Oh wow! When
I fly, and but I always sit in the exit row.
You're a big guy, though.
They asked me, they're like, well, you can get the door off if you have to. And I said, well, I hope I don't have to, but I will if you ask me to. So, yeah, but I'm actually terrified of flying. I really am.
Interesting. Brian Broaddus joining a Super Bowl winning scout. All right, so what is kind of the plan for the rest of this evening? Like I said, Wolchuk. Now, what about KNC Masterpiece? Are they there too, or is it just G-Bag Nation?
Just the G-Baggers. I think the morning show, midday show are doing their shows in Dallas, and then they're coming out tomorrow night. So we'll have first crack at Radio Row tomorrow. So looking forward to that. It's always exciting to you just don't know what's ever going to happen at Radio Row. You don't know what guests are going to show up or who's going to stiff you or that kind of thing. So it's always kind of you do radio with one eye on the area around you, because you think somebody is about to either come and talk to you or they're waiting for somebody on the other side of you, because you're all kind of right there together.
Yeah, let's talk Super Bowl, Brian. So looking forward to this game, obviously Patriots and Seahawks. A matchup of a big spread, 4.5. A lot of people are going into this game feeling like the Patriots are maybe getting a little bit disrespected in this matchup. If I had to ask you 3 things off the top of the dome, what are you looking forward to the most of this game?
You know what? I am very interested in the physicality of both teams. When you look at defensively what New England has been able to do, and I know New England has kind of caught the schedule. Everybody's talking about their schedule. But you look at what they've been able to do defensively. Denver didn't have their quarterback. Denver might have won the game if they had their quarterback. But I tell you what, man, this Patriot defense has been rock solid really all year long. And they had a little bumpy patch in the middle, but if you look at how they've played, they've got a tremendous group up front seven. They cover well on the back end. You've got Seattle with their physicality running the football, how they play defense. I mean, it's going to be it's going to be like a Super Bowl of two just bullies going at it.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing I'm really the most excited about is seeing how both these teams match up when it comes to in one physicality the other, or out physicality the other in order to win this football game.
Brian Broaddus joining us. They are at the San Francisco airport. Brian decided to check a bag, and so they are waiting at the carousel for that bag to show up. And all right, real quick. So I'm driving home last night from Kansas. I'm getting my Tolo on, and a gentleman by the name of Ryan Fowler was on with our boy Denton Day talking NFL draft. And they asked him, our boy Denton Day asked him, give us somebody in the back end of the first round that is going to surprise some people, that could be a day one starter and is going to have a lengthy NFL career. And to, shout out you and your boy Zach Woolley. They love Jacob. He loves Jacob Rodriguez, okay? Loves Jacob Rodriguez. Had nothing but good things to say about him. Said he's been a dynamo at Senior Bowl. One other name he threw out, though, and I can't wait to get y'all's thoughts on this, especially since Cowboys could use this position, is Emmanuel McNeil Warren from Toledo. Your thoughts? Do you agree that he could be a late first rounder, and have you scouted him yet, and your thoughts?
Yeah, I have. I know that I'm walking next to Zach Wolchuk right now. We've talked about him. We have a show called The Stack with Aisha Morrison on Crown Global Media, and we were talking about McNeil Warren. We were talking about this overall, the safeties in this class. If you look at overall, everybody's got their eye on Caleb Downs and stuff, but man, you can find whether it's Tenderman or McNeil Warren, these guys, I mean, there's a group of guys that are just outstanding when it comes to playing both. They can play the free, they can play the strong, they're interchangeable, they can cover in the slot. That's kind of where the NFL is going nowadays. They're looking for these guys that can play in the slot and be able to kind of, do a lot of different things. And so, I'm really excited as the safety group overall, how they look. And absolutely, there's going to be probably one or two of them that are going to be taken in the first round in this draft.
One of my favorite players going into this draft is Sonny Styles out of Ohio State, the linebacker. I just like his burst and his upside and the potential that he has. And it looks like a lot of these mock drafts have the Cowboys taking him at number 12. What are your opinions on him, watching the film, seeing his game, and the possibility of the Cowboys drafting him at number 12?
Well, I think there's a possibility there. I think it's one of these guys, too, that also people have kind of remember last year how we had the Ashton Genties, and then it became, and then it was the Ted McMillans, and we was getting mocked to the Cowboys, at their spot. And then it was kind of like, man, you got no shot at either one of these guys. And, that might be the same situation. If you look at Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft, it will show you that he kind of has you in a wiped out situation, defensively, because what he does, there's no wide receivers taken in the first round, so he takes all defensive players, and so by taking all defensive players, you lose guys like Styles and others like that. So. It could be a difficult situation if you're thinking everybody's got Styles coming to you. But, if the Daniel Jeremiah mock draft holds up, you might be in a little bit of trouble waiting on some of those defensive guys. He'd be an outstanding pick, though, with his size, his length, his ability to play downhill the way he does. He can cover. He was a converted safety from Ohio State. So there's a lot of really great things you can get out of that kind of a player.
Did you see the Jason Kidd tirade last night? Or have you seen it yet?
No, I heard about it, and I was talking to some people. I know some people in the NBA, not with the Mavs anymore, but I know some people that were talking about about Cooper Flagg playing point guard and stuff like that. I thought there was a theory about trying to toughen him up and all that, but in actuality, Jason Kidd wanted to see if the kid could play, and but. Are you going to ask me the question of why do you get mad at the media?
Not necessarily that, but just you being an old NFL guy. Look, we don't normally see NBA coaches go on profanity-laced tirades like that, and so I guess from your perspective and what we know about the Mavericks, and again, Bobby and we had Ron Harrod Jr. who actually asked the question. We had him on earlier, and they both said maybe the 1-year anniversary, just the frustration of that factored into it. Just again, having been around coaches at a high level, what do you make of his outburst for a guy that's typically not like that?
Well, what happens to you when you work in a front office is there's a lot of things that you see and read, and everybody acts like, oh, well, I don't read, I don't hear, I don't, they always say that.
Yeah.
In reality, they hear everything you say and they read everything you write. And you get to a point in time where you're just basically like, F this. We're not doing this anymore. I'm not doing this anymore. So I'm kind of to that point where I can understand where he gets a little bit pissed off by the situation. I really, really do.
All right, last thing. Has your bag arrived yet?
Yeah, I'm holding it right now. And guys, to be honest with you, I got to say goodbye to you because we're about to get on a train. So I'll catch up with you guys down the road. I love you both. All right.
Tell the boys I said be safe.
See you, Brian.
Have a wonderful night.
We will. You guys take care. Thank you.
Yep. There you go. Brian Broaddus, everybody. Brian Broaddus. He's on a train. I feel like there's a song about that. Did Fleetwood Mac do any songs about getting on trains?
They may have referenced trains, but I don't recall.
Okay. Well, look, I'll look into that.
I know some other songs about trains.
I bet you do. How do you feel? How do you feel about the band Train?
I really hate them.
Calling All Angels?
Hey, so Zista and Drops of Jupiter and
don't sleep on Drops of Jupiter.
Drops of Jupiter is fine. It's fine.
I feel like that's like one of the most popular songs of all time.
No, it is. It's huge.
Yeah, I feel like everybody knows that song, even if you're not a Train fan.
Yeah.
I don't know. Train just reminds me of if
Calling All Angels. I see a sign.
If
let me know you're here.
If Five for Fighting and Lone Star would have had a baby, it would have been Train. Yeah. Which,
we should do a fan karaoke night.
Y'all don't want me on that mic, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say we should not.
Why?
Because that doesn't sound. We should do music trivia. Is what we should do.
No, let's do karaoke. Why can't we do
that
both?
tune?
Why can't we do both? Why can't we do both? You're gonna tell me you can't sing?
No.
That's what makes it more fun.
No.
That's what makes it more fun. Look, I've already told you guys I'll be the designated driver.
What would be your karaoke song?
Ooh, I'll tell you what. I mean, it's been a while. Jump Around.
That is not a karaoke song.
Says who?
It's Wiggity 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 Whack.
You're Wiggity Wiggity Wig. No, that's Jump.
No, that's Chris
I was
Cross.
going to say, come on.
Yeah, no,
you're better than that.
But no, it's...
What do you mean it's not a karaoke song? Of course it's a karaoke song.
No, it's not.
Yeah, just because you can't do it.
No, because the whole thing is not
can't jump around?
No, a song you're supposed to do an actual song that you have to sing.
What? Rapping's not a song?
It's not singing.
It's
rapping.
It's
right.
rapping.
But rapping, nobody does karaoke rap.
Because they can't.
Who?
Because it's frowned because they can't do it because it takes a little more skill to rap than it does to just sing words that are coming up across.
Well then, okay, if you're gonna do Twista, then
I can do
Twista.
Well, I could probably do. I might be able to do Overnight Celebrity. If I had to sing,
do you back when Twista was with Do or Die?
Well, or I could do Kamikaze from back in the day.
Okay.
Or Adrenaline Rush.
What about
I'll tell you what I could do.
What's the Busta Rhymes one?
Twist and the Speed Not Mobsters.
Look at me now.
If you know, you know.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
That's too fast.
Well,
that's too fast
way
for me.
too fast. That's way too
You're
fast.
not that impressive, I guess.
I can't do it that fast. I know someone who can.
You can. You should sing Fleetwood Mac.
You know what? I'll do it. Why not? All right.
you go.
We have to tell you what. If we go
Dreams,
out,
Fleetwood Mac.
If we do it, I'll do that. And I might do a Frank Zappa song as well. All right. Final segment. We need a little taste. Give us a little taste of some jet fuel.
It is National Texas Day, so we're going to see if these foods really are for or about Texas.
Final
Next
segment of the show.
On the Fan.
Final segment. Don't go anywhere.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
Like good...
Favorite entertainment travel companions. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you are in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone. They are all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Final segment of the program from the 214. Fred, the statement, it's harder to rap than sing, is kind of...
Riri.
And he's not being very nice about it. I'm talking about karaoke, 214. I'm talking about karaoke.
I want to see you on a mic, man. I think that would be great.
And I don't think it's that far-fetched to say that it's harder to rap than sing.
Well, I think with rapping, because you have to improvise. So it's like that makes it that much harder.
Well, that and it's rapping is not as
But also,
easy
if you
as it
have a
looks.
bad voice, you can't sing. You're just cooked.
I don't think... And when it comes to rapping, I think the voice is wildly underrated in rapping.
Sure. It's part of the flow.
Because I'm going to tell you right now.
But to say it's harder than singing.
I mean, okay, tomato.
To each his own.
All right. I mean, singing.
I don't know anybody who says tomato.
Okay, well, somebody does. Okay?
You right now
Somebody
saying
does.
rapping is harder.
Yeah, you're damn right I do.
Because if you're saying for karaoke, then you would just
saying in general.
No, but when you're saying karaoke, like, okay, if you're just saying that, expecting everybody to lean into, I'm going to be pitchy and I'm not really trying. Yeah. Whereas with rap, you can't just be totally off beat because people are going to be like, why are you even doing that? Now you're just being kind of an idiot.
Yeah.
Then there's more pressure maybe because everybody expects you to sing bad. But if you're going up there and rapping, you're making a statement, fine, maybe.
Right.
But it's not more difficult to rap than sing.
I stand by it. I stand by it.
Okay.
Stand
I'll
on
change your mind
business,
about that
Fred.
one too.
Please do. Please do. Because let me tell you something.
Change
All
my
right?
mind.
Change my mind. I'm going to tell you why. Somebody said that the last person that did this got killed.
Whatever that means. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Who did what?
I don't know. Somebody texted in earlier and
said good luck.
Explain yourself, 979. Good luck, Fred. They killed the last guy with a change my mind segment.
Oh, is
that true?
That's sharp. That's bad though.
Oh, really? Okay.
It was kind of a big deal.
What was it?
Utah.
Oh.
Technically, I think that was what's his name?
Wow.
Not Jesse Waters. That was the other guy. Steven.
Yeah.
It's the other guy.
Oh, Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but I mean, I think he also said no. But I'm saying, I think the meme is the other guy. That was Charlie saying though. But that's a dark joke.
You know what else is a big deal? Jet fuel.
Jet fuel is a big deal.
Look at Eric. Like a month into this, he's getting everything back on the tracks.
What a guy. What a guy. Here it comes.
There you go, Captain. Topped off with the finest jet fuel in Prop Wash Junction.
What about this one? Butylated hydroxytoluene. A good rule of thumb is not to eat foods that share ingredients with jet fuel.
It is none other than Jet Nelson.
I have jet fuel in my blood.
All right, there you have it. Welcome to have all of you in here for another edition of Jet Fuel. Bobby, glad to have you on as well.
Thanks.
Feel free to chime in
I haven't done
whenever
any of my
you
prep
want
email.
to object or agree. That's what we're doing today. It is National Texas Day.
It is National Texas Day.
I saw that, but I almost thought it was the anniversary of when Texas became a state.
That's not it?
It's not it. That's December 29th. It's just because it's National Texas Day.
My favorite quote, I think it was Daniel Boone. You may all go to hell, I will go to Texas.
There you go.
There we go.
Wait, I thought Davy Crockett said that.
Maybe it was David Crockett.
Was that Crockett? Yeah, I think I've seen that on a shirt before. It was like Crockett. I wasn't thinking Daniel Boone was wrong though.
I'm gonna say it's been said also by Daniel.
And maybe you might be
Either
right.
one.
Yeah.
Somebody said it.
I think it's been said by both of them.
I think they both said it.
I know Phil Collins said it.
One rapped it and one sang it. Actually.
Yeah, and one had significantly more talent to do it. Probably David Crockett.
That's it.
So we're going to be talking some food here, and we're going to see if these foods on this article from the Taste of Home are truly Texas, like they said they are. They are sent in by Texans to the website.
Okay.
And I think we're starting off with two easy answers right here. You got the chocolate pecan tart.
Okay.
At number one. I guess to take on the pecan pie, but
So what are they saying? This is like Uber Texas, these foods?
Yes, they're saying these are for Texans by Texans.
Like the cheesesteak in Philly.
Right.
This is a Texas dish.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to defer to you guys. I mean, the what? The chocolate pecan tart?
It's like the pecan pie.
I have no idea. I have no idea what this is.
That's my favorite pie of all time. I mean, pecan pie.
Well, so how do you feel about the chocolate pecan tart?
I mean, it sounds fire.
Does this scream Texas to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
I've never even seen this. And I've spent my whole life in Texas. I've just never looked at this.
It just has pecan in it. That's right there is a seller to me.
Yeah.
But have you seen this before, Eric? Have you seen this dish?
I mean,
it's like a chocolate pie with pecans chopped up on it.
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying I've never seen it or heard of it, so I don't know that it's thoroughly Texas.
He asked, does that feel Texas to you? And
it might be an imposter. So that's what we're trying to figure out.
But I think they're trying to say, like, this represents Texas. And I'm like, I don't know that it can represent Texas if I've never heard of it.
Well, that's true. But, I mean, the sound of it seems...
No, look, there's a difference between it sounding good versus is it Texas?
Yeah,
but the
I wouldn't be caught off guard if this was served in Texas. But I don't think
of the suspense is not knowing and then picturing it in your mind of what it would look like.
I will say the very first image result came from Louisiana Cooking Magazine.
Yeah, this might be a faker.
Imposter.
Next is the Texas Twinkie.
Yeah,
that's a no-brainer.
The bell pepper or jalapeno filled with the cream cheese and then wrapped in the bacon. Can't go wrong with those. So
what kind of stuff you stuffing it with there?
The cream cheese. Just cream cheese for me.
We're done talking about the pies. We're on to this.
Yeah. So that was an easy one. That's definitely Texas. But a person in Victoria, Texas, sent in the country fried steak.
Oh, that's a no-brainer.
Chicken fried steak. I wasn't sure if that was just a Southern cuisine or a Texas cuisine.
Yeah, I think of that as Southern. I don't necessarily think of it like I would expect to see it in Texas, but I don't think of that as ours. I think of it as it's ours in terms of it's the South.
Yeah. You don't think of it as a Texas staple?
I can get it, but I feel like that belongs to us
the whole South.
And everybody in the South. It's our thing.
Okay, I know when G-Bag did a top 10 Texas foods, I think it was top 3, the country fried steak or chicken fried steak.
Sure,
I'm not a big chicken fried steak guy myself.
Did you get a bunch of chicken fried steck in College Station?
Oh yeah, we'd have chicken fried steak nights, like in our nutrition center. It was amazing.
Look at that. So I'm not a gravy guy. See, that's where I
wait. Could you eat a chicken fried steak without the gravy?
I mean, if you give me barbecue sauce.
Okay, fair enough. Don't hate it.
I put barbecue sauce on everything. And I do mean everything. Next.
This is the next one that is made by a Texan, sent in from Burleson, Texas. The Dr. Pepper sheet cake. This is a one of a kind. It is Dr. Pepper and chocolate mixed together in the brownie mix. Pecans on top, served with vanilla ice cream.
So I have seen this, and Texas is the only place I've ever seen this. So I would think.
I mean, it starts off with Dr. Pepper.
That alone,
which is a Texas staple. I mean, my arteries feel clogged.
That's what I'm saying. You could never catch me eating that pile of diabetes.
Seriously,
diabetes,
or you might get the beaties.
Get Wilford Brimley
at the very least.
So here's another one that I'm thinking is an imposter: the Texas Roadhouse butter. They're saying this came from Texas. I don't even know if Texas Roadhouse is Texas-based. I'd have to do my research on that.
Well, let's look. I'll tell you what. I didn't know that Twin Peaks was based out of Louisville.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Eats,
wow.
drinks, scenic views. First Texas Roadhouse opened in Clarksville, Indiana.
See?
I'm more of a Hooters guy.
But
I was just there the other day.
They're bankrupt, man.
They are, but they've still got just like Louisville. Louisville's very much alive. Thank you very much. But no, Twin Peaks is going to stay open.
Yeah, we're going to see that through.
You know what? I'm going to tell you right now. I've got a hot take, and maybe we don't have enough time to talk about it right now as to why these places are going under. But I'll save it for another time.
So the next one here is, I think it's given Texas to me, but the jalapeno jelly. Or those spicy jellies that you get from your neighbor 3 doors down.
You know what? I did a lady's roof, and she gave me a jar of jalapeno jelly. Is that
what you call it?
Yeah.
You put it on a Triscuit or whatever cracker of your choice. Man, you can't go wrong with
that.
Bread.
It wasn't bad.
No, so I think that's definitely giving the Texas vibe.
No, jalapeno jelly, and she canned it herself.
Yep. So there you go. Looking for the next one here. Texas black bean soup. This was sent in from Garland, Texas.
Do we think that just because we put Texas in front of it that we should automatically assume?
That's what I'm saying.
I feel like
black
black
bean
Texas
soup
black can be from it. I mean, don't you just need black beans to make that?
Yeah, it looks like tomato, corn, just classic Mexican soup. So I think that's an imposter.
Okay, fake, phony, fraud. All right, we got give us 3 more rapid fire. We got about 45 seconds.
The 7-layer dip.
I don't think that is being ours.
No.
I was going to say, that's everybody's.
Let's go to a couple more here. Another like sheet cake, chicken fajitas. That's just Mexican, isn't it?
Yeah, like what?
That's
I mean,
another,
it's Tex-Mex, though.
That's Tex-Mex.
Tex-Mex.
That is Tex-Mex. We'll call it Texas.
Yeah, it's ours.
To hell with it.
And then handy sausage biscuits. I think they're meaning the kolache here. Like, the kolache's known for kind of being a Texas thing.
A pig in a blanket?
Yeah.
I still don't even like calling them kolaches.
Maybe.
I mean, the real answer here that's not even on there is brisket. Brisket is ours. I don't care what anybody
Yeah,
says.
so they forgot brisket. So, yeah, that's enemy number 1 right there.
Isn't Shipley's a Texas staple as well?
Shipley's is Houston, though.
Oh, is
You
it?
jump off on the feeder and go to Shipley's.
Yeah,
but I mean, no, Shipley's is good, too.
No, Shipley's coffee, though, leaves a lot to be desired. But, again, I'm a coffee guy. Bobby, any final words or anything you want to tease for tomorrow's show besides your head getting shaved?
I'm trying to come up with over-unders right now for our Super Bowl trip. Like how many people are going to be at dinner, how many times a guest makes a joke about the Cowboys Super Bowl drop. But otherwise, 9 o'clock, I'm getting my head shaved. By, I don't know who. Bunch of people volunteering.
All right. That's must-see radio, must-see TV, the whole 9.
Got nothing, man. Great show today.
Always. And then make sure next Sunday, Eric and I will be on 1 to 5 pre-Super Bowl party, and we will have an official name, intro, and the whole 9 for his segment next week. Jet, tell you what.
Happy to be here, man. Thanks for the segment.
Another solid show in the books. Shout out to Brian Broaddus, shout out to Kane McCutcheon, and shout out to Ron Harrod Jr. as well. Great stuff. For the one, the only Bobby Belt, for the one, the only Jet Nelson, and for the one, the only Eric Casares, to all the fatties, totals, and everybody else out there, good night, God bless, have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and we will see you tomorrow.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan.